Yo, 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 what is up? We are back. It's Friday night. We got another call-in show. I got our guest, Bryant Culp from Bryant Culp's 49er channel. And we've got Corey Lockdown Davis from Corey Lockdown Davis Sports Talk. Is that right? What? Lockdown Davis Talk? My bad. Here we are. How you gentlemen doing this evening?
Doing good. It's Friday. Got done with work, painted a unit, feeling really good. I'm a maintenance guy, so I paint units, turn units, and it's always good when you walk into a unit and it smells like crap, and you walk out of it and it smells good. So I'm really happy.
Yeah, no, maintenance is handy. You know what I mean? Like that's one thing I should look into also. But yeah. I've been doing my little side hustle myself. Corey, how you doing this afternoon or this evening, sir?
I'm doing good. Got to go Dallas early, so got in there and got out. Got to go do a little bike ride, and now I'm up here talking to you.
Heck yeah! You have a good bike ride?
Yep, did 3.60 miles.
3.6 miles. Hey, there you go. Corey out there handling business. Let's shout out the chat. We got Bebop Jones in the house. We got
What's up, Bebop?
What up, Bebop? We got Jess from East Coast Red and Gold Podcast, who will be on this channel tomorrow at 3:00, I believe, Pacific Standard Time.
Yeah, Jess is awesome.
Yes, Jess is awesome.
I don't know how you got that lucky. You got lucky.
Jess, if I remember correctly, I believe it's your birthday today, right? I believe she's 29 again, or 29 this year.
Let's go.
I believe it's her birthday. I can't remember. Jess, put it in the chat if it's your 29th birthday. Let me know. We got Randy Daytona in the house. What up, Randy?
Yep. Randy's the GOAT everywhere. What?
Jess might not be here anymore. Now they see it. So we had some big news. I don't know if we want to wait to to jump into this a little bit until we get a little bit more people in chat and kind of get their opinions. Is there anything that you wanted to talk about other than the new kicker real quick?
Well, I got a question for everybody. Even without really diving into the new kicker, with the 49ers, the current 49ers, do you draft best available player, or are we drafting positions at this point? And that would be my question for both of you guys.
Corey, you want to go first?
Oh,
here we go.
I think we should. What's up, John Jay? I think we should probably grab the best players and also getting positional players. We got a chance to fill a position, and he's a good player. Get him.
I think there's definitely I think we need to do both. I think there's times where we need to go for a need. Like if we were go up and get like a good tight end, if we were to go up and get like a good right tackle, you know what, like let's say most of the good right tackles have kind of gone by like second round, and we're going through the third round, and there's 10 picks until our pick, right? And one of them tight ends we want is on the table. Move up and get it. To me, tight end is a need. You know what I mean? If the guy you want is on the table, 10 picks away, you don't think he's going to last, move up and get him. Screw it. Let's do it. Let's get the guy. Tackle. So this is the thing. We essentially need 2 tackles out of this draft. And we need one that can start this year let's get into that later. Because I think there's some things that happened that John Feliciano acquisition. I think that means that we already have the right tackle on our team. because without a high draft pick, I don't think so the 49ers, when they got let's speak on tackles in the draft real quick. So when the 49ers moved up to get, or they didn't move up, sorry, when the 49ers drafted Mike McGlinchey, they drafted him in the first round, right? Like overall, what, 13th overall or something like that, 16th, something around there. So they drafted him, right? What did he have to do to start that year? It's like I think that's the only offensive player they drafted with the intent on starting that season. And for him to start, he had to essentially go live with Joe Staley. You know what I mean? And I think Bebop says only 53 will make it. He's trying to say, but that doesn't mean we can't get guys in the room and get people.
Didn't they upgrade the roster from 53? Isn't it like 56 now?
I don't know, but let me keep on this right tackle real quick. So if the only offensive lineman that I think that, do you know any offensive lineman that they draft and had start first year like Burford? Do you think Burford was the plan to start this year? I think that was a surprise.
I think so too.
Yeah, so it seems to me like they're not in a position to draft a right tackle or any kind of tackle that they would have confidence on playing this year with the picks that they have. And, I see them maybe making a move up in there, but I don't think they're going to do it. I think they're going to kind of stay where they're at and just kind of hope they can pick up a couple tackles in this draft that by next year might be viable options. Because I think Burford is the right tackle of the future. And I think they're probably looking for another left tackle. What's your thoughts?
I agree. I think this year they have to kind of go after two tackles, and they kind of need to be swing tackles if you think about it, that could play left or right, and whoever's the best should go for the starting position if that starting position is available. I think like what you're saying with Feliciano being, what he's like a kind of a swing position, but they're leaning towards him possibly being the center. So possibly we have our right tackle on the team right now. So if that's it, then okay, but we still go after two right tackles for the future. Even if they don't start this year, they can be backups. We know Trent Williams is he wants to win a ring. He's not going to put up with this shit too much longer. He's just, that's what it is. He wants to win a ring, and I think depending on how far they go with whatever quarterback, I don't think he's a Trey hater or a Purdy hater. I think he wants to win the ring, and I think he hates losing. So,
and you also have to understand he is a boxing promoter, so he's got other streams of money. So it's not like he's has to get that last year to set himself up for the rest of his life. No, he's got other things he could do. He makes money.
It's very important to be able to walk away at the end of your career and still be able to walk. And be able to pick up your grandchild, be able to have fun with your son, be able to, watch him in the stands or your daughter in the stands and not have, horrible time getting up and out of the bleachers, whatever. And we all know what we're saying. He could retire right now and it's not going to hurt him. The only thing that's going to hurt him is he didn't get that ring. So let's get that ring.
Facts. So it seems like we picked up a little bit. Let's get into this kicker talk here. We'll go back into a little bit more the guard, the John Feliciano acquisition a little bit later. So the 49ers picked up, let me get that name here, because sorry, I'm still not. Zane Gonzalez. And I guess it's a 55-man roster now, Brian's saying. So we got Gonzalez. Gonzalez, I don't know what he's getting paid because we're not going to pay it. Because the Carolina Panthers are, I guess, already they already owe him money. Let me get that right. So if this is the case, this is weird because he's not that good of a kicker. So he's not as good of a kicker as you would like, being a contender, being a team that has essentially a rookie quarterback who's going to be starting. You know what I mean? You're going to want a good kicker that can make you points. Oh yeah. his salary's guaranteed. 1.5 million of salaries, so it doesn't cost the 49ers anything. I think to me that this to me states that they're getting a rookie quarterback or a rookie kicker in the draft, because this guy doesn't cost them any money, and he's their insurance policy. They're going to go in the draft. If they get Jake Moody, they get Jake Moody. If they don't, and the other guy sucks, well, they got this guy already on thing. He's already paid for. And I think the caveat to all this, because why don't you just go out and, find another quarterback, or another kicker who's on there and do the same thing? They wanted somebody who actually had some talent, and they didn't want to pay him anything. And why is that? Why don't they want to pay him something? Because they still got money they can spend. They're holding it. There's somebody they're talking to. There's somebody they're in the works with, and they're just waiting for that person to come down a little bit, and they're keeping all that money protected. And, they're working with everything they got to make sure they're going to have a team, but they're keeping that money protected for when that person's like, yeah, okay, I'll do it. Bryant, you're muted, Bryant.
There's a lot of different scenarios on who they potentially could be waiting for. They could be, I know it's not everybody wants to say it, but they could be potentially waiting for like somebody like Lamar. They could be potentially waiting for a defensive end. I don't think they're going to be waiting for an offensive tackle. I don't think there's one out there right now, that a right tackle that we're going to be able to go snatch up. But with the kicker, it's very interesting, because right now, if they are holding their money together and they're just saying, okay, let's just see what happens, right? This could be a camp leg, right? They could go after a rookie kicker, or they could say, hey, Robbie, are you for sure? And I know that's a pipe dream, right? But it's not necessarily, because if this guy doesn't really effectively cost anything, and his money's guaranteed, and they just swap compensatory picks for next year, not this year. This is kind of pushing the cards back at Robbie and saying, what do you want to do? How much do you want? I don't see this closing the door on Robbie necessarily, or saying that we're not going to draft a rookie kicker, like you said, because at this point, you don't know if this guy's going to be any good or not. I believe he's been hurt a couple times too. Quad injury.
But if you were like wanting Robbie or a kicker like Robbie, right? And Robbie was playing hard to get, wouldn't you just want to say screw it and just go get somebody who is comparable and as better than what they got in this situation? Because
yeah, exactly. Because at this situation, they didn't get somebody better than Robbie. They got somebody this is like a true bulky pick.
Yeah, this is it's a body essentially. It's not like this guy's trash, but he's not anything to hoot and holler about. You know what I mean? There's nothing big about this guy. It's just, to me, it's like, why would you waste draft capital to do that unless, because I don't see wasting draft capital to try and get this guy to just sit him as a way to make Robbie jealous. Well, not like that, but that's just how I'm referencing it in this scenario.
Right, but yeah. it is kind of, in my opinion, it was to maybe make him jealous, but it's also insurance, because if he doesn't bite on it, and we don't make a deal out of this, all we're doing, if we do make a deal, we just wasted it out. We have 11 picks this year that's probably not going to make the team. How many potentially will we have next year that might not make the team? So that's like a roll of the dice. But if you are potentially like trying to, coast him back and he doesn't bite on it, then this is insurance. You're like, okay, well, we at least have a kicker. But the problem is you didn't upgrade. You got somebody who's been hurt several times and who is younger, but not necessarily. When you got a leg injury, man, and you're a kicker, it's kind of having like a quarterback arm injury, right? It's.
You know what? One thing I didn't check: has he ever thrown for a first down? Because if he's thrown for a first down, exactly. I'll shut up right now.
I want a fake.
Yeah. Oh, I would love one.
A wildcat.
Bro. Oh, they fucked up now. They done hurt all three of their quarterbacks. Now the kicker's coming in. You know what he does in that wildcat formation. Bro, if only what was it? if only drop kicks were a thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bro, if only drop kicks were a thing, that would be amazing. You could come in with your kicker as the quarterback, and people are like, it's like, you gonna defend the kick, bro? Are you gonna defend the kick, or are you gonna defend the pass or the run? You know what I mean?
I think it was Doug Flutie when he made it to the Patriots. I think he was
the last one.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And he did it because they knew the next year they weren't going to have it. Oh man!
Well, I don't know if it was because it was not gonna happen the next year, but I think what happened is he knew that Doug Flutie was probably the only person in the league as a quarterback could he even think about doing this. Anybody other than a kicker in the league that could do this type of a thing, and Doug Flutie totally did it. He dropped it perfectly on the ground, it bounced up, and he kicked it into the field goal.
Yeah, because that's the thing; it has to hit the ground and bounce up. You can't. It's not a punt into the field goal. It's But yeah, that's man. Shout out Doug Flutie Flakes, man, Canadian legend.
Which I don't know. I'd like to see that back in the game. I think that would be interesting.
I'd like to see it, and for
like
his height and stuff, it makes me feel like, hey, somebody like 5'7", maybe 5'6", could come in and play. Let's go.
Right.
Shout out to little guys. You might be little in size, but you're big in heart.
Got to give a shout out to Steve-O came in the chat. What up, Steve-O?
Get moody and cut him. I agree.
Well, I think definitely by the time camp's over, or by the time season starts, they'd cut him. But it'd be I don't know. You don't want to be like the Bills who sat there and cut their old punter, and then a week later had to cut punt god because of the stories that came out about him, which I don't know. I heard those are false now.
I heard there was some words and stuff that might have said, you don't know, you weren't there, and I was there.
Yeah.
It's just bad. And
well, I mean, like legally,
when you're that close to getting drafted and stuff like that, do you really want to even take a chance on certain things? That's a bad.
If I had a son and he was any sort of this and that good, I'd be like, don't even mess with no girls, bro. Mm-hmm. I'd like you date them, and that's that. Yeah, you could date one, but don't be sleeping with none that you're not in a relationship with the time. Make sure they're there for you. You know what I'm saying? I know they're gonna be throwing themselves at you. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Like I'm telling you, you're good looking. You look just like me. The ladies are gonna love you. So.
I actually, I was all right when I was younger, but I was tall, I was strong, and I had a deep voice. So, and I made people laugh. So whether if I had good looks or not, and I'm confident. So whether if I had good looks or not, I was gonna do all right. You know what I mean? Because you can't tell me I'm too ugly to go talk to a lady. I'll do it just because you think. I'll just do it just because you think it. What up, Joe?
How you doing?
Hey, Joe.
Man, I think you're too ugly to go talk to that lady. To be completely.
Corey, what's up? What's your number, yo?
I
did it.
What happened?
I just asked Corey for his number. You said I couldn't, so I did.
No.
Weren't you asking me if I wanted the D last night for like over and over? You kept on repeatedly asking me if I wanted the D.
Is that me?
No,
Joe?
Corey. Yeah,
no,
Corey last night.
No.
Well,
no.
You didn't. Brian, I don't think Bryant was there, but I know Joe was there, and he was asked repeatedly if he wanted the D too. I think it was like after every question.
I think Bryant wanted the D.
Wanted the A. Oh, that's right, he did. That's right. Brian was there.
I took the D like a man.
Yeah.
Just walking a little funny today.
You also tried to push the A on us, the B on us, the C on us, but we all remembered the D that you were trying to push on us.
Man, I still don't believe that, man. Steve Young, one bad season. They must have counted that at the end of his his injury season.
They did. I looked it up.
Damn.
Some of those, I still want to know who all the Heisman quarterbacks were for the 49ers.
Dude,
Yeah,
I
5 of them? Like, really?
I couldn't
5?
find them. I couldn't find like
knew-
I was the only list I
remember
had said 6, and I was like, some of these fuckers aren't the one. Like Robert Griffin III, we didn't draft that fucker.
Well, I
Found this
remember
fucker.
Troy Smith. For some reason, I thought he was with the Ravens, but
Well,
I don't know.
we had Alex Smith, and then we had a Troy Smith. Troy Smith was number 1, and he was battling with Alex Smith during the Singletary years. So
cannot win with him. Cannot coach with him.
Dude, Mike Singletary was the best thing to happen to Vernon Davis. Cam Chancellor was the worst thing to happen to Vernon Davis. That man's still seeing shadows.
Yeah.
I think Mike Nolan did well with the 49ers. I think it was just him not being able to keep Alex healthy. You know, he was rebuilding a team, completely rebuilding a team. It takes a little bit of time there. I think they jumped on Mike Singletary because they didn't want to lose him and they thought they were going to. Big name, and then he took over and he started getting the team to play for him, but the team was already built at that time. So.
Oh, you putting your makeup on for us?
I thought we had a duct tape guy back or something.
Duct tape. Oh, we need a duct tape guy.
We're trying to be like that one guy.
That one Valentino guy or whatever.
Oh no, what's her name? Priscilla or something like that. I don't know. He was funny. I just wish he would have, had a little more personality.
What did we give up for the kicker?
A comp pick for next year.
No, 2025 fifth round swap. So we'll probably actually make out on that.
You guys got a kicker?
Yeah, Zane
Yeah.
Oh, the news to me. Who'd you guys get?
Oh, Carcast is here. What's up, Carcast?
What
Hello,
up, Carcass?
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Good.
We got the Carolina Panthers kicker they were about to cut.
Any
But-
good?
Zane Gonzalez.
Yeah, he's kind of like average-ish, you know what I mean? But the thing is he's fully guaranteed. They've already paid him. So to me, he's looking like he's just like a camp body. You know what I mean? He's just
What
like
was the trade?
he's a back. He swapped a 5th rounder next year. So essentially, I think he's just a camp body / insurance, just in case the quarterback or the kicker that we draft isn't as good as they expect him to be. I think this is like they're going for Jake Moody. If they don't get Jake Moody and they get the next guy, this is insurance in case the next guy isn't a viable NFL kicker, because this guy is a viable NFL kicker. And I think the reason why they wanted to get him is because they didn't want to spend any money on a kicker, but they wanted insurance. So they swapped the 5th to get him, and now they're sitting, I think, on $8 million before they have to pay rookies. So I think they're holding out on trying to pay some edge $8 million to come here. Because
Wait, you guys swapped 5ths with the Panthers next year?
Yeah.
So
Which
they just
is-
want him gone because your guys' pick is probably going to be worse than the Panthers.
I don't understand that logic whatsoever. Yeah.
Yeah, so they must have just wanted
Unless-
to not pay him.
They wanted to get rid of him.
Unless
Just
the
wanted to get rid of
5th
him.
unless the 5th is like from some other teams that we've acquired, and that team would probably be better than their. I don't know.
What if we hit on that 5th round pick? If we kept it, I would
Oh,
have fine with it.
that's probably their thing. They're trying to sabotage us. All our good, like George Kittle, 5th round pick, bro.
That's
Like,
what I'm
don't-
saying. Yeah.
Don't let us go into the draft with a couple 5th round picks. You're fucked.
Yeah.
I want to get that. I want to get
Whatever
that
you do.
guy from Iowa, Sam
Laporta?
Laporta.
Mhm.
That's who I want.
Well, Seahawks
yeah.
were going after Kittle, and we got him.
Well, he was drafted in the 5th round, right? Anybody could have.
Well, no,
Yeah,
like, I heard the Seahawks were like going after him, but we got him first, and they weren't expecting us to pick him up.
What
And
year was that?
7 years ago.
2017, 2016. He was the first draft.
Like I heard Pete Carroll talking about it, I think it was Pete Carroll brought it up. There's somebody who, like, I heard it out of somebody's mouth who who's in the room, and then I trust that they wouldn't be just lying about it. And he would do great in your team. You know what I'm saying? With how you guys like to run first, George Kittle would be amazing on your team. You know that. We all do.
I gotta say shout out to CJ Beathard, because him and Kittle were both there at Iowa, and they drafted both of them. And I think with their cohesiveness or friendship, I think it really helped build the core of the team.
That's how we found Kittle. We were scouting Beathard, and we were like, "Who's this cat who keeps catching every shitty ball?"
CJ was a 3rd round pick, and then Kittle was a 5th round pick, I think. So.
And then we got Warner in the 3rd. That's crazy.
What is up with their thought process? They learn, let's get this tight end who's catching every shitty thrown ball or everything that's like totally out of his range. Let's catch that guy. You know what? We should get that quarterback too. Why? He was throwing all them shitty balls. You know what I'm saying? You keep the tight end. You leave the quarterback.
What up, John Jay?
What's up, everybody?
Hey, John Jay.
What's up, John G?
Oh, CarCast. What's up, dude?
Yo, what's up, man? That's
Long
Steve-O,
time
you're
no
having trouble.
hablas.
Please restart your modem and your phone. See if that'll work. Go ahead, CarCast.
What's up?
Well, I was just telling you, go ahead. I was trying to let Steve-O know what to do because he keeps on trying to come in here and it doesn't work. So I was trying to, if he wants to pop on, I would.
Oh, I didn't even look at the comments. My fault.
You're good. I was just talking. That's all I was talking.
So,
hey, Ryan, let me ask everybody the same question I asked you guys.
Oh, yeah.
Are we drafting now with the new acquisition of the kicker? And free agency isn't over yet, and the draft hasn't happened yet, right? So with all this intangibles, and there's going to be players left over, are the 49ers currently, and you can answer this for the Seahawks, Joe, if you want, are the 49ers currently drafting best player available, or are they drafting for a position? And we'll start with John if you'd like.
oh man, this is very hard for me because the way when I go into the draft, I look at the big board, which is basically the board of the top 100 athletes from college, and then you look at your position needs, and then you take a guesstimation of what you're going to do. And at 99, I feel that the Niners are going to go edge or D tackle. And the reason why I say that is because when I've looked at all the first picks, I'm not talking about the first round picks, but the picks the Niners pick first at every draft. You take away the Trey Lance pick, you take away trading up for Brandon Ayuk, it's either been offensive line or defensive line. We've never drafted any other player, and it looks like that's going to be the trend. I hope they pick the best player that lands to them, because Drake Jackson was not initially their pick last year, but when he fell, they're like, well, we like edge rushers. He's a good player. Let's just pick him up. So they probably going to look at either a player that they want that's still on the board, or they're going to go best available. That's the way I would answer that question.
What do you think, CarCast?
Yeah, going back to your question, I think it's kind of a mix of both for me. I mean, we obviously got to fix the trenches. I agree with John Jay. Last couple of picks early in the draft have been more in the trenches, the defensive end, defensive tackle with Drake Jackson, and then offensive lineman. But, I mean, it really depends. If there's a best player available for our positional needs, like a starting right tackle to replace McGlinchey, or just in the trenches, edge rusher to accompany Nick Bosa. If there's a best player available at those two positions, I would definitely take it. But really, if we're depleted and have no options, and they're just if we have to choose, I would just go best player available. So it's kind of a mix of both for me. It's a hard question, but I don't know. it really depends, honestly. But um, looking at it realistically, I would just go, based on our positional needs. If that player's there, best player, I would just take them. Or if it doesn't come down to that, whoever is there, like John Jay said, out of the top 100 players, like the best player there is, just take it and see, what you can get out of them, what their potential, what their ceiling could be. So that's just my answer, but that's just my take on it.
Mr. Joe.
You want to know what I think, like how it compares to the Seahawks, you mean? Or what?
Well, because, we're all 49ers, but you're a Seahawk guy, which is not a problem. And, it's kind of the same kind of question for both teams, because I know you have holes and stuff like that. But and then after you're done, I'm going to give my answer, and pass it back to Ryan. But
Yeah, I got some trivia.
We're just in a total different scenario, because we have 4 picks in the first 2 rounds, right? And we do have a lot more holes than you guys, but the higher picks, obviously. I think we can take number 5. I want to trade back to 8 or 7 with the Raiders. Anyways, we're going to be picking for need, obviously, in our defensive and offensive line. If they pick nobody else besides offensive linemen, defensive linemen, and linebackers, I'll be happy. But one thing I did want to say is I think it was 2 years ago, our first pick is in the third. Our first pick was in the 3rd round. We had a 3rd, a 4th, and a 6th that year, or something stupid like that. We had 3 draft picks, and it sucks because your first overall pick that you have is number, say, 100 for you guys, right? And you're going to be putting all this stock into this guy in the offseason. A lot of 3rd round picks, they don't work out. Whether they're drafting for need or want.
Especially once we draft.
But I'm just saying, we have D. Eskridge, who, he's been in the league for, this will be coming up his 3rd season, and he was our first pick, and it was in the 3rd round. Don't get your hopes up too high, I guess is what I'm saying. So I guess I didn't really answer that question, but I'd go best available, especially that late, right?
And Ryan, if you don't mind me answering my own question, I think for the Niners right now, if we only have 1 or 2 possibly missing pieces, or where we have to draft for that player, where that player potentially is going to be a rookie or will have significant time starting, I don't think it's a bad idea to take a shot with a 3rd round compensatory pick, where we don't want to take a running back. So I don't think it's really a wasted pick.
Damn.
I don't think it's really a wasted pick taking a kicker or something that you need at that position. You take a position first, and then if that position you're really confident and that's your guy, then you take him, right? But if you don't, that's not your guy, and you're like, oh, we're just going to take maybe the next best kicker, or we're going to take the next. No, I think at that point you would have to look at the board and say, who is the next best available player? Because maybe at that time you could say, okay, well, the second best kicker we can get maybe in the 5th or 6th round, or further down the line, where we were not going to be able to get this, that quarterback with 2 last names or whatever, So that's my thoughts.
Hey, Joe, you ready for a Seahawk trivia question?
Yeah, hit me.
True or false? Steve Largent was drafted by the Seahawks.
False. Oilers.
That is true. What do you know? What round?
4th.
Wait, hold on. Yep, 4th round. Do you know what the compensation was for him?
I think it was an 8th. Was it?
That's what I thought was crazy, because I was like, I didn't know they had an 8th round.
Yeah, they used to have 14.
I know, it wasn't until the 1984 or 83 draft where I think there used to be up to 15 rounds. I'm not exactly, but they had a lot of rounds, and then the NFL changed it up, and then that's how the undrafted free agents started.
I told you, dude, trivia is my shit. So it's hard, but you're right. It was harder a lot with the 49ers trivia, because I was like, dude, I ain't got no idea.
Yeah. No, I got.
Can you imagine being called a 15th round pick? That's crazy.
Yeah. Hey, in baseball, there's up to 50 rounds.
That is crazy.
I know.
It's insane.
Well, the reason why is because, well, like
Yep.
a great example, the San Francisco Giants. We have one farm system which is not that far, San Jose, and then they have like 5 other farm systems across the U.S. So
Yep.
they have
That's
to
why-
fill all those roster spots for those minor leagues.
I wish the NFL would do that with like XFL or like another league and have like seriously like farm leagues to send some of their guys in the off season, who don't obviously they don't play, they just practice during the regular season. So maybe they can do stuff in, maybe they can get playing time during the off season in these sports and then maybe come back and win a spot later on the year. You know what I mean? When the NFL season kicks off. And
Not for sure.
you also got refs. You got refs year round, got jobs to do, more experience and reps for them.
I got a feeling if either the XFL or the USFL, if one of them is becoming very successful and they're growing and they're making a lot of money, the NFL is going to gobble that up, just like they did after the USFL collapsed. They gobbled up all those players. Again, the NFL, one thing that, like I think I said this a million times, they have monopolized college football, and that's why they don't need no minor league system. So basically,
But they do, because if you look at college nowadays, what kind of defenses are they running? They're not running NFL style defenses. What kind of offenses are they running? They're not running NFL style offenses. You're having to like retrain people from college. That's why Kyle goes for like quarterbacks that were in pro style offenses, because then he doesn't have to get them used to being under the center again.
I just think the XFL and the USFL are so awesome just because it shows that how many guys are out there, that can get a second chance.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
I mean, look at PJ Walker with the Panthers last year. I think he started a couple games and he was an XFL guy.
yeah,
We
So,
wouldn't.
I mean,
We wouldn't have a Kurt Warner.
I like
We
the
wouldn't
Arena Football League. You guys remember that big
Oh yeah.
the
I
quarterback?
heard they're bringing it back.
No,
Bro.
but you guys remember the quarterback from the Giants? That dude, he was like 300 and something pounds.
Oh, the hefty lefty,
Yes,
Jared
man, you cannot sack him.
Jared Lorenzen.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah,
I believe he passed away too.
Yes.
yeah, he did. So,
But no, all those type of programs, like those are needed. Like Arena League, I think that's for development for wide receivers and quarterbacks, essentially.
Mhm.
I think that's really what that league's for.
yeah.
Because the field's so small, like running backs, I guess you could be all right, running back, defensive back. It's still, but like it's hard being a defensive back. They get to take a running start going forward in motion. You know what I'm saying? That's not too cool. You know?
I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I hate how they were talking about expanding to like London, like just because I think it's such an unfair home field advantage for a team that has to travel there. But I thought it'd be cool even if they brought like the NFL Europe back instead of adding it. Moving the Jaguars to London would just be stupid unfair, right? Why not just
Yeah.
bring like a 8-team league to Europe again and have them play fall ball?
Joe, we've talked about this a little bit back and forth. Corey, me, and
Niners got so many away games next year. It's like all 6-hour trips.
I think what would make sense is if there was like 4 teams in Europe, and then you could go over there, and you play one, you play the next one, you play the third one, you play the fourth one, you go home. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You could do something like that. I think Germany deserves one over England. Did you not see
I
how
like
they
Germany. I like the
treated
Germany
their
ones.
game? They
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I watched it. Waking up at 6 a.m. to watch your team get their ass kicked is super fun.
Yeah, but look, first thing, Germany loves Seahawks.
They
Yeah.
do.
Germany loves the Seahawks. Sing Country Road. They're gonna sing it Country Road, like in a language that's not even theirs, and everybody knows the fucking words to it. I'm sorry.
Dude,
They get a team. They get a team.
Oh,
my friend
man.
went to my friend went on a deal to Germany. We kind of went across Europe or whatever.
You backpacking.
he said every bar in Germany he went to, they sang Country Roads, and this was like 2 years ago. He told me that.
Oh, that's
He goes,
great.
I can never hear that song again.
That's crazy. Yep.
No,
I'm
I
sorry.
agree. I think there's definitely going to be a team outside of America. I'm not a fan of it, but I definitely think. And what you were saying too, Ryan, makes sense. Maybe they go over there and there's like a division, 4 teams, and maybe one team, goes to America during that time, and then you play all those 3 teams over there in Europe while they're playing your division, and then maybe that's how they could make it work, where there's like 3 games over there or something like that, and then all of them. And then you could have a couple other, divisions go over there too. And maybe it'd be a little bit more fair.
Well,
I don't like it. I don't.
Yeah, see,
I really believe that the Jaguars are really trying to push themselves to London.
so
I
so-
just think you have to figure out how you're going to do playoffs. That's the
So-
only really big concern,
So,
because you can't be jet lagged in a fucking playoff game.
yeah, so
yeah.
So Brian, you're gonna murder me, but I really don't care. We've had this conversation.
Whoa,
The owner,
strong words.
the owner said on public radio, big radio, he said it to the British market, he said it to the commissioner, he said it to his fans. I am not moving the Jaguars to England or Europe or whatever.
I think that's what the owner of the Seattle Supersonics said before he moved them to Utah.
Okay. And
Yeah, I
also,
think
and
that's-
also,
And I agree, but you also have to say one thing before you say anything. How many owners have the Jaguars had? Like it's not like they're the one owner franchise. They don't. They've had multiple owners, so he might own the team for a couple of years and then they move.
So, and again, I know you see, the way you see it, but again, he's not going to move the Jaguars. He's made that clear. He's made that 100% clear, and he has more ties to European football. And for a guy who says I would rather coach this overrated team, no matter how horrible they are, I'll put all the money into the stadium. Like he's made it clear. Now, the only way I see the NFL going to an international market is going to be a market where the time zone does not affect the West Coast, because that's the problem. The West Coast market. Unfortunately, there's an East Coast and the West Coast. If they decide to move all the teams to the East Coast and there's no more 49ers, or any teams out here, they will do that. That's the only way. So that's the first thing. The second thing for them, if they're going to have a team, it's not going to be in Europe. They're going to try to either expand the league and put teams like in the South American market. There has been rumors that Brazil and a bunch of cities, they have the infrastructure to have some big stadiums and have 4 more teams, but that's another dumb idea which I do not like. So there's a lot.
I don't think that's. I think they'd rather go to Europe than to South America, because, like, if you notice, like this last year when the 49ers played in Mexico City, they instead of training in Mexico at altitude like they normally do, they trained in another place at altitude because they didn't think that the risk of being in Mexico was worth it. So they flew in immediately that day, played, and then flew out that night.
Mhm.
So to me, I don't, I'm not saying that you're wrong. And I'm not saying that like Mexico City out of all cities wouldn't, because also I'm sure like you got the cartels down there. Well, the cartels own like a lot of the resorts and all that stuff. And you don't see cartel stuff around there because they know it's bad for business. So there could be a thing where the cartels are essentially are the person owning the team. I bet you eventually whoever's going to be owning the Mexico team, somebody's got ties with cartels. And I'm sure somebody's going to be like, you can't mess with the games or the players.
Why
Yeah,
not just?
I just see a couple, in the future, it's already happening. We're at 17 weeks. We're going to probably go to 18 game schedule here soon. 2 bye weeks is going to happen. They're going to expand the franchise, the league. It's 32 teams right now. I do see a team, maybe 3 or 4 of them, maybe a team in Japan. And John, you might be right. Maybe a team in Mexico and Brazil. It could happen because I don't again, Joe, that was great. NFL Europe, but I don't think they got the ratings. Maybe it was just a little too early. Maybe it was like XFL here in America for us. It was just too early, too quick, right? But now they've tried to come back with it, and it seems to be doing better. So maybe they could do it again. But I really truly see there being an expansion team and maybe an NFL team moving to Europe.
Just us on the West Coast.
I know. That's the problem.
Hold on, Joe. Go ahead.
Oh, just the travel on the West Coast, and then us as fans, right? Like, we're the fans, right? And I think it was 3 p.m. when we played. It was 3 p.m. in Germany when we played there, but they played the game at 6 a.m. here. So you're expecting all of us to get up at 6 in the morning when we're here watching the games every week. Every game.
But see, they could play it at like 5. They could play it at 6, and it would be a lot better. Because
that's
really, if they were playing
it,
yeah.
But they make
But
it
also,
spectacle.
It could be a thing in Germany. They're like, no, we're going to get housed at the game, and we need to be off in time to drink enough water to be able to show up for work the next day. That might be, look, it might be a cultural thing. Like, our sporting events don't go too late. What were you going to say, John?
Yeah. So, and also another thing is the primetime games. How do you do a primetime game that, like here in the West Coast, primetime games are at 5 o'clock. You go to Europe, it's already around 2 o'clock. Germany's probably like 4 a.m. Are you going to make a team play at 4 a.m.? What kind of fans are going to be up by, at 4 a.m.? So there's a lot of things to look at the NFL. If they figure it out, if the NFL figures it out, because again, this is not like, it's going to happen next year or in 5 years or in 10 years. They have to figure out how they do it, because they also are trying to show the games in China, which is, again, another big problem. That's why the games start at that time, because in China, while people in the West Coast are waking up, it's around 9 o'clock. So they want to show like a 9 to midnight game in China. So there's just a lot of factors of all this stuff. That's why I think if they're going to do that, they're going to first try to put in a market where they can still do primetime games, where they can start a game like at 10 o'clock at night, which probably players are not going to like, but they're probably going to look at a location and see how that works. And at the end of the day, like, every owner's going to say no. Like if it's true, if the owners have more power than the commissioner, the owners will say no, we're not going to Europe. But
whose phone is that?
If Roger Goodell,
That's mine.
Bro,
if Roger Goodell is more powerful than the owners, then you can see that Roger Goodell will probably do something against the owners' wishes.
No, he literally can't. I mean, they're all his boss. They can fire him, anytime they want.
And last but not least, the only reason why there's a 17th game is that a lot of the players are greedy, and they say, you know what, we want more money, so let's just have the 17th game. So, but
I don't know, dude. Look at how much these owners are making every year.
So
Damian really hates the Rams. Damian's down on the Rams.
Well, the reason why, because there's a dude called Rudy and a bunch of his little trolls, and they come in here, and all they say is that the Niners VHS tape is the last time they got to see a Super Bowl, things like that. Personally, I really don't care, because Rudy doesn't bother me, but I tell people, why does it bother? Because he's a Rams fan, of course he's gonna overhype his team.
Okay.
I talked to Rudy today and told him that Everett's been running around acting like him, and he's like, "Yeah, I haven't talked to him in a while."
Chris Everett, Chrissy.
Nice.
Chris Everett, the GOAT, that guy.
No, did you guys ever see when Jim Everett went on Jim Rome, and Jim Rome kept calling him Chris Everett?
got to give a shout out to Aaron from 49ers First Takes. I got a show with him on. Yeah, we got a show with him on Mondays called Niner World Order. Aaron, if you ever need a Seahawks content creator, Joe here will take care of you. He's really knowledgeable. He got season tickets. He's seen all the games that you don't want to talk about.
Yeah, the ones that you want to talk about.
Yeah, the ones you do want to talk about.
Aaron,
Yeah, Joe, you impressed me with that knowledge of that.
Corey
Sergeant
was trying to say something.
Aaron, that wasn't me that asked you that question. Ryan made it up. It wasn't me. I did not ask that question.
What did he ask?
So on the stream on Monday, I told Aaron that Corey wanted me to ask him a question about how far from Middlesex, New Jersey he was, because on the trivia show last week, I believe it was, I kept on asking him where Middlesex, New Jersey was, because it's a real place. It's a county in New Jersey with a extremely funny name. So, I, wanted to, test him, and he was like, oh yeah, you're going to make me. So then I was like, oh, I see Corey in the chat. Right. And I was like, oh, well, Aaron's kind of close. Right. So I was like, Aaron's kind of close to New Jersey. So I was like, well, closer than all of us. So I was like, hey, Aaron, Corey wants me to ask you how far you are from Middlesex, New Jersey. Because, I knew Corey in his house, who cannot defend himself at all, is going like, I didn't say that shit.
I was laughing. I said, I did not say that.
Did you drop a super chat to say I didn't do it?
Oh, no.
No, it was on somebody channel don't have a super chat.
Aaron's got a super chat.
Yeah, but I was on his. I was on your. I think I was on yours.
Well,
no. Oh no, that was on Bashar's. There was no super chat.
Bashar, yeah.
it's the YTC lives in Hackensack. I'm not sure if I'm even saying that correctly. So that's another funny name.
I like Intercourse, Pennsylvania.
Oh, is there? You should
What'd
look
you
up.
say, Brian?
You should look up Penn Island.
Dude, trust me, I was in middle school at one point. We had computers, all right.
Damn.
Or meatspin.com.
Oh, there you go.
Hey, John, while we're off topic for a second, what do you think? How do you think your Lakers are going to do tonight?
You suck. I hate the Lakers.
Sorry, I gave it to David Corona last night. I figured.
Oh man, whatever. Dude. I'm a Warriors fan. I know my team is not good this year, but I hate the Lakers. I can tell you a million stories. I'm not going to bore anybody, but I cannot stand the Lakers. Can't. And their fans. We have 17 rings. We're the Niners of the basketball community.
We got David McNiner in the house.
What's up, David McNiner?
Drop this link. See if he wants to come on.
I have a question for you real quick.
Yeah.
So, or I don't know who knows it, but so on YouTube, like say if you can click on my profile or even your own, and then, it shows your recent videos, and then it says channels, and then next to that it says community. Why would people have that hidden?
Why would they have that hidden?
I believe you can go on YouTube and you can make that private or public.
But so why would all these podcasters keep it private? Is what
I think a lot of people don't know all the ins and outs on it.
Because this is. Go ahead.
It used to not be an option for some people. Like it used to be like right now, of the old rules, I shouldn't be able to use my community tab because I don't have enough subscribers, I believe.
Yeah.
But they changed it.
Yeah. The community tab used to be you needed to be monetized. You needed to be 4,000 watch hours, 1,000 subs. But then there's a guy. He's not a guy. He's my boy BPS. He messaged me about a year ago that they changed the rules that now you needed 500 subs to open the community tab. Now I think it's like 100 subs and you can have that community tab. So a lot of people don't know about it.
No,
they don't know about the new rules because YouTube changes their rules every hour.
Joe's got something to say. I think he's got one already.
Dude, I can literally do it.
Okay, so it's free off the get now.
Yeah.
But the reason being is somebody might have never used it, never needed to. I don't know. I use mine, so I don't know what podcasters don't. I think you should be using them.
Well, no, like yours doesn't show either, Ryan, and that's my point. Is for months, and I haven't brought it up in a while, but out of everybody I follow, Basher's the only one that I can see who he's following. I can't see all of them. I know it's not all of them, but I can only see Basher's and Ted's. Everybody else's is hidden. So if you guys are podcasters and you guys don't always go together,
community tab's different from who we're following. Community tab is what you're like. If I'm writing a message like, "Hey, I've got a show with Joe on Wednesday."
No. I'm sorry, not the community, the channel button or whatever you call it. So if I go to Basher's and I hit channel, I can see who he subs to, and then I can look at them, and then I can add people, and that's what I did, and that's how I found some people. But nobody other than Ted, those are the only two that are, you know what I'm saying? So like if you guys, because you guys were talking about Cowboy the other day, so I went and looked him up, but I would have already known who he was if I could see you guys. If everybody opened their crap up who they follow, you guys will get more followers from each other. You know what I'm saying?
Well, like for me, I watch a lot of Batman stuff, a lot of cartoon stuff, superhero stuff. I have like maybe 800 comic books in my house. So, I mean, like I watch a lot of different stuff that might not be necessarily what other people want to like follow or, so like, for me, I keep that personal, private. So I don't know about everybody else, but.
My little nephew watches Elmo on my YouTube on my computer, so I don't know if I'd want everybody being like, "What the fuck is this guy doing watching Elmo?"
And like, think about this: like, my channel's called No Border Sports, right? So what if I'm sitting there? I've got political leanings. You know what I'm saying? What I don't want people necessarily seeing what political content creators I may or may not be following. You know what I'm saying? Because that's not what this channel is about. You know what I'm saying? Like. I don't care. I don't want anybody talking about politics in the chat or, this or that, really. You know what I mean? Because this is not why we're here. We're here for sports. We got enough issues agreeing over sports. Religion and politics is just way too much.
Wait.
If I like Taylor Swift, that's my business, okay? No one else.
Right.
No, but I'm just saying for like, because I have other stuff too, and I don't care who sees it, but I'm saying for the people that are like, I need more subs, this and that. You know what I mean?
Okay, so I think I know what he means. I went to Bashar's channel to look at it. Those channels, he features them on his page. No one can see, like I can't see, anyone who they're subscribed to. That's private. YouTube has it for a reason, but I can put like Corey's channel, Brian's channel, No Border Sports channel, the Seahawks. I can put David if he has a channel, CarCast. I can do that if you guys let me do that.
Can you check mine? Because I
think that's what you're talking about. Because those are features that I can customize and all that stuff. But like I personally don't know who's following who. Because that's personal, like, and I think YouTube, also protects that. So I think that's what you mean, because the only channel that's featured, that's called feature page, is my page for my promotion. So I think that's what you're trying to say.
Yeah, because I checked mine on my alt and I could see all my subs. So I thought, why doesn't everybody do that? And then it wouldn't be so hard for me to find other because that bracket, I didn't know half the people on the bracket, and I'm like, how can I find these guys?
Because most of them don't have YouTube channels. They're actually like they write articles and such. But let's say hi to our new people who joined the show here. What up, David McNiner? What up, Damian Lee?
Hey, David McNiner.
Going on, fellas?
What's up, people? What's up?
I heard someone was talking about trading Brandon Ayuk for Joey Bosa.
Okay, I'm down with that.
Hold on,
Brian.
Hold on. It was Debo for Joey Bosa.
And I threw it out.
No.
Yeah.
Well, number one, cap. When it comes to cap space, if we trade Debo for him, we're taking a huge cap hit, and taking on a huge cap that we just don't have space for. But number two, I don't know. I think we got the good Bosa, because Joey Bosa is good and everything, but the whole availability is the best ability, and Joey Bosa's had a few injuries, so the whole staying on the field thing. If he was reliable, stay on the field, I might just be down for that.
Nick Bosa and Joey Bosa just unsubscribed to David McNiner.
Hey,
want to say
guys,
shout out to Wolfcast. Shout out Wolfcast.
Wolfcast. What's up?
I was the first
I
one.
haven't seen you for a while.
So imagine, guys, if we was to make this trade, right? Say hypothetically, BA goes down to LA to the Chargers, and we get Big Brother Bosa, right? Big Bear, right? 97 can be split in half. Big Brother can take 9. Little brother can take 7. We can have 9 and 7 coming at you on both sides. It'll be like 97 Bosa at one. You'll be seeing double vision. Let's make it happen.
Can we agree? Can we agree that if this scenario was going to happen, where we're going to trade either BA or Debo for Joey Bosa, that it has to be BA because of contract?
Yes, that's why I threw out BA.
That's we have to make an agreement right here, because really I don't think it's worth talking about Debo at all, because we can't restructure enough contracts to make that happen.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
So this will be my hypothetical, to get Joey Bosa. Money wise, the only person that we can save money, for the Niners and still pay, Nick Bosa, is to get rid of Trent Williams or Fred Warner.
Ooh, no.
Those are the only two options for that to happen. Unfortunately, we can't trade Debo because of the $28 million cap hit, which sucks. I mean, the dead money. But those are like 3 players that will make sense, because Brandon Ayuk is still making that rookie salary, which I think is like barely $4 million. So it wouldn't help out.
Which we might even be, which I believe we would still be accountable for.
Yeah.
And so you're talking about paying Brandon Ayuk, for $4 million, and then we'd get Joey, and we'd have to pay Joey.
How about this is a non-hypothetical question. Would you guys really want him? He's like a total bozo.
No.
I can't.
No.
I mean, I can't. I don't mind Nick Bosa. I hate playing him, but I can't stand Joey Bosa. Like, after bitching about the officials and stuff.
The reason I think it might be interesting is because his brother kind of seems like he isn't a Niner hater. He definitely supports his brother. Both of them train together. I think they kind of like dream that, one day maybe playing together. If it ever happens, I think they'd definitely be down for it. That's why I think the jersey change could happen. But I don't know if his attitude would necessarily be right for the team either. And his contract, the amount of money he wants. But man, if you could play with your brother and win a Super Bowl, wouldn't you do it?
Well, didn't you? He's definitely not.
No. We don't do that. We don't do that.
Joey Bosa could do that if he's willing to take a huge pay cut, and he ain't gonna do that.
But that's what I said.
That's
why I said that. I was like, if you could play with your brother and win a Super Bowl, wouldn't you think about that? I know I would.
Brian, what makes you want Joey Bosa? What does he? I mean, he's past his prime. What is he good at?
I think he would be decent on our team. He'd be probably that missing key. But no, you're right. He's old.
We have enough decent players, though. We have enough decent players. We got a Super Bowl roster right now. We need all-star elite talent right now.
I think both Bosas could give it to us, but and again, I think that's their dream.
But also at a big cost to our offense. I think if we wanted to right now, I believe we could restructure CMC and probably go out and get Yannick Ngakoue without having to trade away Brandon Ayuk. Do you mind if I get another person's perspective real quick on this? Let's get Joe's outsider opinion as to what he would think in this situation.
Like I said, no, Joey Bosa is definitely not a Niner hater. You guys saw the video of him talking shit to the Eagles fans before the game. He was in a Niners jacket and everything, right? You guys see that?
Yeah.
Because I'm rich, bitch. I can pay my fine. Yeah, that kind of turned me off a little bit of him.
Yeah, that elitist mentality.
And then, honestly, instead of Ngakoue, what do you guys think about Clowney?
No.
You don't
No.
think so?
Remember what you
No.
told me? How are you trying to pass that on me after, what was it, 2 weeks ago? You were like, yeah, he only had 3 good games. You're only going to get like 3 good games a season out of him. I thought we were cool, Joe.
No, but surrounded by that much talent. I mean, Clowney was the feature guy for our team, but maybe surrounded by that much talent, maybe it could work out.
He had that in Houston.
I know, like everywhere he's been, he's either been hurt or he's a toxic player because everywhere he goes, there's a reason why, like, he's always a free agent or why he's always traded. And I don't know how many teams he's been on the NFL. So there's a reason why, like, and I don't even think he wanted to go to Houston. So, you know,
Ngakoue has been on like 3 teams in the last 3 years, bro.
Yeah.
Joey Bosa is like the, John Gotti of football.
Oh, shit. Oh,
Wow.
your analogies to people, I love them, Damien. I love them. I'm Palpatine. If anybody doesn't know, I'm Palpatine. And that's because of Damian Lee. So, shout out to Valix. Prime Sports want to say shout out.
Shout out to Valix, my boy. He's actually a very level-headed Cowboys fan. He criticizes his team. He hates his fan base. He's a good dude.
Sorry.
He's a good dude.
Cowboy fans.
Hey, I did want to ask you another thing. I heard somebody else say it, so I can't take credit for it. But Ezekiel Elliott.
Oh, here we go.
So do you think he's going to test free agency as a halfback or a center this offseason?
He's going to test. Can I get that one? 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 Can I get that one?
Yes. Yeah.
He's going to test the free agent on sleep mattress beds because he lays on his back.
Sleep
So as a
number. What's
center,
your number?
I
What's
keep
your number?
telling you, Damien, he qualifies for that. You know that guy you see in the street that's dancing around holding the sign for the store? He qualifies for that.
You don't think he's good for sleep number mattress? You lay on your back and you good.
Well, he did get put on his back by Jimmy Ward, so that's he probably would be good for that.
Dude, I couldn't.
Or he can go to the next Star Wars movie.
What?
You don't even need a costume.
Star Wars.
He's like the Ewok of football.
Yeah.
Guys are hella funny. Yeah.
Damien, that is a good one.
Well, I actually suggested crossing guard for Ezekiel Elliott at one point, but them kids will just run him right over.
I think the Cowboys were actually listening to you and they thought pulling guard instead of crossing guard, but then they just settled for center. And it didn't work out as well.
I'm telling you,
Hey,
I can't unsee Ezekiel Elliott as Wicket from the Ewok movie. You know what I'm saying? The little kid walk around with the girl all the time. That's Ezekiel Elliott, bro.
Hey, if I was Zeke, I would just cut my losses and try out for kicker.
See, you guys are talking all this shit, and then he's going to come to San Fran as a kicker, and you guys are going to be like, "Oh, you know what? Zeke's the best."
No.
I'll have a jersey. It'll be hanging up in my closet.
No, hold on, Joe. If that happens, we are going to blame Bryant.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Bryant, did you clear your card out?
Not yet, because there's still a potential. There's a possibility. Okay, so there was a theory at the beginning.
okay.
There was a theory at the beginning of the show. This could
What
just be
up?
a cramp leg. Okay, so this could be pressure putting on, the Niners putting on Robbie Gould. Are you going to sign with this, or do you want to go elsewhere? Because we got this guy over here from Carolina. We're looking to be the new, California Panthers. All right, we got like 4 or 5, Panther players now, right? So with that happening, Robbie's either going to go somewhere else, which is fine, and I'll delete my cart, and I'll cry in the dark. That's fine. No one will have to see it. Or he's going to re-sign with the Niners because this trade doesn't mean anything. It's a 2025 pick. It's a comp pick. We're not going to sign 11 players on our team. We're never going to sign 11 players. And when I was watching training camp, like back here in Stockton, they always had 4 or 5 kickers in camp. They had 4 or 5 quarterbacks in camp. Not everybody makes the team, so I'm not worried. But if he can boot it, let's go. I'll get his jersey.
Hey, real quick, I want to give a shout out to the Straight Out of the Bay 49ers talk. They got a show going on Monday nights at 8:00, I believe. Rich, you want to put down what time on Monday that show is? I believe it's 8:00. Also, if you couldn't tell, that's Rich Keltz from Keltz Chronicles, which Joe, I don't know. First thing, everybody on the Straight Out of the Bay talk would be a great guest if you ever wanted to invite them. They're really good. Bay Area ballers, very knowledgeable. Rich Keltz, just a good dude. In fact, 8-year-old Papa Willie's, I believe, Rich. I seen something on Twitter today. He was an 8-year-old Papa Willie's.
He says a lot. I had a Rich on my show.
Yeah, I mean, there's Amin, there's Rich, there's Jay, there's Eric. All of those guys are great, and each one of them have their own show. And you can go to each one of their shows, and they have their own energy. And when they come together, I mean, like it is lightning in a bottle. I'm very happy that they're Diner collaborators.
Yep, they're a good show.
And Ryan, can I give a shout out to? I want to give a shout out to the Rams for not losing a player today.
Fucking guy.
Really? They didn't?
Want to say shout out to Joe E. Want to say shout out to Little Spongy.
Spongy.
I believe Little Spongy is by way of Platform 246, another good content creator you should go and check out.
Shout out Lawrence.
Yep, shout out Lawrence.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, like, how many 49er content creators do you really think? I would have to speculate and say there's at least 40 that I can think of that are like mainstream or that's got more than 100 subscribers.
Bro, there's like no Seahawks content creators.
Yeah, bro. He was, bro. Sam Dog. He tried to hit up Sam Dog. Sam Dog left him on red. Like,
bro, every one of them leaves me on red. I feel bad.
Well,
like I feel like I'm annoying them, but whatever. What are you gonna do?
Like, there are like not as much like compared to the 49ers. I think there's the last I checked was maybe like 6, 7, maybe who have channels more than 1,000. But yeah,
I don't even care. I'm one of those guys. I do not care about that. I just want to find somebody cool to talk with. You know?
So
bingo, content's better than subscriber.
Well, it doesn't necessarily matter about your subscriber, amount, because sometimes you put 1 or 2 minute videos and then 6,000 people watch it and they subscribe to your, that's a different type of platform. That's a different type of content creator. So again, it goes on to like what you're trying to put out there, what type of channel you want to be. But there's a lot of good content out there if you look around. But yeah, there's a lot more Niner content creators than I can think of any other team. The only thing
I'm not gonna lie, I don't mind sticking out like a sore thumb with you guys on Friday nights. I think it's pretty fun.
Yep.
And since it's not so vitriol, you know what I'm saying? Then you can actually like get stuff done. Essentially, we can actually like bounce things off of you. Like we're talking about Jadeveon Clowney. You know what I'm saying? Like we're peeping out your information on your team. You know what I mean? And you're like, hey, you know what I mean? Like how you were. Hey, what's up with Al-Shaair? I was like, bro, you want him? You want him? You want him?
Yeah, I was wondering about Al-Shaair. He went to Tennessee though, right?
Yep.
That was kind of an under the radar deal. I didn't hear like a whole bunch of people. I mean, obviously it was right when all the big shit was going on at the same time.
I don't know if many teams in the league really knew what was on the table there. I knew 2 teams knew exactly what the fuck was on the table, and they were both going after him. You know what I'm saying? Well, I mean, like Houston and Tennessee, they were both.
Dude, I mean, he killed us. So
he's straight.
I thought that Greenlaw is pretty solid too. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. People always talk about Warner, but nobody. It seems like nobody, at least from what I hear, I'm not in like you guys, but yeah, Greenlaw's solid too.
I gotta say that's some bullshit. I'm sorry, Kilts. He went through all that trouble and didn't get to find out if it could or not. That's some bullshit.
Oh, a wheelie.
Yeah.
Willie.
Yeah. So shout out to Rich. He's not that same guy. He's found his peace in life. He's found his center, and it's with God, and there's nothing wrong with that. And he's got his path and he is on it. And my hat's off to the man. You know what I mean? Because it takes a lot to be able to get yourself in a situation like that where you think like this is how things are done, and then you gotta like pull your head out of your ass and pull yourself out of the situation and go, now I gotta do things totally completely different, and I can't mess up. And the man's like just he breathes it,
Okay,
lives
Ryan.
and breathes it. What up?
Can you tell that to Jerry Jones? Tell him that.
Can I tell Jerry Jones that? No, Jerry Jones is a piece of shit who says the hard R. The only good thing about Jerry Johnson, Damien, I swear he's got a secret room where he can go in and just yell it at the top of his lungs and he won't get in trouble. And then he goes back out. Like I'm sure like right before he was, about ready to sit down and do the Dak contract, he probably hated the fact he was going to pay, and he was in the room just screaming his head off, and they came out and was like, okay, my hand don't get cramps writing checks. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't like Jerry. The only thing I like about Jerry is he bought his own stadium. He didn't put that burden on the people. Other than that, he could kick rocks.
You mean Levi South? You mean Levi South?
Sorry.
Levi South.
Yeah.
Levi's Texas South.
Third Coast Levi's.
Levi's Southeast.
No, that's MetLife. We own that stadium.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm done.
Yeah, MetLife need to fix that turf over there. MetLife needs to fix that turf,
bro. Like, can the rest of the league can we all just chip in? You know what I mean? Like, everybody's like, hey, we all got to play here at least in the next 4 years. How about we all just like throw in a couple mil, and at least nobody will lose their ACL, during the games.
Hey,
or two,
How
one
many
right
teams
after another,
win
essentially.
games- How many teams win games at MetLife combined with the Jets and the Giants? How many teams win games per season?
30.
Combined.
30.
3?
30 win games. There's only 2 that don't.
Oh,
The Giants and the Jets.
I'm just reading up on the Rams just
Whoa,
to see if
whoa.
they've even done anything.
Da-
Oh,
okay?
it's
David.
Robot David. Beep boop 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 bop bop.
Whoa. Yeah, it was bad.
Here we go again.
I'm sorry, bro. You might want to go reset things and come back in. That was bad.
Yo, what do you guys have? All you guys been to Levi Stadium? Because I have heard not great things about it.
Yeah, see, I am from San Francisco. I miss Candlestick Park, F Levi Stadium. That's how I feel about it.
I've been to both stadiums. I've been to Levi's, and I liked it.
I'm very sad, and can't help it. But I've only been to Levi's. I've been to Oakland Coliseum. I missed out on going to Candlestick, but I've been to Kezar. I've been to different parts of San Francisco. But I come from not necessarily the richest family, but a very noble family, I'd like to say, and a very proud family. But my dad, when the Raiders and the Niners got to come back and play for the first time since the Raiders back to Oakland, my dad made sure that my whole family got to go see that preseason game. So that was a lot of fun.
That's awesome. I've only been to one stadium.
Testing. How's my sound now?
There you go.
Sound good.
So
Sound a lot
what
better.
happens? What happens is I have way too many Bluetooth going on. That's what happens. Like I have my phone hooked to another set. I got this thing hooked to a set. I got I think my TV in the other room was hooked up too. I had to go unhook it.
Oh wow.
But yeah, I have a big old Bluetooth crossover going on.
Also, Joe, one thing you don't know about me, like I grew up in a place called Daly City, the Cow Palace, which is like minutes, like a few minute drive from where I live to Candlestick Park. So that was my childhood. I got to work at that stadium for many years. I found a bunch of pictures, earlier today, but it was part of my childhood, part of my life. So that's why it hurts a lot. And the location, which is Santa Clara, and Rudy, that's the only thing he gets right. Santa Clara, which is technically a few miles away from San Jose, which is the South Bay.
Mhm.
So it's stupid because there are a lot of teams that don't play, but they're like a few miles away from, the city. Us, we're almost about 50 miles away from the location that says San Francisco.
I think the Bears are about to do that too. I think they're going to move 40 miles away from Chicago.
And see,
You
now
guys
I
see
know
that too?
3 Bear. No, actually, I know 4 Bear fans. One is delusional, but the other 3 says that they're just going across, like basically outside the county line, which is technically still in Chicago. But I don't know if that's true. I've never been to Chicago, but that's what they tell me.
It's just a very sad thing. You look at it, you really look at it. You have Dallas. They don't play in Dallas. They play in Irvington. You have the
No,
Washington.
they play in Arlington, right down the street from me. They play right down the street from my house.
Yeah. So then, like, we now play in Santa Clara. You have multiple, the New Jersey Giants and Jets. It's come on, like how many teams play outside their city? So should they be renamed? Or I know Damien, you have a lot of points to that. So it's like it's sad because the city grows and the team was there at one time, but then they get pushed out. Or they grow too big to be able to stay there. So I just don't agree with it. I don't. It really rubs me bad. And I almost want the Niners to say that they're not the San Francisco 49ers. They're the California 49ers. Or they can still be the San Francisco 49ers, but that SC stands for California. Like whatever. I mean, like I don't want them to change their name, but I just want them to put some credit where they're at.
Yeah.
I asked Rudy when y'all going back to St. Louis.
One thing I liked about Candlestick.
Oh, that's a horrible picture, little Spongy. That's horrible. You're bad.
One thing I liked about Candlestick was, it was hard to kick field goals in that place. It was hard,
Yes.
Yeah, because that area was windy.
If you're not used to that area, used to that condition out there, most field goal kickers missed field goals.
Even if you were used to it, you still didn't know what the hell was going to happen until you kicked the ball.
Opposing teams hated playing at Candlestick. They say, "Oh man, we have to play at Candlestick Park. We're gonna lose." They hated playing there. And also, it is true.
I didn't feel that way personally.
And see, I also
using the AFC. You were in the AFC
most of the time.
Also, what Corey says is true. Like, kicking the football at Candlestick Park was very tricky because of the grass, and so kickers really had to practice to get that ball. And I forgot who was the kicker during the Harbaugh era. I remember one time he made 50 consecutive field goals.
So Andy Lee?
Yeah.
No, that was a punter.
Oh, wait, no, yeah. Is it Akers?
Oh yeah.
No, Andy Lee.
I remember that kicker says he said that I used to, dude, that was hard, making those 50 kicks in a row. I don't know how I did it. So that was fun.
Well, see, the thing is the wind blows off of the coast right there, right? And it's like a sheer wind that just comes right over the bowl, which causes a whole bunch of weird turbulence down inside. And so, it could be a nice sunny day and you'll still be cold there. You know what I mean? It's the kicks. One kicker said he looked up, he took his steps, right? He looked up, did his little arm thing, checked to make sure it's good, right? Looked down. And then he went to go look up again, and the flag was blowing the exact opposite direction as when he was just looked up. So within the course of a second and a half, the wind had moved on the flagpole from going one direction clearly to the next one. And he's like, how the fuck do you know what I'm saying? What the fuck?
Yep. Yeah.
His little arm thing. I love it. That's how you aim, man. You don't aim with your leg, you aim with your arm.
But
We
so
see you.
so Damien mentioned the Rams on it. Made me look into their news. Has anyone heard of Colton Shelton?
Nope.
Yeah, is
Hold
that
on.
guy the Rams just signed?
Give me
I
1
don't
second.
even know what position he plays. Like,
Let's welcome little Spongy in first.
What up,
before we switch
Sponge?
Another topic.
Little spongy.
and tell Spongy that is one that pitcher is the second our season ended.
Yeah, that's,
Come on,
that's
man.
horrible, man. Horrible.
Come on, man.
It's okay though. Hey, look,
We can take it. We can take it.
bro. Who knows?
Brett
I have a
Maher
fe-
can kick.
Brett
What?
Maher King. We don't have Brett
Who?
Maher.
What'd he say?
We were talking about kicking earlier, so I was like,
That game was hilarious. Where Brett Maher missed all those. That was hilarious.
Dude. And then you got Jerry Jones coming down the game, right before our game, so he can talk to Brett Maher about like, hey, I just want to let you know I believe in you. It's like you've never come down and talked to me ever before in front of the beginning of a game. You've never done this, and now you're
All
gonna
that
come
good.
down now and tell me you believe in me. It's obviously you don't believe in me and that you're here. You know what I'm saying? Like Jerry Jones is an idiot.
See, that just makes Bashar right. We don't need kickers in the game no more. Just 2-point conversions.
No, that's not true.
Yeah,
No,
that
that
kicker.
sucks, dude.
How do you miss
If you get rid of
4
kickers,
5
right?
extra points?
If you get rid of kickers, what are we going to call the game? Arm ball?
Well, Brian's just pissed because if we get rid of kickers, he's not going to have any jersey to buy for the next
Right?
season.
Shout out to Bashar.
I mean,
Hold up.
right?
I have a serious question here.
Okay.
Then when it comes to the last second field goal to win the game, you're not going to be able to do that. You're going to have to throw a Hail Mary to the end zone every time.
Mhm.
I
Drop
think
kick
kicking.
Right?
by the quarterback.
I think kicking really has a part in this game,
Yeah.
and I think we're just gonna see it get better because as like punting, even punting has almost become exciting now because of how people can different kicks they got in their arsenal. So it's
Yeah.
not like every kick is going to be a crazy kick. They don't do it like that. They kind of keep it in reserve, so no one ever knows where it's coming. It's not a lot of tape on the ball. You know what I mean? No one can see it, moving, how it moves, so they could kind of try and depict on how it's going to go. So then they, oh, I think we really need a play right here. Okay, use your banana ball. Boom, there we go. When it comes to kicking like Jake Moody and stuff like that, somebody like that might start changing the game a little bit. Because with his range and consistency, like what if we can't do like a drop kick? You know what I'm saying? Like, what if they bring that back? And you are on 3rd and 10, or 3rd and 15 or something, and you're like, well, I don't want to punt this and that, but maybe you could do like a pass fucking punt option, the pass fucking drop kick option. You know what I mean? Where it's like, oh, I don't got nothing. Boom, let's kick it. Let's get 2 points right here. And then they got to kick the ball back off to us. You know what I'm saying?
I remember this actually happened. Just Google it. I don't know if it was like the 2010, 2011 season, but they're in field goal range, the Patriots. And Bill Belichick, the mind of, how he
Doug
calls the
Flutie.
plays.
Doug Flutie. We talked about it earlier.
No. I'm talking about, so they lined up Tom Brady to kick a field goal on 1st down. And he missed it so badly. And then the referee says, 2nd down. Tom Brady did it again. He kicked it so awful. Then on 3rd down, they sent the offense up there, and Tom Brady throws a dime for a touchdown.
Bro,
So
there
everyone
ain't no
was
way
wondering,
that happened.
why did he do that?
Oh,
Why
I'm
did
going to
he
have
do
to
that?
go Google that. That's
Yeah.
the GOAT kicked a field goal. I'm going to
No. He didn't make the field goal. He was. I don't know what. But then Bill Belichick said this is the reason why kickers don't matter. After he was asked that question, he said that I got the GOAT. I didn't need my kicker because Tom Brady can do it all. And he
That does not sound like anything Bill Belichick has ever said.
No way.
that
If
happened.
you
I'm
miss
not
2
lying.
kicks,
I'm not lying.
If you miss
If you
2
miss,
kicks
it's
in
a
a row,
change of
you can't
possession.
do it all. You can't do it all if you miss 2 kicks in a row, and then you
No,
go
but
out there and throw it on your third chance
it was a
and score
joke.
touchdown.
It was a joke saying that, as long as I have Tom Brady, I don't need to kick the football.
And then for that statement, how many times did the Patriots and Tom Brady and Bill Belichick win a Super Bowl with a kicker?
I don't know.
Two.
4.
I mean, come on, that don't make no sense.
I
you know.
know.
I mean,
I'm
I hear you, John. I
messing with
love you,
Brian.
John. I hear you, but that don't make no sense. That really don't, because the Patriots.
I know.
That
they
story's
don't
not
win Super
true.
Bowls with touchdowns. They win Super Bowls with field goals.
No, that actually happened. I was watching the NFL Red Zone, I think in 2010 or 2011, and they were like, the most bizarre thing happened in the NFL. It's first down during field goal range, and I think they sent out a kicker, and he missed it. And I didn't know that you can kick as many times, first down, second, third, even fourth.
I think it's a change of possession if you miss it.
No.
Yes, it is. So wait, John, did Tom Brady kick the field goal, or was
No.
kicker who went out?
No, Tom Brady didn't kick the field goal, but the all right. So here's the thing that really happened. They're in field goal range, and they sent out the kicking team, and the kicker missed it, and everyone thought, all right, so it's change of possession. Then the referee says it's still Patriots ball. Then Bill Belichick is confused.
That's not right.
Bill Belichick
that's not
is
right.
confused.
That's illegal.
Then they go for it. They go for a kick again. And it's third down, and then Tom Brady throws a touchdown. I forgot
Once you
what
kick
year.
the ball,
Once
you kick the ball, you change possession. You either score or you change possession.
You know what? No, he sounds something like he's right, because I remember they say if you go for it right now, you still get another possession of the ball. If you go for it, you kick it, you go for it, and say somebody blocked the kick, or
Yeah, but if they blocked it and you recovered it.
Yeah, so it's like a turnover. Like say, they block the kick, the defense. It's a turnover. So no matter what.
no. See what I'm saying? They say if you messed it up, you do. If you go for it like on second down or first down, you still get your downs, even though you missed it.
I don't think so.
No. Okay, only if you fake it. Only if you fake it. So like that, what I understand is just like if I go out there to kick, Corey, and it's first down, and I don't like they're rushing in on me, I could drop down and we still have the ball, and then I can kick it again.
But once that ball hits your foot.
Yeah, once I kick that ball with my foot, it's your ball or I'm scoring, and I'm either scoring. But I could be wrong. But I'm gonna.
I heard announcers say that
unless the other team takes possession and then loses possession of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Correct.
I heard announcers say that.
Because I think once it passes, if I'm correct, I think once it passes the line of scrimmage, then it's essentially not your ball anymore, and it's like you've relinquished your right to the ball to the other team at that point.
But then,
no.
Yeah, no.
Well,
you're right.
well, at the end of the day, there's a lot of rules that in the NFL we don't know, and I was surprised myself because it was a first down play. They were in field goal range. So it was first down. Why were they kicking it? Like maybe Bill Belichick was trying to do something. The kicker missed it, and then the referee said it's still Patriots ball, and it really stunned me. I was so shocked. So
yeah, I wish I knew what game that was because
I know I'm trying to find it right now, but I remember I saw that live.
I believe you, John. I really do. I know you got the knowledge, but now I'm interested. I'm trying to Google it on my little phone. I can't find it.
But I think the reason why like the drop kick got taken out is because if you scored, you got like 2 points, and they got to kick it off to you. You got like 2 or 4 points or something like that.
I thought it was just 3.
Ryan, the drop kick's 1 point.
The drop kick was 1 point. Oh yeah, but then they got to kick it off back to you, so you got the ball back again.
No, you kick it off. It's like a score. It's a touchdown or like a field goal. You kick it off to the other team. It's just instead of you going for like 3 right then, or you going for a touchdown real quick.
I thought they had it to where it was a safety afterwards, where it was like they had to kick it off to you because that's why you're going in there. You're not getting very many points.
Next week, I'm coming in with the NFL rule book. I'm going to Barnes and Noble.
Hey, that's good.
Do it. They're all closed up here.
But it's gonna be the updated version, the 2023. You know what I'm saying?
You know what
Okay.
I want them to go
What?
back to? I keep on saying this. I want them to go where the kickoff is live. The ball's live. You cannot let the ball hit the ground.
Yeah, I know.
You
I didn't
have
like
to
that.
catch it. You have to catch it. You can't say, "Oh, they're catching, let it hit the ground." Because back then, when they used to go down, the ball hit that ground. It's live for the people that just kick the ball can go in there, recover it, and get a touchdown.
But it
Yeah,
still
I
has to clear 10 yards, right?
Oh yeah, it's
Yeah, it has to
10
clear 10
yards.
yards, and it has to be in the end zone for them to
It
just
goes
let
to the
it
end
go.
zone. It goes to the end zone. You know how right now the ball go in the end zone. They go like the defenders. They look at it and let it hit the ground. Back in my day, you could not let that ball hit that ground. You had to catch it. Only you could catch it. You had to catch it. And if you want you can go to your knees. You don't have to run it out, but you could go to your knees and give up. But if you drop that, if that ball hit that ground, it's live.
Yeah, that only started 2 years ago.
Well, then
So
Ray
they-
would fumble.
What do you think
Is-
about 4 points for 50 field goals over 50 yards?
I don't like
No,
it.
No,
4 points for field
no,
goals over
no.
60 yards.
Okay.
no, you don't change field goals. No.
Well, wait.
The points are what they are. You know,
But-
you have your 2 points.
60
You
though?
No, because at that point, then what? We're just gonna have a kicking game. Then we're playing soccer.
We
No.
already
There we
do.
Every
No.
team just goes out there and kicks
I
60
agree.
back and forth. No, come on.
Well,
Yeah,
what
no,
hap-
but think of the field possession, or think of the field position though. If you miss that,
Yep.
you're screwed.
Yeah, yeah.
Not
if
just
you
that, but
missed
it also
but-
put priority on people who have a leg. Also, it changed it changes the dynamic up. What about, like the 49ers a couple
The
years
only
ago?
way-
If we had a kicker with a longer leg,
the
you know what I
only
mean? And
way-
we're coming down. Hold on, Bryant, hold on. And we're coming down and we're always stalling out in the end, going to get 3. Why not just come and, kick a field goal from certain distances and get 4 points instead of 3?
This ain't soccer. This is not soccer.
Thank you, Damien. Thank
Yeah,
you.
it's football.
So the only way Justin Tucker made that kick was like a miracle, right? 68-yard field goal. The only reason he hit it was because the ball bounced back into it. No one is going to be able to hit 68 yards.
Okay,
So
Brian, how about this? It was
Put it out there at
66 yards.
70 yards.
We said 60.
Right, but so
Brian.
you put it out there at 60 or 70 yards, and you put a 4-point advantage on it, and teams start going out there and kicking back and forth.
No way.
You change it. You
I
change it.
bet you the
out
amount
there.
of kicks, because teams are going to try and get up and get touchdowns. And it's not like kicking from 60 is a guaranteed with anybody. So you know what I mean? There's risk in it. It's good at this and that, but in certain situations, it might be a way that somebody who is smart and is positioned or set up their team in a certain way could take advantage of it and win a game.
I like
That's
the
Baltimore
topic.
Ravens.
I
That's
like the
that's
topic.
Tucker.
I really do, but that's like changing the name from football to arm ball. I mean,
It's not.
let's just keep it at 3 points for a field goal. Right now the average is 60 yards or 60.
Did you like do you like the 2-point conversion?
I do if I'm a Pittsburgh Steelers fan.
Okay,
And I
so
don't-
2-point conversion doesn't that make the NFL now arm ball? So if we were to make a 4-point field goal, wouldn't that make it back to football?
But that's why I like the 49ers because we have a fullback. Not every
Right.
team,
See,
not every team plays the same type of
Right.
offense. That's
Right.
why I like
Right.
the Niners because we run the ball.
You know,
Right. Fullback is not a part of this.
you know what?
No,
It's
no, but think about it.
not
How
in the
many-
equation.
How
Yeah,
many
see-
players, how many teams, right, have a fullback, right? So
Two,
that
3.
again, it changes.
What does that have to do with kicking? What does that have to do with the
So-
4-point?
But when
So-
you're,
so-
when you're
so-
calling
goal.
an arm ball, but just a second, when you're calling an arm ball and you go for a 2-point conversion, right? Are
Yes,
you passing
the-
it every time or are you
the
running
league.
it every time?
The
But
league,
exactly.
the league has
Fullback.
decided there's a 2-point, not the 49ers. So fullback doesn't really matter. We're talking about the league
Mhm.
changed this rule. So the league could change the rule to be a 4-point field goal. So what does that have to do with the 49ers having a fullback?
No,
He said he likes the 2-point conversions because the 49ers have
So,
fullback.
so,
Brian, listen to this, please. You ready? Okay, 65 yards plus 4 points. Can you not get on board with that?
Dude, he's the kicker guy too. Like he doesn't want to give his guys shines. Why are you belittling your guys a little bit more shine to be able to save the game a little bit more than they already do?
Okay, so there's 15 minutes and a quarter, right? There's
No.
4 quarters.
No. Yeah, I'm just messing with you. Go ahead.
So,
listen to this. Okay, listen to this. Okay, so you know how at the game you say, man, I need a touchdown to win this game, but I don't have enough time on the board. So say you say, I could get it in range for a 40-yard, 4 points, 40-yard field goal, and
No, we're talking 60 though. We're talking 60.
I know.
We're not talking 40.
I know. I mean, 60. I mean, get on the 60. They say, we just drive 60 yards and trying to get the touchdown. That's gonna be hard for us to get. We get on the 60-yard line and kick field goal at 4 points.
Say it's 65. 65.
okay, so my answer to that is I believe it breaks down to mathematics, right? Because how much does a touchdown add up to? 6 points. So ideally that's 2 field goals at this time without a point change, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the extra point's 1 point. So that puts you at 4 points if you think about it, right? Or 7 ideally. So with that mindset, if a regular field goal is 3 points and you go down and score 2, you're not winning the game if someone else scores a touchdown and gets the extra point. So then if you put a field goal further back and you change the point status, what are you going to do next? Change the point status when you throw a touchdown really far?
So
I mean, logically, right? If you throw the touchdown from the 99-yard line, should they not get 7 points?
John, what's your opinion? Because I got a good comeback for you.
See, I have to say 2 things. First of all, the reason why there's a 6 point is because of rugby. Football is a version of rugby. Okay, so that's why it's 6 points, not because the NFL chose that. Okay, so that's the first thing.
No. Originally, it was 7 points for a touchdown, and then they changed it for 6 points for a touchdown, and then you did the extra kick, and then they did it. Well, now you do an extra kick, or you can go for 2.
So basically, rugby has touchdowns, but it's not called that. So that's all I'm trying to say. I really don't care why it's 6 points. I just want to point that out. Now,
rugby kicks field goals too, don't they?
They also kick field goals. So the difference is they don't throw the ball. They play like tackling, like in the trenches. That's how it's different. Rugby and football.
They lateral the ball.
Yeah, so that's how and you can't throw the ball forward. You have to. So
and they do a lot of drop kicks.
Yeah, you can kick the ball as well. Anyway, so if I was the commissioner and say that there were teams that said, what if we like after 60 yards and only in the final 2 minutes, and say you're down by 3 points and you're running out of time, and and the NFL, I think the NFL really hates overtimes, and fans don't really like overtimes. Having a 4-point kick for that situation, and it's not like it's going to happen every game, like every game every week, certain like that. You can spot the ball at the 65-yard line, which will be about the 45. No, it will be the 45 of the other side to try to kick it. And it's very rare that someone like Justin Tucker kicked a 66-yard field goal. The ball had to bounce on 68. The pole. So no, 66. So
68, but okay.
66. Don Burr, that's all I'm going to say. So
I want to say shout out to Payo Time real quick. Shout out Payo Time. Thank you for stopping in. Appreciate you.
Yeah. So you could probably do that. Yes, it's going to be weird, but just like I had this conversation with YTC and his friends. The NFL in 10 years is going to look very different. And that could be something that they could look at. And at this point, I'm starting to just accept the fact that in 10 years, football is not going to be the football that we know. So anything's possible.
Well, there you have it. It's Damian Lee. I want to. He says he trusts in Colton McKivitz like the Titanic trusts the safe journey. Yeah.
Wow. It's too soon.
I don't think it's that drastic, but I'm not saying he can't be wrong because anything can happen on that line. Peo Time's got a great question. Thank you, Peo.
What's up, Peo?
He says, what is your guys' favorite Niners memory from the 2022 season? Joe, you still have to answer this.
Wait, do not let Lil Sponge answer this question.
Oh, Little Sponge get to answer this too.
I think
he's on the panel.
I think his picture on there.
Go ahead,
Lil
know.
Sponge first.
Go ahead, Little Spongy.
Well, the picture.
Can barely hear you.
The picture.
Okay. Well, I can see that. You know, you want to explain why? What did in the game at that moment? What were your feelings like? Was it an automatic? Oh, we got this. It's in the bag, or was it a little bit after that where you're like, oh, I think we got this?
And can we ask you too?
Hold on, Bryant. Let's let Little Spongy talk and get his thing out. What'd you say, Little Spongy?
I was like, we're going to the Super Bowl.
Huh?
I was like, we're going to the Super Bowl.
Okay. At that moment. Okay. Let's go with Joe. Joe, what was your best Niner moment of the year? Your favorite?
Probably the last moment I've been happy. Going into halftime, up 17-16, and then everything after that was kind of a blur. So,
yeah. How many beers did you like when it started going down south? Were you like, babe, will you
first
get
drive
me?
after halftime, I was like, nope, beer time.
Yep.
This is beer 30.
You got to drink this one away.
Actually, not really. I went into that game with super low expectations, anyways. But
That's
it's
kind of good.
The first drive in the second half, I was like, here it goes. Here it is.
I was at my sister's house and I grew my sister up. I raised my sister to be a Niners fan. And she's half Seahawks, half Niners. Her man's I guess she's more of a Seahawks, but she's true to, you know, she was raised on the Niners. So, you know, she's got the appreciation, right? So, but his family's there and everybody in the house is Seahawks fans except for my brother-in-law's father. And he's a Raiders fan, which is, I'm just like, what? You know, because they live up here in Washington. And I'm like, how the fuck are you?
Fans up here, dude.
Yes, there actually is. But I'm like, how the fuck are you a Raiders fan? And he told me the story. I was like, okay, cool. But yeah, everybody was like, I was wearing my gear, and everybody was like, well, you know, I expect you to win, you know what I mean? But I think it's going to be a good game. And I'm like, oh, I think it is too. You guys, I seen you guys trending up, especially your defense. Your defense was trending up. That's why I'm really wondering what's going to happen in the draft. If you guys get to use a couple of them top picks of yours in the draft for your defense, we might have a lot more trouble than we think. But yeah, no, and everybody was like, they were kind of thought they had it. They started to get a little overzealous, and you could tell they were kind of like, you know, thinking they were about to do something. And I'm like, yeah, just wait, bro. Just wait, just watch. Like, it just hasn't happened yet. You kind of got lucky on some things, you know what I mean? That it just some bad timing on some things. So it was like, you know, you guys capitalized. It's you know, it's good, but you can't stick with us long term, because in the second half we make the corrections. Our players, like, it's almost like the first half they're just taking notes and stopping bleeding. You know what I mean? They're going to take damage, they know that, but they're taking notes and stopping bleeding. So in the second half they can just shut everything down. They've got all the notes, they've seen everything they need on, they know what you're doing now. And now you can't do anything. And now it's time to let the offense do their job because you're not doing anything.
Yeah, it sucked.
Brian, sorry, Corey. That's what I'm really excited and really interested to see with this season. because we don't have Brock Purdy and we don't have Jimmy Garoppolo, who's been able to do this for us for the last couple of years. And I'm not trying to pump his horn or anything like that, but the Niners go in.
Sure, you weren't trying to pump his horn?
No, I'm not trying.
You didn't say his name right, Brian.
Was this going to be
I sure hope he's not trying to pump his
hear
horn.
me out.
I think you wanted to take making this multiple choice.
No,
Pick
but-
letter option D.
I'm taking the D here, so hear me out.
Please stop.
He comes out right, and just like you said, the Niners have been able to play first and second quarter and been manageable. We might either go into the with a good lead, or we might go in just under. But with most of the time, we get the ball back at halftime, and we make our halftime adjustments. So it is very interesting if we're going to be able to continue that, because the only thing that's changing right now is quarterback. So I think that's going to be the most interesting thing for the Niners is if we can continue to make the halftime adjustments.
Okay, I want to answer this question right here.
The one I just put up?
No, the other question he asked.
Oh, okay.
Bill Tom asked.
Favorite.
My favorite Niner memory of 2022 was beating the Rams twice. That season.
I was watching
Corey Lockdown Davis with the class. Peo, if you want to, make sure to go out and subscribe to Corey Lockdown Davis. I'm sure you would love his content.
Let's see.
Oh, he has. He even asked this question on my channel, and he said, "Oh, I mentioned that to him." I said,
my favorite memory has nothing to do with the 49ers. Rudy was on my channel. And he was telling a Bears fan, "Trade us Roquan Smith." that was the most dumb, hilarious thing that he said.
Oh my God.
He's like, "Give us Roquan Smith and we'll win the Super Bowl."
What are you guys' favorite moments? Come on.
So
Mine is
go ahead.
Sending the Cowboys packing again.
Did you say Zeke playing center for the Cowboys?
No, that was a good moment.
Oh man, that's good.
But yeah, sending them packing. That was that was my best moment.
All right. My favorite moment of the season was sweeping those pesky sea chickens.
Oh, I knew it was coming.
I knew it was too. I'm already just.
I'm just playing, man. I'm a joker.
No, it's fine. But like I said,
speaking of sea chickens and sea chicken content creators, shout out to Noah, my avatar picture. Shout out to Noah. Squabo says. Yep.
Everybody's doing it.
I have one too.
Yeah,
that was he's paying. You know who Noah is, right, Joe?
Do you know?
He's on the NFC West
roundtable?
Yeah,
he's on a.
Why don't you guys set Joe up with him?
He has his own channel.
I know. Why don't you put in a good word? Why don't you let him know? Hey, there's a Seahawks content creator just hitting the scene. Real good dude. He knows his shit. Fucking send him Joe's way.
I'm gonna send you a link, Joe, so you can hit up this dude, and he'll help you out.
All right.
John Jay's got it. I was gonna look it up too, but John Jay's got it.
Brian, what was your favorite moment?
Well, I have to say two things. I kind of have like a Saturday, like a Mad TV moment. And you guys remember Lower Expectations?
Remember what?
Do you remember Lower Expectations?
Lower expectations. And then the guy puts his hand on the bar fence. It brings it back.
So when you guys were talking about collabing,
Kelly, number 305.
Because Joe, you're better here, man. I mean, all you gotta do is change that jersey, and you're great, dude. But if you're a Seahawk, that's great. Noah, he's good, and there's some other guys out there too. But my favorite moment for the Niners this year, and not to put any shade at you or anything, but it was Purdy's double look, triple look pass. I just thought that was really cool. It didn't matter if it was against the Seahawks or anybody. It was just that pass right there was just like I felt like I was him playing backyard football or something, right? And I'm not that great. So it just that was just what I thought, you know.
Well, and Bryant too. Like, if you were to say it was when the Rams or when the Niners swept the Seahawks, I wouldn't blame you one bit because I felt we never sweep the Rams, right? You guys never sweep the Seahawks. We never sweep the Rams.
I think
And,
we've
I
only
mean,
done
it
it
was
like.
Pardon?
I think we've only swept the Seahawks like 2 or 3 times. So it's not been a lot. It really
Well,
hasn't.
it was a while ago. It was like, back, 2011, before that, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
before we both started in that one period getting good, but the Niners were good before that. So
Yeah,
They're lining it
exactly.
up.
I think 10 and 11 you guys swept us.
And I want to say 2003.
Actually,
Yeah.
no, it wasn't 10 because that was our first game with Pete Carroll and we beat you guys.
I want to
But
say
yeah, I mean, it doesn't happen often. I mean,
No.
usually we own you guys and you
Or
guys
we-
own the
we
Rams.
split.
Oh no.
I think the overall record right now is like 30 and
Oh
19.
no.
What, Damien?
I have a question for the Seahawks
Yeah.
and Joe. Do you feel your team is out of conference?
What? Because we started in the AFC.
There you go. Because like from my point of view is like I grew up. Your rivals were like the Broncos, the
The
Chiefs, Raiders. Our rivals was like the Giants, Cowboys, and Packers.
Do you feel
I
out
never
of
see the
division then?
I never see the Seahawks as our
And
rivals.
Raiders.
And
That's a lie. If you don't, ever since the mid 2000s, if you don't see the Seahawks as a rival, you're on something
No.
else because it's been one of the best rivalries in the NFL.
Well,
In
no,
the
because not
NFL.
even
Since that
TV.
time. Since
Not
that
even
time,
hold up.
since the division
Hold up. Not even TV puts that up. I mean, last year when we played the Cowboys, they hyped the Cowboys and Niners up. They didn't do
Wait.
that.
The
Well,
last
because they get
game,
national attention.
the last game in the 100th season of the NFL was the Seahawks and the Niners. So there was Sunday Night Football. It was like, this is the last game for the season. They decided it was going to be 49ers and against Seahawks in Seattle because that's a better matchup. That's a better game. It's a better game to watch. The Seattle game is a better game to watch than the Santa Clara game because there's so much there, and it's like we've lost there so many times lately that it's like we play harder there, and so do the Seahawks. So I just like
And they're always great games. Like that game we lost, but it ended on the 1 yard line.
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
the
whole game was like back and forth. And the game before that year was I equated it to the movie P.S. I Love You, because you're laughing 1 minute, then you're crying the next, and you're laughing the minute, and then you're crying because no matter what team you were rooting for, you were laughing and crying because it was going back and forth. It was not good for the heart, like the ticker,
Okay, can I go?
Also,
I have that one.
Brian, I don't know if you're listening. You're going to hate me for this, but I'm going to say it anyway.
Man, why do you make me hate you all the time?
I have to say it, dude.
Indirectly,
I'm spitting facts.
directly say
The only
something
reason
without
why
saying my
that
name,
game, the only reason why that game was so important for both teams was because the kicker missed it in the first game.
Okay, did he miss it or was it
Hold on.
blocked? John?
Let's let Damien talk. He was trying to get something out.
Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
I mean, I've heard all that, and y'all gave good speeches, good rhetoric, but when you go historical and you go by rings, the key word is rings. Cowboys and Niners, Niners and Giants, Niners and Packers. That's titles. That's history. Seattle's in the AFC. That's John Elway. That's Steve DeBerg. I mean, I watched those games. I'm almost 50. I've seen those games. When the Cowboys played the Niners last year, the first time we sent them home, they wiped the whole schedule out for that. They didn't do that for the Seahawks and Niners. They didn't do that. They did it for the Cowboys and the Niners. The whole city of Tech, it's different when Cowboys played on. It's different. It's history.
you also have to understand too, though, with the Cowboys, there is such. I get it; they're not on the East Coast, but that is such an East Coast bias, and I will make an argument for you guys and against you, Damien. The only reason that Kyle Shanahan didn't win head coach of the year is because he didn't coach in New York.
He's not a coach. He's OC. He's not a coach. He's an OC. But yeah.
No, just our long snapper. Our long snapper today lost a Twitter thing because in the last second, they were neck and neck. They were neck and neck. And we were pouring in votes. And in the last second, they came through with like 6%. It was crazy. And it was like, New York, you can't. The bias is real, bro. And I thought we ran Twitter. Nope. Shout out to Tabor Snapping.
But
sorry, we couldn't get you that win.
I think Kyle Shanahan should have won head coach of the year. He made it to the NFC Championship game with the third string quarterback. Probably should have made it to the Super Bowl with the third string quarterback. But instead, they're going to give it to this East Coast guy because he won 9 wins with the Giants.
You know who really deserves an award? Whoever was like, yeah, we're going with Brock Purdy. You know what I'm saying? Whoever decided like this is the pick. Whoever decided it came up with that idea, and whoever seconded along the ways, I think they deserve an award because everybody else was scared to draft him because he's not anything like what the league expects was going to produce for anybody. And he came in and he produced. Somebody wasn't scared to take a guess and a bet.
Yeah.
And it paid out.
So
you know what he is? He's Drew Brees.
He could totally be a Drew Brees.
Probably.
He's Drew Brees. He's Drew Brees.
When I saw hold on one second, Brian, I'll let you go. When I saw him get drafted and he was sitting there that night, he was sitting there in his dad's big chair. He had like some cargo khaki shorts on, like a polo shirt or some kind of a sweater on. He looked like he was 40 years old, sitting in his dad's chair, and he's like a 20-year-old dude. You know what I'm saying? I was like, what is going on with this guy? Now it makes sense. He's like, I'm a manifest destiny my career, bro. I'm not waiting for anybody. I'm not doing anything that's going to stop me from making my goals. And that's why he was just sitting in that chair and he was plotting his next move. Like he's already past it. And go ahead, Bryant.
Well, I would like to say I really do enjoy the Seahawk and Niner rivalry, even though you guys have totally dominated us since like 2003. I don't appreciate that, but for the most part, it's been fun, right? You guys have
not very fair, Joe.
When we do,
it's my fault.
When we do win, because like the first time we did win was like I think that I can really remember was like Alex Smith went up there and beat Sean Alexander and Matt Hasselbeck.
Frank Gore ran all over us in prime time. I remember that.
I used to have the newspaper. And Alex Smith I believe he was wearing a red jersey at the time, and 11, and he's just anyways. So what I'm getting at is I agree with what Damien's saying a whole lot is AFC teams and NFC teams maybe shouldn't switch. And I really agree with that because if you think about it, what is the Cowboys? They're the East. Why wouldn't the Cowboys be playing us right now? Like if the division didn't switch and stuff like that, it's like what you guys were just saying. The New York buy-in, keep the Giants, the Redskins, and the Eagles and the Cowboys all together, right? Okay, that's fine. Don't break up that division. But the Cowboys aren't in the East. Mm-hmm. They're the closest thing to us. So ideally, we should be playing the Cardinals, the Rams. Now that, even if the Rams were still in St. Louis, we should be playing the Cowboys, the Rams.
Rams don't have enough players.
We got a little echo.
No, but you know what I'm saying? It should be the Rams, Cowboys, Cardinals in the West against the Niners. Without the AFC changing,
So
Damien. Oh, sorry.
All right. So I remember before the 2002 realignment, the Falcons and the Carolina Panthers, the Cardinals, Niners. I forgot who the other team. Oh, the Rams, I think. Well, anyway, the new alignment that the NFL did, like when you look at the regions, Seattle is in the Pacific Northwest. So geographically, it made more sense than having two teams who are literally in the East. Okay, now the Cowboys they've never been in the East time zone, but the only reason why the location that they are, and they're because the rivalries with the Giants, the Eagles, and the Commanders, or whatever that team's called now.
Trash.
Weird, but anyway. Now, I want to give you my 2 cents.
I'll be right back. Joe's in charge.
I remember. So I remember when Jim Harbaugh was in Stanford and Pete Carroll was in USC, and the first time Harbaugh met USC, they beat him at Stanford. Then the following year, in insult to injury, they beat him at USC
and put 50 on him.
Yeah, so they shook hands, and Pete Carroll said something. And
he said, "What's your deal?" He said, "What's your deal, man?"
So Harbaugh, and anyway, so Pete Carroll first he comes here before Harbaugh, and then that rivalry still intensifies. You can see those coaches don't like him, but then the rivalry kind of fell away because we're being dominant. We were a rebuilding team those years before Kyle showed up. So yeah, you guys beat us, but overall, like to make a real rivalry, both teams have to be good at the same time, have good coaches, and then you can see who dominates everybody. But that's a different conversation for another time. The Cowboys and the Niners, we have history going back to the 70s, the 80s, the 90s. Both teams, in the 2000s, we were kind of awful. The Cowboys were always like going to the playoffs and losing, so that rivalry kind of fell for a little bit until the recent year. But no matter what, the Rams have a more longer and more historical rivalry in the West than the Seahawks. And overall, the NFC, the two teams that everyone talks about is the Cowboys and the Niners. That's my argument. That's my thoughts.
Good job, John. Good job.
John and Damien, can I say something back? Do you feel the hatred when those teams meet? So when the 49ers meet the Cowboys, can you feel the hatred that the players have for each other?
Yes.
Just like as much as when you play us?
No.
So that's what makes a great rivalry. We
feel it.
The Seahawks and Niners don't have that rivalry. We have
it with the Rams.
The Niners and Cowboys, Niners and Packers, and Niners and Giants, those were titles. Those consisted of titles. The Seahawks was 8.
The NFC Championship.
And how many decades was that?
It was 8 years ago.
And how many decades is the other 3 teams? The Giants hurt us. The Packers hurt us. The Cowboys hurt us. We hurt all of them. That's 40 years against your 8.
Oh, yeah. I guess you're right. But
I know.
You act like we had a choice to change divisions. I'm pretty sure.
No. My thing is this: I wish it's not being mean. I just wish that they didn't change it because you know what?
And
the Seahawks should have stayed in the AFC. That would have been better with the Broncos. That would have helped out the Broncos.
If it makes you feel any better, most of us, I think, the older people, not me, obviously, because I'm only 25, right? So I barely remember being in the AFC. But a lot of the older guys, they were pissed that we got moved to the NFC West. We wanted to stay in the AFC West. But, I mean, we've only been around since 76, right? So it was an easy choice to move up.
There was one time that they were talking about moving Seattle back to...
Actually, I lied. So in 1976, we were in the NFC West. In 1977, we moved to the AFC West, and then in 2002, we moved back.
But
Bashar, that is Damian Lee, buddy. And how's it going? I hope you're having a good night.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, Corey.
KFC.
That was my fault.
But back then, not that long ago, they was talking about moving Seattle back to the AFC because if the Raiders would have moved to Los Angeles, that'll put Seattle back to AFC and put the Raiders in NFC.
Well, no, so that was if the Chargers and the Raiders moved, but if if the Rams stayed in St. Louis, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So they didn't want to have two divisional opponents playing in the same stadium.
Same stadium, yeah.
But yeah, they would have done it to us, obviously, right? Because they like to move us around. We've been the only team to change conferences.
Well, but other teams have been started out in different leagues. You know what I'm saying?
That was a really long time ago, though.
Yeah.
That was like when the merger happened. The Steelers changed to the.
Well, there's
AFC.
been a couple of mergers. Because also, like, you also even like players like Steve Young came in. You know what I mean? So like, there's a couple different mergers. It's been all along the way, but yeah, it's not like they're like, yeah, screw the Seahawks. I'm surprised they haven't taken your team from you yet.
They tried 1997.
Yeah, and then Allen bought it, right? And then he's like tried to like make sure no one can fucking ever take it ever again. I think.
49 to mind it.
Well, I don't like relocations. Obviously, with the Sonics and with the Mariners. I mean, the Seahawks, Sonics, and Mariners have all went through it, right? The Mariners were supposed to move to Tampa. The Seahawks, literally, they moved their headquarters to Los Angeles, and the Sonics obviously went to Oklahoma City. So,
no, in the speech with Fred Warner, what team he said, "Ooh, we hate this team." What team was that?
I don't know.
That's the Rams.
Rams.
So our players, out of all teams, they really hate the Rams the most.
Mm-hmm.
Why is that?
Why?
Why? I think it was because of like some stuff that Aaron Donald said. Because I don't think it was that much of a rivalry the last like 5 years ago. I think it's like within the last 3 years, like the Niners really like they've been whipping them. You know what I mean? Like we've been running them out their house. And
you mean our house?
Yeah, well, it's now our house because we ran them out their house.
It's actually any opposing team's house. To be completely honest.
No, we dominated a little bit better than anybody else.
Even more than the Raiders.
Oh yeah, like
okay.
we turned Cowboy Stadium red.
I did see that.
I was there.
Yes,
I was there.
You see what I'm saying? Like our guys have been traveling a lot lately, and it gets pretty guaranteed. So to the point where the wife from the Stafford's wife has to like help buy tickets because he's got to go to a silent count. He's got to go to a silent count in a home game because there's so many 49ers fans. I don't know what other fan base does that to the Rams.
Yep.
And the reason being is because the Rams left LA a long time ago. There really hasn't been a team. Oh, what's that? Hasn't been a team in.
Look at that
Oh,
shirt.
that's a nice shirt.
Nice.
But there haven't.
Ty Austin shirt, and it's got all the. I can't put it up the right way, but it's got all the stadiums. And if you look at the bottom, it says Levi South.
Yeah, that's smart. I like it.
Kelly Stafford's gonna leave F-bombs all in Ryan's
T-shirt,
page.
I promise you're not gonna get pissed.
No, I'm good. I don't know about the rest of these guys, but fuck them.
It's not like Jimmy in his underwear or anything, right? Because we've seen those.
Oh, Brian, why?
Oh, what's he showing? He's showing his his Super Bowl patch. You went to the Super Bowl. There you go.
That's cool. Good for you.
Just one?
Yeah, just one. Wish you guys would have won.
Don't we all?
No, not really.
I was trying to be nice. But
Just to keep it real, little Spongy.
Little Spongy's an Eagles fan?
Yeah.
That's why he's got that horrible picture of
Yeah. That's why I was like,
elbow taken out.
why you like that picture? And I'm like,
hey, little Spongy, I have a question for you. I got a question for you. I've met a bunch of Eagle fans. Are you guys like your crowds? Like you're obnoxious? Is that how you guys are?
Yeah, I mean, it really depends what team's in town.
Okay.
Okay.
If
So,
it's the
on beer bottles, that teams are normal.
I mean, you guys put the Niner shirt on the Rocky statue. That was not That was some bad juju, dude.
But who wouldn't, right? Who wouldn't? They do it every year. They go to play them.
Over
They did it last
time.
year and we beat them.
And
I'm
it,
very
it,
superstitious. I don't know if I'd put that bad faith on myself.
But we did
Well-
it last year and they won.
it's
I
it's
would have
been
took that.
broken
I would
now.
have took that Rocky statue. I would have took that Rocky statue.
Now
five
it's
of
kind, it's kind of funny how a city glorifies a actor who's
What is that?
Sylvester Stallone,
Oh,
who played who played a boxer, and I'm a big boxing fan, but is what they do over there.
what they do over
There
there?
was
What?
Oh, look at Corey's Ronnie Lott sweater. Look at that.
Mhm.
I like that Ronnie Lott shirt. That's
Look at that.
badass.
I wish I had that. I'm
Oh,
jealous.
you know, you were trying to say you're trying to get Joe to switch teams. I'm telling you right now, it's not going to happen. When I did his overlays for him, and I was like, give me some players, right? His first two players on the list, I was like, oh, there's this guy's old school, even though he's new school, like Kenny Easley and Cortez Kennedy. And I was like, oh, there's, you know what I mean? Like if those are the first two guys you riddle off, you're a true Seahawks fan. You know what I mean? You're a respectable Seahawks fan. You know what I mean? You're not a 2012er.
Not
You're-
12 since 12.
Yeah, exactly. So you
This
can't
right here,
fudge that.
this right here is was a gift. My uncle, me and my wife, we got married on the 25th of April. My brother was born on the 24th, and my wife was saying, we're never going to get married. I was like, well, what day do you want to get married? Right. My brother piped up, he hearing an argument or conversation, said, why don't you get married on the 25th? It's the day after my birthday. So my wife was like, looked at me. I said, let's do it. Right. So we did it. Boom, married. My uncle, who's a Green Bay Packer fan, and you guys know the Green Bay Packers and the Seahawks, he sent me this just a couple years ago when the Niners got.
I got a few Sherm jerseys myself.
And he didn't just send me one. He sent my wife one and me one. And this is our stitched jersey. This I mean, I'm like, oh my God. So like after that, I was like, one, blown away, but this is like the best jersey I've owned, And yeah, Richard Sherman, shout out. I didn't like him when he was with the Seahawks.
I
Came to
was-
the Niners, I was super happy.
I liked him when he was a Seahawk. It was hard, but I liked him. You know what I'm saying? The guy was
I
so
did.
goddamn talented.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? Like the part it was hard to hate. Part it was hard to get past was him talking shit to our team all the time. You know what I mean? But it was like
I'll
I just
forget
laughed at it
the turkey
because
leg. I'll never
Bro.
forget eating the turkey leg on Thanksgiving. No.
So
No.
I talked to Ryan about this and he didn't quite remember. That was the game when the Niners fell off until they got Shanahan. Am I right, Brian?
That was the game, I believe, with Harbaugh, right?
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
with Harbaugh, and it was like the Seahawks and
fell
Niners.
off
They were
because I
playing
think it
for
was still
first
a
place. Pardon?
I think it was still a 3-3 season or something. But that a 13-3 season. Someone's got me an echo. I think it's a little
Spongy.
Little sponge.
I had to
My
move
dog,
you,
a little
Spongy.
sponge, by the way.
You might have to turn down your phone a little bit because it seems like it's so loud it's coming back in the mic when we're talking.
Mhm.
And I already talked through my nose, so I'm sorry.
I want to say, but that was like the game that really, until the Harbaugh era, that was like when the Niners fell off, was that Thanksgiving game.
No, that would have been a Harbaugh era.
It
Yeah.
was, but it just wasn't the same
Richard-
after that.
So the Richard Sherman Seahawk versus Harbaugh, the Turkey Bowl, whatever, that was that era. That might have been like maybe the time the Niners started getting worse and worse.
Yeah.
There was a point where the Niners had lost a couple of games that was like pivotal like that, the NFC Championship game and a couple of games against you guys really, that made the Niners decide to even attempt to trade him to the Cleveland Browns. And when they decided to do that before the season started, it was like, I think August it came out. It kind of put, I think that was 2014. It put a sour note on the whole season. And then he got fired before the season was over. The team quit on him. You kind of could see it. Kaepernick got injured in the middle of the season. His knee and his I think it was his left arm and his right knee got injured. And then the following season we had Kaepernick kneeling. So it was some dark times after that.
Yeah.
You know, I couldn't stand Richard Sherman when he was with the Seahawks. Because I even said I was on Facebook after he talked shit about Crabtree. I got on Facebook Live and said, I wish somebody would punch Richard Sherman in the mouth. And
Trent Williams did the year before.
Then my cousin sent me that video. He said, "Here, you say you want to see Richard Sherman get punched in the mouth." He sent me the video of Trent Williams when he was with the Washington Reds, when they were called the Redskins, on them, showing him Trent Williams.
Yeah.
I said, ooh. But then when we got him, came to the Niners, I'm like, oh, now I got to love this man because he's a Niner now.
The problem is, though, once he left here, he had that Achilles, and he really lost a step, it seemed like to us. He wasn't that. Sherman, when he played for us, the left side of the field, you didn't even have to worry about the left side of the field. It was that right side, and Earl was covering over the top. So,
like, for me, like when Richard Sherman was in Stanford, and remember, like I'm a Bears fan. I'm a Cal Bear fan. So you know that's
shout out I-City, right?
Yeah, that's our college rivalry up here. And Richard Sherman wasn't really good in Stanford. No. That's why he was drafted, I think, in the 5th or 6th. I don't know. Wait, he was drafted very, very low. And a lot of people were saying, "Oh, because Harbaugh did something, sabotaged, his pro day and stuff." No, he wasn't really good in Stanford, because if he was really good, they would have been talking about him every Saturday on the local Bay Area media. He was a good player. You want to know who made him a good player? Was Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll made him a really good player.
And I was talking to Ryan about that the other day. He mentioned how you guys just know how to coach up D linemen. I mean, we know how to coach up defensive backs. That's our thing. You guys, the front seven, it's us. Pete Carroll knows how to coach defensive backs. He can take somebody with raw talent like Tariq Woolen last year. I mean, he's 6'4". He played receiver, right, in college, just like Sherman did. He's the same size as Sherman, but he's 10 times faster. And I mean, he is good. He's the next Richard Sherman, man. So,
and I think when Richard Sherman was at Stanford, he was a receiver.
Yeah,
for 3 years, then he was a corner for 1 or something like that. But yeah, dude, I love talking about those rivalries, because that's when it was so fun, when both teams were just so dominant.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like the Niners defense and the Seahawks defense, those were really good defenses.
Mm-hmm.
And see, now my hatred towards, like, I personally don't care about the Seahawks. I don't know how you feel about. I've asked already like 5 Seahawks fans, about this. I don't know how you feel, but in that game, Navarro Bowman, when
Navarro Bowman broke his leg and got cut off,
his foot, it went the other way.
I didn't cheer. Why did I cheer for somebody getting hurt?
Yeah, and I was going to ask you about that video where they were throwing beer bottles, popcorn. Adam had a man who was at the low point. After that, I lost respect for the Seahawks and their fan base, because if Russell Wilson, when you guys had him before he went to, and say he suffered something like that, that stadium would not do what that happened, because one thing that a lot of people who do not live here, we don't like the Lakers, we don't like the Seahawks, the Rams, we don't like the Dodgers, but if we see a player hurt, that stadium quiets down, and then once that person's off the field, all right, now we hate the team that's healthy on the field. That's how we are out here.
And it usually is, man, to be completely honest. Usually when a player goes down, it gets quiet.
Yeah.
I think a lot to do with that deal is, okay, a lot of people paid a lot of money to see that game, and a lot of people that had season tickets sold their tickets to that game. Right? And a lot of people became Seahawks fans in 2012, don't know how to act at the stadium.
One thing that I really appreciate about the division switch and stuff like that is you kind of seen like, and I don't appreciate it because I want the Niners to win every time, right? But you can appreciate it, in other people's eyes, right? But the Niners played the Rams, and with Jeff Garcia and Kurt Warner, and they went to the Super Bowl. The division switched a little bit. The Rams were on top. Then the Cardinals started getting better. The Seahawks started getting better. The Seahawks, the Rams, and the Cardinals went to the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. We fought for a long time. We had a lot of, like, 8 years, bad teams, 7 years, bad teams. And then we got to the Super Bowl. And so, I mean, like, the NFC West, 4 times, 4 different teams been to the Super Bowl in like a decade.
Well, Brian, I was going to bring something up about this, and this is what pisses me off. I have what I call left coast bias. I hate East Coast bias. Like, it really irritates me. And I was taught that from my dad at a young age. Like, I hate the national media because that's all they do. If the Giants do something, they praise it. If the Jets do something, they praise it. Mm-hmm. But if we up in the Pacific Northwest, or even you guys have a lot more following than us. But say somebody on the West Coast does the same exact thing that the Giants do. I mean, who's going to get called the greatest of all time? The Giants, right? Yeah. So the NFC West has represented the NFC in the Super Bowl 6 of the last 11 Super Bowls. But every year they're talking Cowboys, 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 or Packers, Packers, Packers. 0, 0, 0. Ever since the NFC West started taking over in the Super Bowl, you guys ain't been there.
Yeah, and I actually want to.
Can I get that one, John? Can I get that one?
Go ahead.
And we have sent, Aaron Rodgers to the AFC. Shout out to Double Check and Allstate. We destroyed Ezekiel Elliott's career. Shout out to the Cowboys. So the NFC East is the NFC least.
No, and that's, in my opinion, they are. They are. If it wasn't for the Eagles, I mean, I just get tired of this East Coast media all the time. And it's like, dude, the NFC West more than half the times is in the Super Bowl. I mean, I don't care if it's us, you guys, the Rams. More than half the times we've been in the Super Bowl over the last 12 years. So
yep. And also
we had like the toughest division for how long running? Like, nobody, when they saw us on the schedule, they were like, shit, all of them are gonna fuck with us. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
And can I drop a fact? The Cowboys have not won in the playoffs because of an NFC West team since '95.
Oh, that's funny. Also, I want to piggyback off what Joe said. Yeah, like the sports media basically is the farthest west it goes is Chicago, New York, of course, even they have offices in South Florida, Atlanta, so that East Coast bias, it is what it is. And the reason why, it's like that. And one thing I've learned in a very, very young age is that all news, even non-sports news, is East Coast bias because I've had this conversation before. I'm going to try to keep it very respectful in this stream. And in another stream, I would say it's the culture that's out here in the West. We're more laid back. The way people think out here is very different. And I think that's why they give us a hard time out here. And I could be wrong, but one thing I've learned is that if you go in the East Coast, they love to be rude, obnoxious, how they talk, the way they're out there. But if you go out, east, oh yeah, you Californians are so relaxed. You're always nice, things like that. And of course, Seattle, they get like a very bad rap up there because, things like Starbucks, people who created that. I don't want to get too, too specific, but they look at us as a laughing stock.
They shouldn't. They should ask our defenses. The best defenses in the NFL come from the West.
So, yeah.
Sorry. I get pissed talking about the bias thing. I hate the East Coast, dude. You know,
So,
And it's like, why are teams like the Jets and the Giants having any sort of focus? They're shit.
exactly.
They are.
But
They
you
are.
know, they're in New York. Go
Yeah.
ahead, Sponge.
He just wanted to co-sign on them being shit, which I totally get. Like, that's why I nominated them.
I'm
That's
not
why I
gonna
put
lie.
it for a vote.
Sponge has been my guy this whole time.
Oh, is your Robin?
Yeah, Sponge is my Robin. Go ahead, Sponge. Tell him.
I don't know if we could be that close if your like right-hand dude is an Eagles fan. I'm just saying.
I don't know if he really is. I think he might be undercover.
Bro, I don't know.
Ask
he's-
Lawrence.
he's-
Ask Lawrence.
It's pretty pointed by his pitcher. I'm just saying, and he's
Sponge is just trying to get you guys riled up. He's actually a Jacksonville Jaguars fan, the only one in the United States.
that's not true. Shout out to Gerald. He's a Jaguars fan.
Co-Jaguar fan.
Oh man.
Sponge, what do you feel about that?
I don't care.
All right.
But there was a question
Um,
earlier about the draft.
ooh.
Mhm.
Hold on, I want to
Yeah,
shout
thanks
out
for
to
reminding me.
Bashar from 49er Minded. He is trying to remind you, Spongy, that Hargrave is now a Niner.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at the chat right now. Joey says that's why we need a Lombardi soon. LA and Seattle have recent ones. Imagine if AZ gets one before we do.
Oh,
Dude,
yeah.
that's never gonna happen, man.
Yo,
They
Well,
are the epitome of NFL poverty. I
No,
don't
no,
think
no,
they'll
David.
ever win one.
David, don't jinx us and say that like that, because my point, and I think the comment was made, is because when the division got changed, Kurt Warner, the Rams went to 2 Super Bowls, right? The Niners, we didn't go to the Super Bowl. Then what happened? The Seahawks went to a Super Bowl. Then what happened? The Cardinals went to a Super Bowl. The Seahawks and the Cardinals went to the Super Bowl against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Is there some biasy? Could they have won that game if the refs? I mean, like, right?
Right.
So, I
You
mean,
know what I want to see?
Refs.
the Cardinals.
When did Roger Goodell take over as commissioner? Let's see.
Right.
06.
I don't like saying it, but I mean, like, we are in a really, well, I don't mind saying it. We're in a tough division.
9 and 6
We got some
is
good teams.
No, and you should be proud, Brian. You should be proud to be in a tough division. I'm proud of it.
I am.
I don't.
Brian, I have a question. Brian.
Yeah. Brian or
Okay.
Ryan? Who are you talking to?
No, Bryant with the T.
Okay. Okay. Ask it.
I
Let's
got a
go.
question. I got a question for you. Okay, so I listened to your answer. What you were saying when the new divisions were realigned, saying that the division got harder. And correct me if I'm wrong, if I misunderstood. Do you think that the Niners would have still been really good playing with the competition, or were you saying that the division was awful? That's why we were really good. So I'm trying to see if you can explain to me what you meant about that division comment.
Well, first off, I don't know if I said it got harder or it didn't, but I know the Niners at that point, we went through a quarterback change that made our team harder because we were in a rebuild. We were in rebuild for a very long time because we couldn't find a quarterback. When we shifted off of our coach Mariucci to Eckerson, it was downhill from there. Then the division switched. When the division switched, it only really what happened. The Falcons left, the Saints left, right? And then we got the Cardinals and we got the Seahawks. That didn't really make anything, and the Panthers left because there was 5 NFC West teams. So am I going to say that was worse or harder on us? Well, if you go back and you look at the Panthers, they beat the crap out of us. You go back and look at the Saints at the end when Garcia started playing and the Falcons started playing Garcia, they were beating us. So did we get harder or worse? I can't tell you that. But my point, I think, is the AFC had the Seahawks, and there was 5 teams, and the NFC had 5 teams. When they made that switch, it was for like the United States restructuring to try to make teams make more sense. And I think my point, and I don't know if I got it out or not, but my point was is Dallas is right there in Texas, right? Why are they playing in the East when they're closer maybe to us? Maybe they're in the middle of the country. But to me, like the Saints went that way, right? We were playing the Saints. We weren't playing the Cowboys. We were playing the Carolina Panthers. They're not in the West. We were playing the Atlanta Falcons. They're not in the West. So yeah, for the Seahawks to come to our division and the Cardinals to come to our division at that time, and my point is the Rams had Kurt Warner. Then Kurt Warner went to Giants, and then he somehow made it to the Cardinals, right? And he took another team in the NFC West to the Super Bowl. And in that time, the Rams, Cardinals, and Seahawks all made it to the Super Bowl, and it took us a very long time to get to the Super Bowl. I think that was my point. So I don't know if that answered or clarified anything, but
so real quick, anytime I see this is a song. Don't cry for me, Argentina. Truth is, I never left you. Yeah, no, I'm surprised it didn't break out in the middle of you guys talking. For some reason, like I gotta sing it, and I don't know how Bashar knew that.
Are you like Cartman when somebody starts I'm sailing away?
Bro, look, and everybody knew how horrible the singing was going to be before it even happened. You see this?
I don't know. With the guy that looks like Jonathan Davis, I expect you to have some pipes.
Oh, bro. I could see certain things.
I'm sorry, Ryan, but I'm proud of the division because the Niners for a long time were crap, and a lot of teams said the NFC was crap. But if you look back at it, in the 2000s, we had Super Bowl runs, the 4 teams, right? Maybe not the Niners. Then in the 2010 to 2019, there were Super Bowl runs with those same teams, maybe minus like the Cardinals or the Rams. Then in the 2001s to now, there's been Super Bowl runs minus maybe 2 teams, right? But there's still 10 years. So out of the last 30 to 40 years, the NFC West has produced a Super Bowl contender.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Bryant, next time you cut me off in the middle of my crescendo, I'm booing you. I'm joking.
I'll leave.
Oh, damn it.
Oh, shit. Fucked up. So Dallas in the division would be dope, he says. Joey Niner said, or Joey says.
See, as somebody that actually like has to go to every home game and like every divisional game, I don't want Dallas in our division because when they show up to our stadium, I just get pissed.
Well, you can boo them out of there.
You're right, Sponge. That's why Little Sponge is my right hand.
You do it all the time.
Yeah, throw batteries at him, right? Boo Santa Claus.
The neat thing about Cowboys is they kind of are a California team because their summer camp for a long time, I don't know if it still is, but was out here.
I think it still is.
So a lot of teams, a lot of fans are Cowboy fans in California because of that. I'm not proud of it, but they say they're America's team. I don't believe in it, but hate the Cowboys.
Look, Damien's trying to cut you out of the division, Joe.
That's fine. We'll go, dude. We'll take Russell Wilson 2 times a year any day.
But that only makes more sense to like what I was kind of saying, just because of the way the country's aligned, not moving AFC teams and NFC teams, but.
Listen, you can blame the Houston Texans for all this, Brian. Okay, they're the reason this.
I blame the Titans.
No, blame the Texans.
And I blame the Houston Chiefs.
Can we blame them both? They start with a T.
The Houston Texans moved to Kansas City. I blame them too.
49er minded want to know if you had pizza, Brian.
No, not tonight. We are having meatballs and spaghetti. It's pretty good.
I had pizza.
49er minded. I had pizza tonight.
Like
I had a turkey burger.
I was told on Twitter that I was going to eat 3 large pizzas tonight by a racist on Twitter. And so I explained to him that I had already reported like a lot of his tweets because he had said some really horrible stuff. And I was like, bro, I'll probably be on my second pizza by the time you get locked out of your account. So then I went back and I was like, just so you know, I went and got pizza. You know what I mean? Just like
Corey,
because he was calling me fat. And I was like, I don't give a shit.
Corey, do you know who won the trivia yet, or you still haven't counted?
I already counted. I already know.
Did Nathan win? He really wants to know.
Nathan did pretty good. Yeah, he's the only one. I think he went 11. He went 11 out of 9.
Did he win?
Well, this is how I'm doing it. I'm added after chapter. We go all the way to chapter 10. After chapter 10, then that's who wins.
Hey, Corey, I was thinking, what if you typed out the questions and did them as a banner?
Oh,
And so that's always going at the bottom of the screen, so no one ever has to re-ask the question. You know what I mean? You can run over it once.
But guess what?
What?
I'm not a good typer.
Oh,
I'm not like this. I'm like this. So I'm not a good typer. That's why I hate about texting.
Do you have Microsoft Word?
I think so.
Because I believe they have a talk to text. So what you could do is talk the question into there, control, copy and paste it, and then put it right into StreamYard in the next window. So that, just a thought, just to help you out a little bit.
Yeah, anything
Copy and paste is awesome.
Anything that we can do to kind of help out, because your show is awesome and we really do enjoy the trivia. But I think sometimes those questions are a little bit, I'm not going to say, but there's some, I'm going to call some questionable answers and stuff because.
Oh, whatever. Stop, Brian.
There's some fucked up questions that they be asking in that book that are like real fucking, you got to listen on the wording really well or else, you know what I mean? So having that underneath there, plus we always get off topic and talking about other stuff. So to be able to just to go back and read the bottom of the thing, it'd probably be.
I'm going to live and I'm going to die on this mountain. Antonio Bryant was the next 81. No, Rashawn Woodson, I'm sorry, was the next 81 to wear the jersey after T.O. left in 2004. Google it. I did.
Okay.
I got that one wrong.
Brian's like, he can't go to bed at night without going back over his answers.
I'm like, no, wait, what is that? No, damn it.
He rewatches the stream.
I'll be calling Corey at night, like 12 o'clock at night, and be like, Corey, I got that one right.
Bro, you better not have marked me wrong. I'm coming with receipts. Shout out, Corey. While we're talking about your show, obviously the results get read on Sunday. Would you let us know what time you're doing that, sir?
What's the best time for everybody?
Whatever best time is for you.
Yeah.
I'm going to be doing a Sunday show in the morning. I'm going to do a Saturday show and then a Sunday show, like 9 o'clock and 8 o'clock. So anytime after that, my show's already going to be about an hour long or, a couple hours.
You should, don't go earlier than 9.
Me and my buddy from high school, we're going to do a show. He's a Packer fan. He's my brother, man. We're actually fraternity brothers, and he's really knowledgeable about the Niners and stuff. So I talked to him, and we're going to go 8 o'clock show. We're going to talk for a little while, and, I'm not really I'd like to just do some content, and see what happens. And
I got you. I just know when like the community is on YouTube because my algorithm and stuff like that's caught up. You know what I mean? So 9 o'clock is a good time.
Yeah,
on the weekends.
That's like my Saturday show. I know other people do different things, and I'm not trying to interfere with them. So, and again, I'm not trying to dictate, who watches what or jump into anything. But I was like, hey, and I talked to my buddy from, I've known my buddy for 20 years now, and we're gonna get together, talk a little bit of stuff, and anytime after that, Corey.
Niner sickness is actually pissed at you, Brian.
Yeah.
Oh, I know, but he doesn't wake up before 12 in the, it's like lunchtime before he gets up. I'm
Yeah,
like, hey, I'm going to do a
because
show. He's like, but I don't get up, Brian, until afternoon. And I'm like, afternoon? What does that mean? He's like, lunchtime. And I'm like, well,
literally afternoon. After 12.
Those coffee talk, so it's okay.
Yeah.
Just rewatch
Global
it,
One.
hit the like button. And I love you, Beto. I love you. Beto, not Beto. Beto.
Beto.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yep.
It'll be the same time like I did
When it
before,
comes
12
down
o'clock.
to it, I probably have to work on Sunday, so I might not be able to hop in, but I'll definitely be able to listen and be in the chat.
David, you gotta go spend
Oh.
time with your daughter. Down to shove it.
He's caving. His boss asked him really
Well,
nice.
that's the thing is, I'm spending like all day with her tomorrow, and then Sunday we're having dinner, and she's gonna spend all day Sunday with her mom. So
Yeah, you
Oh,
guys.
it's a
her mom,
win-win.
her mom and her grandparents on her mom's side. So
I appreciate everybody who can jump in when they can, but I also know everybody else too has lives and stuff, and it's the same thing with like every one of you guys. When I can jump in, I'll jump in, but like sometimes I have to have a dance night at my house, and like before I started doing these shows, Friday night we'd turn the music on, we'd be bumping karaoke night. Me and my girls, I got 2 girls, we dance, man. You gotta have fun.
Brian,
So,
I have no life. I will be there at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Okay.
I appreciate it.
No,
No, tomorrow-
9 o'clock on Saturday,
Yeah,
8 o'clock
on
on Sunday, which is
But
like
you're
the worst. Saturday night's where the party happens.
I'm gonna actually have Lawrence on tomorrow. He did confirm with me this time.
Well, if I can
He was
jump
having
on
some
afterwards
issues
or
last
before,
weekend.
I'll definitely I'll rewatch or whatever I can do. But say something in
Do another
Spanish. Okay, yo quiero Taco Bell.
I'm doing another
Oh, Joe, you want to do a pack? I guess. Well, we got to do a mock. We got to do a mock sometime. When do you want to do this mock?
pack. Wednesday.
I thought we were. Oh, do you want to do a mock tonight?
No, I thought you wanted to do it Wednesday during our NFC West talk.
We could do it tonight too.
Fuck yeah, let's do it. Do you know how to? Can you do this? Can you just do the PFF mock thing?
Yeah.
Hey, and we have an Eagles representative, so.
Hey, Brian.
Oh no.
If you can guess any player from 1990 that's going to be in this pack, I will mail it to you. The whole
Ooh.
thing.
Steve Young.
Okay, so like from 1990 to what?
No, this pack is from 1990.
Okay, I'm gonna say. Oh, I'm gonna guess a Joe Montana card.
Corey,
Say it again.
any player
On what team?
that don't matter
From
just say out of
1990.
thing. From 1990, just guess. If you get it right, I'll mail this whole pack to you.
1990?
Yeah.
I would have to say my man. Steve
Okay.
Young.
Steve Young. All right, Ryan.
I'll go with T.O.
T.O.'s
He
not
wasn't
in
even out yet.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right.
1990.
90. Duh. What am I thinking?
Come on, Ryan.
Well, Charles Haley's in the pack. He pulled one last night.
Oh
Jeez.
man.
Chance I pull one again.
I know. I'm trying to think. Well, I don't. Is it Secessions? Is it the same pack? Same box?
I have no
Shit.
idea. This is the last one on the shelf right now. Got stopped by
1990.
DJs.
For some reason, I just can't think of anybody like Jerry Rice.
Okay,
There we
Jerry
go.
Rice.
There we go.
David
Jerry
McKnight.
Rice.
That's a safe pick.
I'm gonna say John Taylor.
Ooh, a
Ooh.
1990 pack.
John Jay.
Someone from the 90s.
Well, from
long
1990, that would have played in the league
I'd really
in
go
1990.
89. Really? I'd
Yeah.
have to say. Yeah. 80s.
Hmm. I am going to choose a random name that played in 89 and 90.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with. Let's see. Actually, no, I'm gonna go with this one. Jim Kelly from the Bills because he played during that era.
That's a
That's
good-
probably a good pick.
That's a good pick.
Spongy, I don't think you're gonna guess anybody, but you can take your shot.
Bro, I'm a card guy, bro. Come on.
All right, let's go.
Barry Sanders.
All right, good one.
That's a good
Okay.
pick. That's a solid pick.
All right, we're rolling. Okay, you guys remember yours? Because I don't remember half of them.
I know Ryan picked T.O.
Yeah, Ryan got T.O.
I
Who'd he
picked
pick?
John Taylor.
Oh, dude, right off the rip, got LT.
Oh
Yeah,
my
that's a good
gosh.
pick.
I thought about picking him too.
That's a
Carnell
good pick.
Lake, Steelers. Eric Allen, Eagles. Oh, dude, your man, Jeff Donaldson, right there. David Treadwell. Mike Tomczak. I'm just not going to show him anymore. Nate Odoms. Thurman Thomas, you're close, John Jay. Eugene Marv.
You pulled a Thurman Thomas the other night too.
We're not gonna get one, man. You get to keep them all.
Carl Banks. Save this one for last. This next one for last. Tony Mandrich, the bust. Reggie Rambert. Jim Sweeney. Russ Grimm. Robert Del Pino. All right, you guys ready for the moment of truth? Because I know one of y'all got it.
What?
Oh,
Yeah, Mr. Joe Cool himself.
Oh,
Who said Joe Montana?
that was Brian.
Bryant.
Nice.
All right,
Man,
Brian, you have me on Twitter. Just DM me your address, and I'll just put it in the post.
Also, Joe, even if I won, I would give it to somebody else on the panel. I'm very
Can I give
simple.
it to John Jay?
No,
Oh
no.
That's not right, John. That's not
Dude.
right. I want to defer.
Please don't make me bring this up. You sent me something, and apparently I don't know what happened to it.
Yeah, well, we're gonna make that right. I'm gonna you need to Instagram me a safe address, and I'm gonna send you a hat. And what had happened is, and if you don't care, I'm gonna tell you it anyways. Everyone, I sent John a hat and a cup, and I was hoping he was gonna get to see it, and it ended up going to a different address because of the wrong 2 digits at the end of the PO box. So hopefully somebody subscribed to John Jay and is a super fan because they got a cool cup and a cool hat. But John, you hit me up on Instagram and we'll make that
I will.
right. I wanted to do it because you're my friend, not because I want to take the D or anything like that, but just good stuff,
Hey, Brian.
Also, Brian, I want to tell you something very personal, and
Brian,
I don't really do.
Brian, I think you're frozen, bro.
Who?
Okay, we're running the show again, guys. Sorry, John. Go ahead.
So
I'm here.
in 2020, I don't want to talk about it. I went through a very rough time, and I had to move out of my house, which I was living in at the time, and I had to move. I had to move in to like I don't know how to describe this, but a house for people that were in need. So I cannot get I can't give you that address because I still am here. So
I understand.
I get
So
the
however we
details
can
of
make,
it.
however we can make it work, John. Because some stuff you're dealing with is personal, and I understand. But maybe one day, I'll show up over there like Daly City or Oakland or something, and we can meet each other, and I'll buy a burrito for you or something, and we'll make it happen because it's not that far. I'm only an hour and a half away, so we'll make it happen.
So
I'm
also
here for you. Just reach out to me.
Yeah. Also, my former employer, he allows me to send stuff to his house. He's a good dude. I owe him a lot. He got me a job, so I sometimes send stuff to him. But because I know him very personally, like he does that for me. So maybe I'll give you that address, for anything in the future.
Yeah, I'll give you my number. You already know. We'll talk on the side.
Yeah, we will. But anyway,
So
Ryan, you've been standing there like that for so long. I don't know if you need to come back in or refresh, but you're kind of like a ballerina over there.
okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I can
Okay,
hear you,
so we're
now
we're
you're
good.
We're
Oh,
good.
now you're moving.
Look, it doesn't matter what the
You're
it
all like
does
this for a long time.
it doesn't matter what the screen is as long as the mic's coming through. Okay. So
He actually was messing with us.
the mock draft thing, unless you subscribe to PFF, they're only letting you do first and second round.
oh, so that's what's going on with the website. I was wondering what's going on with the
You
website.
want to use my login, Ryan? I'll send you my info right now over Twitter.
No, just what you can do is just bring up the tab on your computer and then share it with me by going to the share tab and share that tab, and then you can essentially hit all the buttons.
Dude, I don't know how to do this.
When I
Okay.
did my mock draft through PFF a couple weeks ago, I think I even shared it with you what my results were. I was able to go through all 7 rounds. So is this something new that they did?
Yes.
Okay.
I think it started just today because I mess with it every day, just
Okay.
messing around
All right.
until
So what do I
draft
do?
day comes
Present?
up.
Share screen.
Yep.
Share screen.
Okay, we're
And
gonna
then
go through
just
cards and stuff.
this.
Ooh, look at that.
You make sure you get the right tab. You don't want to do your whole tab. You just want to do the one window with it on there.
I'm so dumb, dude. So I click.
I'm just doing it because what's his name's doing it.
Oh, found it. Okay. Got it. Can you guys see it or no?
You got to share it, and then I'll be able to. There we go. I'll add it to the stream, and here we go.
So what teams you guys want to pick?
Eagles.
Okay, we'll do Seahawks, Eagles. Where are they at?
They're up to the right of you and up like 3, and then the Niners are all the way to the right, I believe, and at the bottom. Yeah.
Okay. Anything else?
Make sure
You
you
guys
got all
want-
7 rounds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What you guys don't want to do no other teams?
Do the Raiders.
No, because it's going to take forever to get through the draft with 3 teams, much less 4. So
Okay.
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 Yeah.
I was just thinking to make it, odd, and even,
Okay, you guys ready? Should I pick for the Hawks, or you guys want to talk about this?
oh, you can pick for the Hawks, but just go through the people and see what you got at the.
Okay,
And
so Jalen Carter's still there, but he's got all those off the field issues. If I were the Seahawks, I'd trade back right now. Hopefully, somebody wants Will Levis, like the Falcons or the Raiders. I'm going Tyree Wilson. Sound good with you guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Sponge.
Hold on, my fault. Let me zoom in. Since we need a little bit corner help, I'll take Witherspoon.
Okay.
It was already mock test. So.
Oh, shoot, dude. I got to take this.
what is it?
The Seahawks at 20. This Kalijah Kancey, I've been hearing he's been like the next Aaron Donald kind of. Nolan Smith, too. I'm going Nolan Smith. You guys cool with that?
Hey, it's your team.
All right, cool. We're going Nolan Smith. Sponge.
My fault. I'll take.
He's going running back.
Can you go to the? Can you scroll down a little bit?
Down?
He's looking for a center.
He's looking for Jack Campbell. He's pretty good, actually.
I'll take Campbell.
my guy's
Hey, I'm going
fun.
quarterback later.
All
What
who
up,
we
David?
got?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Seahawks.
Good.
Ooh, Ojulari's still there.
What's up, David?
What's up,
Hey,
everyone?
David.
Oh,
All right, I'm taking
How about
Sam
them Warriors?
Laporta right here at pick 37 for the Hawks.
What's up, McNiner? How you doing?
why did I leave
How about them
Jimmy
Warriors?
How about those Lakers? They won again.
Shut
there?
up.
How about them Sixers?
I don't know about those. I know my Lakers in seventh now.
We're in the
Oh,
playoffs
man.
at least.
My Lakers behind the Warriors.
YTC wanted me to tell you, cough, cough, the Knicks.
Hey, yo.
Yeah.
Seahawks need a center. We're going John Michael Schmitz.
What's up, Joe? How you
All
doing,
right.
Joe?
Good. How about yourself?
I'm doing good. Just got home right now.
Hey, Ryan, how do you want to do the Niners picks? Do you want to
What's
give
up,
each one
Brian?
of us? What's up, David? Ryan, do you want to give
Spongy,
everybody
bro.
like their own?
Who else is in here?
Hold on, David. Let us
Oh,
get through a conversation real quick.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, my fault.
What's up, Bryant?
Well, I was going to suggest maybe when maybe you could start it off. You could be 99. Maybe I could be
Sure.
101 or something. Or I don't know. I'll even take it last. I don't care. I'll take the D, whatever.
Sure.
But I'm just saying, maybe you could give every one of the Niner fans here their own individual draft pick, and then
Sure.
maybe that'll make it a little bit faster.
Sure.
Can you go to the running backs tab?
Want me to go to RBs? How can you pass on a guy with the name of Tank Bigsby? I've been saying this the whole time.
I want
Uh,
Boogie Nights so bad.
Who you want?
Because
Boogie Nights,
No, just because his name.
right?
you can
I'll
you
take-
can get so many good running backs undrafted. I mean, sure, draft one right here. It's a great decision.
Hey, the 49ers just picked up the kicker.
Yeah, Zane Gonzalez.
Mhm.
Can I forfeit a pick?
Yeah, you can
Yeah,
trade it.
sure. You want to trade it to the Niners? They'll trade up.
Yeah, I'll trade to the Niners.
No, we're
What
not
team-
trading up.
I thought you were.
I didn't say that.
What team that kid like?
He's an Eagles fan. Let's just go Nathan Dell. How about that, Spongy?
Take him.
Okay.
Punter Journey.
Special teams.
That's why he likes the 70. That's why he likes the 76ers.
I'm going with this edge guy from Army. Still on the board.
Come on, can DTR stay on the board, please?
You going for DTR?
At some point.
Yeah, he's
I don't-
way off the board.
I don't know what Steve was saying.
He's going for DTR, he says. Backup quarterback for Jalen Hurts.
Well, third string actually, according since we picked up Mariota.
All right, who you got this round, Sponge?
Yeah, but what does that have to do with the first part of what you said, Steve-O?
Me?
You're not Steve-O.
Oh, sorry, my last name.
What's
up,
Oh, you're good.
I'll take the edge there from Bowling Green.
All right.
Didn't do enough research.
All right, Niners, you're up.
Okay, let's see who we got.
Bro, that guy's related to LaDainian Tomlinson. I'm not sure how, but
Oh yeah,
I did
he
hear
is.
that.
I think he's
He's very good too. He likes to hit people. Go to Edge real quick.
Edge?
Yeah, I don't know why they're not on there. KJ Henry's there. Okay, go to tight end real quick. Pretty please.
Oh, shoot. Sorry, I got an unclear edge.
Ooh. Kind of want Kuntz.
he ain't bad.
I've heard of
He ain't
him.
bad.
Yeah, I kind of want more of a Laporta, but a Kuntz like in the red zone would be fucking nasty, especially with Kittle on the other end. Like it'll give the look a run, but then you can pass out of it like nasty.
I love 3 tight end sets. I'm a
I like.
dog.
I actually, when it comes to tight ends, I like Davis Allen. He's like 6'6", 250-ish, and he had like way more catches than Kuntz did.
Want me to pull up
I don't
Kuntz's
know about.
stuff
I've never
for you
looked.
guys?
I've never looked at Schumacher.
Let's take a Schumacher. Yeah, he's tall. That's what I'm saying. Like
Schumacher?
Yeah, let's take a look at him.
Let's look at him real fast.
First
He's
look.
a Michigan guy.
Dang, he had some
6'5".
catches.
Play for Harbaugh.
Michigan guys are going
Inline
to be
snap.
very highly sought after.
Yeah,
Slot
72.7
snaps
grade.
56. Inline snaps 48.
418 yards though on only 45 targets. It's not bad.
He got a little wiggle in him.
Yeah, 3 tutties.
Yeah, let's take a look at Davis Allen. I know Davis Allen will be available later though. We don't have
He
to
will.
take him now.
51 targets, 443, 5
What's
touchdowns.
What's his height and weight?
I think he said 6'6", 245.
That's pretty tall for, you know what I mean? Like pretty tall and like 45, 245.
I think
like
Kuntz was
even
6'7", you said.
6'7" at 250. And to me, that's still a little like I'd want him
Whoa.
to pack on some more meat.
Dude, look at that. Look at the slot snaps though. 100 and what? Is that 36 or 56?
156.
Oh, I wonder if this guy's a Pitts. You know what I mean? Like a wide receiver, but
Look at who he played
Tight
good
end.
against too. I didn't even notice you could do that. Sorry.
that's pretty slick.
Wow.
You guys want to see somebody else?
Sure.
Who you want to see?
What do we need?
Nothing.
Tight end, right tackle. Well, tight end,
let's go
tackle,
with the
safety.
right
Fifth
tackle.
string quarterback.
Tell you what.
Fifth string
Tight end,
quarterback.
tackle, safety.
Let's go with right tackle.
Hold on. No. Let's go
I
with
don't need a fifth string.
this. What? Let's go.
Let's
get
look
that
at
guy.
tackles real fast. I don't think one's available. I don't think a good one's available.
That's what
Where
I'm
at,
saying.
David? Sorry. Where you want
I
me
was
to
just
go?
saying, let's look at tackles real fast, but I don't think a decent one's available.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah.
Nope.
What you thinking, Ryan? Sorry.
Well, I was thinking about taking Tavarius Tomlinson and making him into a safety. Because that guy fucking
We do
hits
need
people.
a safety, huh?
This guy drops people. Like he is
Okay.
just aggressive and like he doesn't mind. You know what? Fuck it.
Get
I
him.
watched tape on this guy too. Like I was like, I like this
Well,
guy.
and the last, you on him?
Yeah.
He's got the name too, you know.
I don't care about that. I watched the tape, bro. He's mean. Like
He's a beast.
like I don't know. We might be able to use him in the slot.
Oh, here we
might
are
be able to
again.
use a safety.
What's up, man?
Who's got
Okay.
101?
What's up, man?
Who's got 101? Let's see. Corey, you want 101? David-
because I can't even see the board, so I can't
Let's-
see.
David sounds like you wanted. Let's let David go 101.
Yeah, because you guys know if I go 101, I'm picking. You know who I'm picking.
Yeah.
Take Bigsby.
Brian
Yeah,
doesn't
we
get to
can't
go
let
for a
Brian
while.
go till like the latest pick humanly possible.
But if he's not there, I blame you all.
It's okay. We got Gonzalez.
Wait, is he going Stetson Bennett?
Right, we got Gonzalez.
Who going Stetson Bennett? No,
I
he'd
was
be
asking
going
about
Jake
Brian.
Moody.
Forget
Jake
it.
Moody.
I'm going Bennett.
How
Oh.
long have you been in these things and you still haven't got the theme of Brian the Culp's life right now,
I know.
it's Jake Moody.
Oh yeah.
I'm surprised he hasn't renamed his son.
Gold.
No, honestly,
No,
Murphy,
Jake.
Murphy said in the stars. And you guys want to
Dude.
know why? You guys ever
What?
seen the movie RoboCop?
Yes.
Yep.
What's his name?
Yeah. Murphy.
Dead or alive, you're coming with me.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Hey,
Look at he's right there
I
too.
like
Jake
Yeah,
him.
we're not.
I'm messing with you guys.
We're not drafting
Oh,
him
no.
yet.
David, where you want to go?
What David?
McNiner.
Shout out RoboCop.
Oh, McNiner. Let's look at the McGuire, the edge that was on the list.
Want to see first look first? 6'4", shorter guy.
268.
268.
That's okay size for an edge. 7 sacks, 21 pressures.
Look at who he was playing good against, though. I mean, 60 grade against Georgia ain't bad. Tennessee.
Did I just cough on the mic?
I don't know.
Okay.
I think
Then
I
I
think
didn't.
you put some kush.
We can say that.
Say what?
He's blowing
can
some
say
kush.
Oh, yeah.
Some cushy.
Now, here's a guy. That's the analysis.
Now here's a guy.
Now, here's a guy.
I watched tape on KJ Henry.
Is he a beast?
Well, I wouldn't say he's a beast. You're not getting a beast right here. What you're getting is somebody who could get a couple sacks a year as a rotational piece. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And maybe in 1 to 2 years he could be, a starter on the line doing something.
I'll get him then.
Well,
David.
it's David McNiner's.
McNiner.
Oh no, I know. I'm just throwing my guess out there.
You get a pick, and if you want to pick Moody, I won't hate you.
McNiner,
Oh,
where you want to
man.
go next? Who you want to look at?
Let's take that edge McGuire, because
Okay.
we do need an edge.
Who's next? Is it Brian?
Let's let John Jay go. No,
Oh, John
Brian's
Jay.
got to go last.
I gotta go last, guys. You already know my pick.
Jake Moody.
Brian or John Jay? Did you say Jake Moody?
We're stuck with Aaron Sipple.
Oh, it's my turn. Okay.
Yeah,
So what positions did we pick already?
you picked an edge and a cornerback
Okay.
/ safety.
All right. Let's look at tight end.
I like the way he thinks.
All right, so we have pick 102. All right, the Michigan tight end. Let's click that, and let's see. All right, 12 games,
He
217.
did struggle against Penn State.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was told Penn State was good this year. I didn't really follow a lot of college football.
They had Joey Porter Jr. That's all I know.
All right, so he lined up 148 slot
Inland.
snaps. All right, 35 receptions, 45 targets, 3 touchdowns, almost 12 yards per catch, 418 yards. All right, let's see the first look. See what
First
is
look? I think he's like 6'7", or I could be a mistake. 6'5".
6'5", 250, 251, 24 years of age, senior.
And he graduated.
Yeah. Let's see. Like, even though we did bring in Ross Dwelly,
He's
This is-
6'5".
I'm gonna take this as my pick.
You're gonna take
That's a
Luke
good pick.
Schumacher.
Yeah.
That's a good
Schumacher.
pick. The new 49er Wolverines. It's funny because we keep taking a bunch of Wolverine players.
Yeah. Ambry Thomas was a Wolverine.
The one we missed on was Tom Brady.
Even though this guy tore his ACL during the combine, I guess he was Like he broke he had the max bench press, but he's gonna need a year to recover. But that's
He
fine.
had an
I'll take him.
ACL in the combine. Damn.
Yeah, this is the guy that tore his ACL in the combine and still did the bench press
That's crazy.
afterwards. I'm
Yeah.
gonna take him just because he can have a year to, I guess
USC.
Yeah, see, but we'll take him.
But he tore his ACL during the underwear Olympics, though.
Yeah.
Why is that so funny?
You know what? Shoot, I'm up again. This
John,
is the
you
part
might
where I
know this.
struggle because we have first round picks this year. It's like hard to study these guys, you know?
This might be a little off topic, but does anybody know? Wasn't Brian Greasy a Wolverine?
Was he?
I don't know.
I'm not sure, but I think he played when Tom Brady was playing, or right before him. I'm not sure, but I'm gonna Google it now.
Let's go to the Google machine.
Hello,
The
Siri.
Google machine.
What do you have for me tonight?
Oh, he did play for Michigan.
Wow.
Okay, I don't have to Google it now, so I'll take your word. Very interesting. We are now.
What do you guys think about this guy?
Kinda
Well, he's
small.
6'1". He's 6'1".
6'1", 237. He's small for an edge. He's probably be a linebacker. Believe it or not, one of the other mock drafts has him listed as a linebacker.
I don't
All
think
right, then we'll
size
take him.
matters.
We need inside linebackers, real bad.
I don't think.
And we're gonna
size
take
matters.
Jackson Kirkland right here, my guy. UW. Need that
Size doesn't
interior
matter.
offensive line help.
I'll be
Size
Oh,
back.
you guys
doesn't
are up
matter.
now.
Size doesn't matter. It's the motion in the ocean, and it's all about
Well,
heart.
Why are you saying this, Brian?
Who's up?
Hey,
Who's
Bryant.
up now? Davis Allen's still
Hey.
on the board, you guys.
Hey Bryant,
Dang.
do you want to go to London in a rowboat or a cruise ship?
Well, not the Titanic.
All right, so it's either Corey or David Corona because we can't let Bryant pick yet.
Well, David, why don't you go for Corey?
I'm
if
definitely-
Don't
we
even
can't
let him
see?
pick, bro.
All right, cool.
definitely
Thank you. What do we need right now?
Should I see who you guys picked already?
Let's go.
Tight end,
Let's go tight end
corner, edge.
or corner. Let's go corner.
We already got one that they were telling you. They were telling you what we
Okay.
already put.
Yeah, so they already picked the
Oh.
tight end.
Also, I already picked the tight end,
Safety.
David Corona.
Hey there,
All right, let's
look,
go.
hey, let's check out that safety right there, though, Ronnie Hickman.
Okay, let's go
We need a
safety. Let's go
safety.
safety.
Ronnie Hickman,
Oh, shoot. That's a pretty good
Ohio
grade.
State.
Played great against Michigan, but who didn't?
How tall is he?
And size does matter.
6 foot.
6 foot,
203.
203.
So I'm
Hey,
assuming he's more of a
203?
free safety type.
Oh man.
that's not
maybe.
bad.
He's
Yeah,
right
let's
in the
go.
middle.
Let's go with that guy then.
All right. You sure, David Corona?
Yeah.
All right. Didn't play too good against the Bulldogs, but who did?
Mm-hmm.
Is that your final answer?
Is that
Yeah. Thank you,
All right. Who's up next? You guys.
Corey.
I can't see the board.
You can't.
Somebody's got to read it out there for Corey.
All right. So on the big board, the best available is Vanilla from San Jose State, and I've actually I went. That's exactly it. I can't pronounce his name, but
That's exactly.
Ryan
like-
from
I think it's
Ryan
Vil-
watched
Oh my
film
God.
on him and he says it kind of sucks.
I think it's Villamy.
You said it just
Hoku?
like you just said it just
Hoku.
like. Oh God! You said it
There's
just
a
like
Cowboys
Corey.
player with the last name for Hogo.
Holy shit! Can I not get a word in?
The second man up is Jalen Moreno
damn.
Cropper from Fresno State. It's a wide receiver. He's kind of tall but skinny. Well, he'd probably be broken 2 games with us.
Just like Brock Purdy.
5'11".
Well, 5'11". Yeah, he's too small. He'll get broken 2 games with us. We need thick.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
the next guy is Yaya Diaper. Diaper.
Hey, hold on, Corey. What position do you want to pick? What position do you want to pick?
Time for this picture.
Corey, we've picked a corner, an edge, a tight end, and a safety.
He was about to tell us.
Let's
That's what we picked.
Let's go center.
Okay. Go to center and pick the top center on the board.
Juice Scruggs.
There we go.
Juice Scruggs. Okay, choose him.
The 49ers were at his pro day today, if anybody cares.
All right.
49ers. Hold on. Whose turn are we on?
This is
Bryant Culp's pick.
39.
This is Bryant Culp's pick.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
You know he's picking. He's picking a punter. Jake
Bryant, where you at?
He's right
Bryant.
there. Take him for us.
He muted himself, so I don't know if he thinks he's talking.
Hey, so then well, since he muted himself and he's not here, then
Oh,
I'll go.
Oh
no,
yeah,
it's my turn again.
Ethan.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's see.
So we'll go back to the big board. There's a thick fella right there,
We do
Jared
need a-
Clark. Let's look at him.
We need an interior defensive tackle.
Oh, wow.
Look at that.
He got
334. He's
Wait,
thick.
what? Oh, hold on, Bryant.
Oh,
Bryant's back.
Bryant's back.
I don't know if you want to pass this guy up.
Look who's back.
back again. Dun, dun, dun.
Here, I'll take this guy.
That is true.
I'll take this guy, and then Bryant can take the next
Yeah.
pick with Moody.
All right, you got Jared Clark then?
I'll take the last
Yeah.
pick. I'll take the last pick.
You were the
No, you
Yeah,
get the
for
next
Jake
pick,
Moody.
Bryant. You
Yeah,
get
you get the next pick.
216.
Damn, how many picks do we get?
Give
We
11.
get 254.
How many
Oh,
picks
yeah.
do the Eagles not have?
11.
You guys better be ready.
We don't
next
need
year, Eagle
11
fans.
though.
He says Greasy
I've
was a
been
Wolverine.
saying we should trade up. I mean, most rookies we need 5, maybe 6. We should just trade up and
Yeah, I think Brian Greasy
You know
and
what?
Tom Brady.
I'm going
if
to
I
take the
remember
only
correctly,
fullback
were
in
on
this
the
draft in the 6th round.
oh,
No.
you're
Why?
taking he's taking future juice.
No. Stop.
He took him.
Whatever.
You
Oh. All right,
Just like
Brian.
the Seahawks.
No,
Always
hold on.
wanting things that
Yeah,
the
Brian.
Niners want.
Batter up.
Speak.
Okay. San Francisco 49ers with their pick or selecting Dorian Thompson Robinson.
Oh, come
Quarterback.
on. I was leaving that for the Eagles kid.
Sake.
I was just about
Too
to
bad.
take him.
And
Oh,
Malik
no.
Cunningham.
Brian took him.
Malik Cunningham.
Nope,
Oh,
because
he
if
was
you
gonna
have-
take. I thought he was gonna take Moody.
Nope, because
All right.
if
Kid,
you
you
have
want
a
Malik
quarterback,
Cunningham, you
if you have
said?
two quarterbacks,
Hey,
if you have 2 quarterbacks, you have
Uh,
none, right? If you have a quarterback with 2 last names, you might have one.
None.
Just-
Can I have Malik Cunningham?
You want
I'm
Spongy?
done.
You want Malik?
Sure.
Okay.
Hey, you know the Eagles going down next year. You know that, right?
All right. Who's got the next one? 222.
Thank
David
you.
McNiner.
I'll go.
It's David McNiner.
Okay, David McNiner.
Okay. Let's look at wide receivers.
Yep.
Ooh.
Damn.
I'm looking at there's a couple guys on there. Look. Let's look at the top guy right there. From Virginia.
Pronounce his first
Virginia.
name. 6'5".
6'5", 216.
Wow.
Now that's a red zone and third down right
But
there.
look
That's
at
like
his,
that's another like Jane and hers.
it looks like he did
Look
pretty
at
good
Jawan
last
Jennings.
year. I don't know if he was
Don't
hurt
even
this
call
year.
him
He only played
sexy.
8 games, so probably.
Hey kid, you know the Eagles going down there, shit. You know that, right?
We heard you.
All right, let's look at another wide receiver or two. Just to that guy's tall.
Brock
Let's
Purdy
look at the
went
guy
down
from
too.
BYU right there. I remember, he's actually a really good route runner.
6'2",
Brock Purdy went
201.
down too, by the way.
Not bad
Yep.
size.
Kid, you're not helping your case. Struggled against Notre
Another
Dame.
guy, another guy that got hurt though. He only played 9 games.
Nope, we don't want him then.
No.
Well,
okay.
that's the thing is, our team, we need depth.
I just go with
It
the
Justin
says
top one.
shorter about how tall he is. It says shorter, but he's 6'4".
He only
I'll
played
go with
9
the first
games.
one. I'll go with the first one.
He also played in 9 games. You see that's probably why they dropped on the list.
All
Just
right.
go with the first.
Jadakiss
Just go with the first one.
Bonds. He
Bonds.
played 11 games.
Judicus.
6'4",
My name is
200.
Bonds. Judicus Bonds.
Dong and bone.
863 yards. Does that say 863 or my glasses broke?
No, it's true, but look at who he played against. He was a Hampton Pirate, which I've never heard of.
Villanova.
Hold on. This is the type of player we take though. Because we take guys that no one's ever heard of that all the fans are going, huh? Who's
This
that?
is a
Brock
Ross
Purdy.
Dwelly. This is a Ross
Brock
Dwelly.
Purdy.
So
This
what
is
do you
somebody
think?
that
What do you
you-
think, Dave McNiner? Is this your guy?
How big is he again?
6'5".
6'2", 6'4",
6'4".
200.
6'4", 200.
Yeah, too
Go
even.
with the.
This
I
is
think you should
somebody
go with the first guy.
This is somebody you convert into tight end.
Look at another guy, or
No, because the dude needs to gain 50 pounds to be a tight end in the NFL. Let's be honest.
Not necessarily. Only if he's going to be a blocking and a passing
Uh,
tight end. We need somebody who can run fast too.
Well.
oh,
there are a lot of
David,
tight
this is
ends.
your guy, 5'8", 179.
We have 3 tight
Oh,
ends.
he'd be broken 2 games with us. We don't need
Yeah.
that.
Hell yeah!
He can't block. He
I
can't
think you should
block.
go with the first one. The Niner. First
Well,
one.
let's go with the first one, the Virginia. Was it
Yeah.
Keaton Thompson?
Yeah. No, I don't think that's how you pronounce it, but yeah.
Something like that.
All right.
You
It's
guys
close.
got to remember, sometimes because somebody's undersized doesn't mean that they don't have the right positioning or the right skills to make blocks or to be, dominant. Sometimes when you're undersized, you have the best position. You have the best, footing. It's all about the person's mentality. And sometimes
Well,
heart
Brent,
matters.
what I'm thinking about though is Third and Juwan is under contract for 1 more year, and chances are we're not going to be able to retain him.
But remember, David, either you're
Oh,
retaining
Jenny.
Juwan, you either re-sign Juwan.
I'm taking this
or
guy
you
from
pick up-
Purdue. He's the next Drew
you
Brees.
pick up
Okay.
you either re-sign Juwan or you pick up Brandon Ayuk. So
Right.
that's why they're holding on.
I'll go
to him.
next.
We got it. How many picks you got remaining, though? Oh, you still got way more. You're good. Okay.
All right, so I'll go next.
Go ahead, John Jay.
Okay,
Oh
go
yeah.
ahead.
Let's see. Let me look at the big board.
Okay.
All right. Did we already draft the guard already?
We haven't drafted a linebacker or a guard.
All right. Let me look at the Caleb Chancellor.
6'4", 297. He had a great grade last year. Terrible grade
Alright.
this year.
So let's see. All right. So looking at, this guy's more of a pass blocker than a run blocker. All right.
Well, let's see pass block grade. Yeah, it says that. Yeah.
Let me look at his size.
His size?
Yeah.
6'4",
6'4",
297.
No, I'm good. I'll pass on him.
Okay.
Let's see
Steve-O,
next-
Steve-O, what do
He's
you
not
mean?
thick enough.
Lynch will take the 42nd pick to honor Lot.
All right.
So-
Let me look at that linebacker from whatever that.
On this board, Drake Thomas.
Drake Thomas. Yeah.
He's
6
6 foot
foot.
230, kind of more like an off-ball linebacker.
Like
Get him.
that's like Dre Greenlaw.
Yep, get him.
All right, let's look at his numbers.
Not good in pass coverage, I don't think, because
Oh.
34 receptions, 40 targets.
Let's see a good run. Like
Well, our guy's got to be able to cover, so that's not our guy.
okay, yeah.
He was 571st against the pass.
All right,
Like, we got to get better numbers. Not saying he's got to be the best, but we got to
Yeah.
get better numbers.
all right. Let's look at. Let's see what's another position. Let's see that's there. Running back.
You know what we could do too for linebackers? Like, we can find a bigger safety, a bigger strong safety, and convert them like we did Fred Warner's. There's that. Kind of
Oh,
like
yeah.
the cornerback that I picked with the first pick.
Did we draft a safety yet?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think I picked.
And the cornerback that I got
like this
was,
guy right here, 6 foot.
Yeah, we actually
222.
got the safety Hickman from Ohio State.
Let's
Oh yeah, I
see.
picked that guy.
All right. You know what? Let me look at the edge rushers because the Niners love the edge rushers.
Niners love the edge rushers.
1 sec. Sorry, guys.
We seem to take edge rusher like every year since like what? Forrest Buckner.
One
Nice.
look at this guy. He went to Georgia.
Let's see. Go click on the Mississippi State one.
Okay.
All right. I just want to see his
Measurable scores.
Two-
6'2", 263.
Hmm.
Graduate.
Let's see his numbers. Pass. As a pass rusher, if your numbers are that low, darn.
26 hurries though.
Yeah. All right, let's look at the stats. 8 sacks, 4 quarterback hits, 26 hurries, 1 batted ball. I'm going to take this guy. He'll be like a good project, maybe special teamers. So that's my pick.
Oh, shoot. Spongy.
Oh, the Eagles, Spongy.
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 That's
Little
his name.
Sponge.
That's his name.
Pick a kicker. Pick a kicker.
Jake Moody.
David Corona was taken. Wait, what'd you say, Sponge?
Jake Moody.
What happened, Joe?
Oh, no.
You took DTR. I'm gonna take Moody.
Okay.
Okay.
Look, there's Andre, whatever the heck his name was. Again.
Now we're gonna have to see who Bryant's second option is.
I know.
This is-
Wow.
I thought it was my
This is-
turn.
He lost him. He could have got him, but anyway.
This to
All
me
right,
is the
Corona,
best.
what we drafting here?
This is the most exciting part of the night now. Figuring out who Bryant's second option is.
Where's Brian?
Must see
Oh, this
YouTube.
is gonna be hilarious when he comes back and sees he's not here.
He's
Oh, he's not even here right
My
now.
turn. I go with my turn then.
Oh,
All right, go ahead, David Corona. We
That's
got
so
one.
much
let's
better.
Let's go with what we need. Do we need a center?
A
I don't
pod.
think we need it really anything. No, we got a
No.
center.
What about another right receiver?
Okay, yeah.
That's a halfback. Running back, no, we
What
get
about-
running backs undrafted.
What about D tackle?
Let's go with D tackle then.
Let's see who's available.
3 players.
Let's see who's the top the first one. Let's see
From
what he's
Ohio
all about.
State.
What is he?
6'2",
Why
300?
is this guy entering the draft as a freshman?
What about the second guy?
Did it reset? Sorry, 1 sec.
Did it say
Wow,
red
they
shirt
said-
freshman?
What about this
Yeah.
guy? What's his weight?
Senior, graduated high school or
6'3",
graduated college.
286. He's kind of light.
Nah, yeah,
But
he
look
get
at
beat
that.
up.
Look at that grade though.
We got enough 3 techs.
Let's
We
go with
got
the
enough
last. Let me see
pretext.
what the last guy.
We need a 1 tech.
That's what we got.
Let's
That
see
guy
his
and
size.
Jared Clark.
Who's
I need a
this?
1
He's not
tech.
big enough.
6'2", 304.
Let's go with the
He's
first guy
not
then.
big enough.
I'm
go with the
looking for
first guy.
a one tech that's got moves. You know what I mean? That's all I'm looking for.
First
Let's
guy
go
then,
with
Coach
the.
David.
Yeah, let's go with the first guy then.
Okay.
That's your favorite answer, isn't it, David?
Yeah.
A.
All right, Bryant, where are you at?
Well, I've been
Brian, you
listening.
here?
I've been listening. I had to mute myself because, again, maybe if we weren't, maybe drafting with potential enemies, they wouldn't have known my strategy. But we're gonna go because I did. I rolled the dice. I'm thinking, okay,
Oh, y'all
everybody
skip
keeps
me?
telling me. Everybody
Yeah,
keeps
go ahead,
telling
Corey.
me.
It's your turn, Corey.
Oh
Y'all skip
man.
me?
Everybody keeps telling me, Jake Moody will be there at
It's
the
your
end,
turn,
right?
Corey.
So,
Technically, he
Well-
wasn't there at the end.
Well, technically, Brian, I want to give you a bit of peace of mind. He did it for spite.
Yeah, you took DTR, dude.
So basically,
Well,
Hey,
that's what I
Joe,
was.
Joe, it's Corey.
That's what I
It's Corey's turn.
Whose turn is it, David
This is
Corona?
funny.
Yeah, I was
It's
gonna
Corey.
say Stetson Bennett too.
Corey
No.
and Brian work together.
It's
Oh.
one last pick. Oh,
it's the final
Go ahead.
bit.
Hold on.
Go ahead,
Let's
David.
look, there's
Okay,
a
go
kicker
ahead,
on the
Brian.
board, though. There's a kicker on the board, though. I want to
Go
see
ahead,
him.
Brian. Let
Yeah.
Brian have it.
Oh,
Make a trade.
Brian's the
Sorry,
kicker
Rob.
guy, anyways.
Well, if
Look, the
Harrison
kicker from
Melvin-
Syracuse right there. Yeah.
Well, that wasn't who I was looking for, but if Harrison Melvis is still there, I'd
Look
take
at his
him.
grade, though.
Why doesn't
Yeah,
he's there.
Is Harrison
Now, here's a guy.
Melvis still there?
he? Did he actually do anything?
I don't
Well,
think so.
here's a
Let's look at this guy.
Well,
No, is Harrison Melvis still there?
I don't think they do kicker stats.
they don't do that for some reason. I don't know why.
No. Is Harrison Melvis still there?
Nobody's listened to him.
No, nobody's
Harrison
listening. I guess.
Melvis.
I know. It's like they talk over you and they expect
No, he's
to hear what you
listening.
say.
He's listening.
I was talking about everybody else talking over him.
I don't think so.
Harrison Melvis.
Is that spelt right?
Who's Harrison Melvis, Brian? I'm just wondering.
He's the kicker. I'll tell you right now. He's like that is he's actually the top kicker if people don't think of Jake Moody right now. So
Well, what school does he
Not on
play
the
for?
board.
I think it was Syracuse if I looked at it right, but I'm wrong. Either way, go ahead and draft a kicker.
We
Just
don't
kidding.
need we don't need a punter?
No, we don't.
Hey,
need a
Brian,
punter.
Brian.
We have Mitch Wisnowski. We drafted him like
Yeah. Oh,
Right.
yeah.
We've extended him.
Brian, I will tell you right now, the only kicker that I looked at was the Maryland kicker, and he's really good.
That's who I
Brian,
think is
I will
Melvis.
draft this guy for you if you can pronounce his last name.
No, I'm sorry. Harrison Melvis is from Missouri. That's where he's from. I'm sorry.
I don't see him on here.
So he must have went earlier.
I don't. Okay. I don't think so.
Oh, he's not there.
Bryce Behringer.
All right, give me a break. Sorry.
No, you're good. I'm just saying, like, well, if he's
I'm
not
just
there, bro.
messing with you. Brian, pronounce this guy's last name. You're the kicker guy.
Cernowski.
That guy?
Yeah. Zanaski.
Jake Moody for Dorian Thompson
Smith?
Robinson.
Smith.
Zaniski.
Smith.
Andre Smith.
It's
Yeah,
Smith.
Smith.
It is
That's
Smith.
Smith.
No, I don't want him.
Smith.
Smith.
See, there's a lot of
Yeah.
names I have problems with, some I don't. But
No.
more I have problems with, though.
If this is my pick, I'm gonna pick the guy from Georgia. I'm not picking Smith. I'm not picking shit.
The guy from Georgia. All right.
Our draft is over.
Got us a kicker.
Jake Moody for Dorian
Well, now we
Thompson
have two,
Robinson.
actually.
I was gonna look. I wanted to look at somebody that was either can be switched from a either
Yeah, I
offensive
kinda wish
lineman
you
to a
would've-
fullback.
I kind of wish you would have went Corey. I'm sorry.
All right, here's the Eagles grade. We got a B plus.
All right, yeah,
Good job,
nice.
Spongy. Niners grade.
Something.
A+ on that Tomlinson deal.
I told you.
I got an
Hey,
A minus.
guys want me
A
to
plus
say
on my
that?
thick fella.
I got an A
on my
minus.
thick fella there.
C
I
minus.
got an
give you
A
my
minus.
pick?
I got an A
I'll
minus
download that.
and a B plus. That's what I got.
Can I
What I
propose a
get for my
trade?
pick?
What do we get for the kicker? Hold on, scroll down. I want to see what we got for the
Oh,
kicker.
you got robbed. You got a C- for your center, but he's a good one.
A
C
C
plus.
C plus.
And it's,
And see, that's kind
hey,
of like
look at
it's a
that
weird
one right
stat.
there. That big boy.
It's a
Who's
Yeah.
the guy who
That
picked
was
the
a-
quarterback? He got a D plus.
that was me,
That-
and I picked
Oh.
him because that was that was a good spot. But see,
UCLA.
the whole thing is like with kicker, if you draft a
That's
kicker at
amazing.
the end, then you're gonna get a decent grade. If you draft a quarterback that you might believe in, you're
Yeah.
gonna get that grade. And again, you gotta go back onto it. If you have two quarterbacks, you have none, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
got D plus for Sam Laporta. That's
But
kind
if
of
you have a quarterback
Yeah.
with two last names, you might have
kind of
one.
rough. Yeah, I think he's better than
You guys
that.
need to
Oh,
see anything
okay.
else?
I kind of now understand more.
No, I think we're good.
I don't.
There we
How
go.
do you get a D minus for future
they don't
juice? That's messed up.
How
I
do you get
saw
a D
that. I
plus
was
for
like,
Dorian
I'm
Thompson
keeping-
Robinson?
I'm
DTR
keeping
man.
Thomason. You can keep Moody. I see your
Did-
message. You can keep Moody. We're gonna keep Thomason. I'm sticking
Did,
with my gut. You got a quarterback with two last names. You got one.
Hey, earlier, Steve-O said he wanted to ask something, but I don't think he ever asked it.
Yeah, he might be thinking a lot of things right now. It seems like by his comments, I don't know what he's talking about
Fact.
sometimes.
Fax the results to Lynch. Oh, John Lynch.
Yeah, about
The thing about that thick fella, Jared Clark, that is exactly the type of player we take late in the draft. You know, he's in a
That's
small
what-
school.
That's
He's
your
got
nose tackle,
upside.
too.
like I don't worry about it. Like those guys are gems for us because of our coach. You know what I mean? They come in, they play their asses off, they go out and get contracts because nobody thought anything of them, and then they work in the system. It's like, don't get defensive backs from Seattle and don't get defensive linemen from the 49ers because they're not going to work well in your scheme. They just work well in the scheme that you thought that they were in, and you got all, happy about it.
Is anybody doing fantasy
I
football
could
this year?
I could just imagine though, like Bosa Hargrave with that big guy that's going to eat up two blockers no matter what. It's like, how you ain't blocking everybody. You're not going to be able to double team Bosa and Hargrave when you're double teaming that guy.
Well,
So
you essentially you can, but you got to start taking receivers out of like coverages, out of coverage. You know what I mean? You gotta take them
that
from
means
getting
Jake,
points.
so that means Jake Jackson's gonna get more sacks this year.
Well, hopefully, if that was his issue, you know what I mean? That wasn't his issue, was him getting double teamed. Other people were getting double teamed.
Yeah.
well, the issue was he only played 15% of the snaps.
And supposedly
He
he
got,
only had
3
enough.
sacks, 8 batted balls, all in 15% of the snaps. You know what I mean? He needs more playing time.
Well, obviously he couldn't handle the playing time. That's why he wasn't suited. I don't know if that's true, but that's the word we got.
Damn, that sucks. Drake Jackson needs to bubble up.
Yeah.
Man, he needs to step up, at least get at least 7, 8. Nah, I think I'm doing too much. Maybe seven sacks this year, maybe.
Well, the thing is as long as he gets him, I mean, if conditioning was a problem, he's got a while to get that fixed.
Yeah,
I hope he's hitting the weights, hitting the gym, doing what he's got to do.
exactly.
Steve-O, I see the Cardinals actually, but the Cardinals and the Rams passing a lot because they're going to be behind in a lot of games this year. I think they'll be passing a lot.
They getting smoked this year. The Lambs.
No, that's what I mean. I think the Rams and the Cardinals will be behind a lot this year, so I think they will be passing the ball quite a bit.
So think about this for a minute, guys. We got 11 picks. We don't need 11 picks. The Rams have 11 picks. They need 11 picks.
Yeah.
But who's to say they're going to draft the right guys? They don't draft well at all.
No, they don't.
They don't have a choice.
Yeah, you're right.
If you're not Cooper Kupp, Stafford, or Aaron Donald, they're not going nowhere.
Well, how many years does Stafford have left in him?
I don't
know.
What,
Like 2, 3?
Probably like a half a season left.
Somebody proposed taking Floyd from him as our next edge rusher. It's like, oh, hey, you need draft picks? Here, let us get Floyd off you real quick.
Didn't they cut him?
I don't think so. I don't know.
They did.
I think we should. I think we should get
They
out.
cut Floyd.
You think we need him?
So, hold up. I want to talk about something again real quick because not everybody was in here, all that good stuff. So, this whole kicker thing, we traded for a kicker today, and we swapped a 5th round pick with him, which is essentially we're going to end up doing better. So, that pick is going to fall down lower. So, essentially, it's like, worst situation for them. His contract's fully guaranteed. That means they're paying him. So we're not paying him anything. I don't know why they did this deal.
I don't understand it the way you guys said it.
So, and then, what do you mean?
So we don't.
Why would you swap picks with a team that's going to be better than you and give them a player?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't make sense to me.
And we don't have to pay them either?
Because
no, we don't have to pay him.
Oh, that's cool.
Quad injuries. He's had 2 quad injuries, and he probably doesn't fit in with the locker room. So they're just dusting their hands.
How does a kicker not fit in the locker room unless your name's Mike Vanderjagt?
Man, I mean, come on, like Jose Cortez. I mean, like there's other kickers out there. They just don't get. There's some people just aren't team guys, or whatever, And every team has their own culture. So maybe that's just it. But why do we keep on getting all these Panther players?
Hold on. Before we get before we get too off topic, the thing I wanted to talk about was they made this so they have a backup. I'm guessing they're going to draft a kicker. Okay, so this is a backup just in case the kicker, the drafted rookie, doesn't work out, right?
Mm-hmm.
But why did they have to get this guy? Why couldn't they go out and get another guy? The reason being is because they're not trying to pay a penny that they need to. They're not trying to pay anything more because they're trying to keep a hold of whatever they got. Because I think there's one last guy they're trying to sign. Yeah. And I'm guessing they've been in talks with him since the beginning of free agency. They're in contact with him, his agent every couple of days. They're waiting for the price to come down. They're waiting for the price because they've got this certain amount. I think they can, if they need to, I think they will try and restructure Christian McCaffrey. But I think what they're trying to do right now is to not and just try and fit it in that window.
I'd be super weary about that.
What guy is this?
I don't know because it could be like Yannick Ngakoue. It could be because that's the one I think is because that would be it'd be the biggest name. It'd be the biggest holdout.
And he's
out of everybody.
And he's on the Panthers.
Mm-hmm.
No, Yannick Ngakoue is a free agent. That's what I heard. The kicker's from the Panthers. That's a different deal. We're talking about.
I know, when it comes to this kicker situation, I don't know a lot about him. I don't know if Steve Wilks says this guy is much better than what we're saying, but I do think the Niners. And again, I could be wrong, but I want to put this point and make this point. Robbie Gould probably could come back to the Niners because he learned, and I was right. Check mark. You're not worth more than Justin Tucker, who's the best kicker in the NFL right now. Or they saw someone in the combine and they're like, wait a second, we can get a cheaper kicker. We probably don't have to draft him. This guy is here to work out and see what they have. Because if the Panthers are paying his contract and we don't have to worry about anything, this is a win-win for the Niners. And you just said something very easy. If he does well, that drafting drops for them. So they're losing and we're winning. So technically it's a win-win for us if it doesn't work out for us. That's how I see it.
Oh yeah, that's cool. Hell yeah.
I know one thing. You guys don't want to go cheap with the kicker though if you're playing close games, because in 2017 we decided to go with a cheap kicker and it cost us. We finished 9-7. We probably should have finished 12-4 that year.
Wait, let's go a little bit more in depth on that.
Mm-hmm.
The kicker that you got was the kicker that you mentally fucked in the head the year before in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Which I think was the stupidest decision. Like, you
it
broke
was
that
dumb.
man. You broke that man. Why the hell are you hiring him?
Because he already won us a game before he even put on our uniform. That's why.
Yeah, but the Vikings paid him to do that. I'm not paying him anything past that. You know what I mean? Look, you can do a personal.
Well, even Sebastian Janikowski the next year. I mean, we tried to spend a little bit of money on a kicker, right? It just didn't work. Just find yourself a guy, that you can just. I know Gould's getting a little older, obviously. I don't know how old he is, but I remember him kicking the Pro Bowl in like 2006. So, I don't know. I just try to find yourself a guy like Bryant was saying, like that Moody guy that you could just keep on the roster forever as long as he works out.
Yeah, you're talking about getting younger at the position and cheaper.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you get a guy like Moody, you're talking about a leg there. That's like you're starting to become. He's a weapon at that point.
Yeah,
because
I wouldn't go with a guy that failed somewhere else. Is what I'm saying. I don't know how
Gonzalez
did.
That's why I think. That's why I think he's insurance.
And that's why, me and Ryan talked a little earlier too, and I threw it out. This is my opinion. I don't know if you agree or not. It's fine. But I think not only is he insurance, but he's like that thumb, like to push on Robbie. Hey, Robbie, do you want to come back or do you want to go somewhere else? Because we got this guy right now. We're not paying him anything. He's free money. So what do you think about that? Because they could potentially put this guy on like IR or something weird could happen, right? He could stub his toe in practice and need like some kind of have gout, right? I mean, there's a lot of weird intangibles, so it's not necessarily like even if we cut him, are we really like we're not going to sign 11 players from the draft. It's not going to hurt us to cut this player if we wanted to bring somebody like Robbie back or even go and get a different kicker. This is like insurance. This is pressure. Right now we're playing poker. We have the cards in our hand, and we're the ones. The players aren't dictating anything to us anymore. We're dictating to them. And I think Ryan's right. We got a little bit of money left. We've been in negotiation, discussion with somebody, and we're going to go after a defensive end. And if we do go after a defensive end, that only pushes more like into my head, we're going to draft a kicker first, right? Because then it goes into what? Best player available, or are you drafting for position need? And if you draft a kicker first, who might not be there later in the round, you're going to be paying cheap. And it's not really a big deal because it's only 11 picks, and we're not going to be playing every one of these guys or keeping them. So 55 guys on the roster, we can't keep all of them.
And I want to say real quick, they're probably talking to a couple of guys in that position group, probably edge. But there's one that they're waiting on. So like once that one either signs with them or someone else, then I think they're going to move off. So let's say Yannick goes tomorrow. I see the Niners making a deal on somebody else.
Well, like you said last week, Clowney doesn't show up for training camp, so you ain't got to worry about that.
Yeah.
And he's got attitude too, doesn't he? I don't know if we want that, but
He didn't here. I know he did in Cleveland and he did in Houston. He never did here. It was just more of like he wanted too much money for what he was.
Yeah, he does think a lot of himself.
Yeah, I mean, what? Because you have one great play against Michigan.
A college team, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it seemed like. That's kind of his whole career. It was one play against Michigan.
But to give him credit, like when you watch Foreigners, watch the do reaction to Here Come the Boom. The one play they actually know, they're like, wait, is that the Jajavian Clowney one? That's the one play they know. They're like, well, not all of them, but if someone knows a play, that's the one play like all of them know. That's one of my favorite things to do. If you're ever feeling bored, just go and watch like Foreigners watch Here Comes the Boom. Or
I watched it, yeah. They don't understand football or anything.
Oh, but it's so great to watch them cringe, and you're like, yeah, baby, that's football. Mm-hmm.
Yo, have you guys ever seen that movie Draft Day?
No.
With Kevin
Nobody?
Costner?
Yeah, with Costner, it kind of sucked. But have you guys seen it? Anybody?
No.
I've seen clips of it. I really want to sit down and watch it, but I watch too much YouTube.
Well, so the premise is he traded up for the number 1 overall pick. He traded like next year's first round pick, like the next 3, but he didn't trade that year. And he's going, this player no matter what, this player no matter what, and it's a quarterback, and he totally passed on him. And it made me laugh. And I was like, what if the Panthers are going Miles Murphy no matter what? They take Miles Murphy with the first overall pick.
That's like a 49ers move. They're like, yeah, I don't care what pick we have. We're just going for a guy we think won't be there by the next time we pick, and that's the guy we want, so we're getting him.
How about this, Bryant? You still on?
Yeah, I'm here.
What do you think if the Raiders pick Jake Moody at number 7 overall? What's going to be your reaction?
Probably laughing out loud with tears coming out because they're just doing something that they've done in the past. I don't
Actually,
think it's a bad idea. You know, I really don't. But
Sebastian Janikowski wasn't the highest pick kicker ever.
He was picked number 1 for the Raiders organization. He might not have been picked first in the whole draft, but he was picked first.
He was picked in the first round, but he wasn't the highest kicker, the highest picked kicker ever in draft history.
Who guy was?
Who was?
I don't know the name, but I saw something earlier today. I think it was. They were talking about it, and he was like the second or third highest pick.
Oh,
but
shout out in like the 40s or something.
Isn't that fucking crazy? It was like 50s and 60s.
But shout out to the Raiders, right? They go and draft a kicker, right? A field goal kicker first. And then you think about it, their punter guy is in the Hall of Fame. So maybe there's been some overall, maybe they specialize in special teams, So
and they try and move up to the number.
Stupid.
They try and move up to the number 3.
To have a punter in the Hall of Fame and to be your team, that's kind of cool, but it's just the Raiders, If you think about the Raiders, and this is my big joke, when Al Davis was alive, and I know a lot of people have probably already heard this, when he went to go to draft, he'd look at the newspaper and he'd take his finger down the newspaper line and see who had the fastest 40. If it was the kicker, he was drafting the kicker. It didn't matter.
Wow. That's crazy.
Al Davis drafted whoever had the fastest 40 time.
And that's why the Raiders suck.
Is that true? They're trying to move up to number 3 to grab a quarterback, or what?
I don't know. I'm not a big Raider fan, but
I think the Raiders are going to trade up to 3 with the Cardinals to take Anthony Richardson because that seems like the most Raiders thing possible. And then we're sitting there at number 5 with literally any player to take except a quarterback.
I'd like to see the Raiders take TJ Hooker.
Hendon Hooker?
Yeah, Hendon Hooker.
Who's that quarterback that hit pro He was Kentucky, that big old tall kid.
Will Levis.
Yeah, him. He's a pretty tall.
Hey, I got a question for you guys. Who was the guy with the dog in his chat? He like never showed his face, but it's just a
That's
dog.
Steve-O. Steve-O.
Oh, is that Steve-O?
Yeah,
Nice.
that's his dog.
All right, guys. I'm gonna have some dinner. You guys have a good rest of your night. Nice talking to all of you. I'm out.
Later,
Take
John.
it easy,
John,
John.
have a good night. Have a good
See you
dinner.
later, my Laker bro.
Warriors all day.
Nope.
One day you
Stetson
guys are
Bennett.
gonna have to go to a Laker Warrior game and kiss something. I don't know.
Have you guys ever hung out before, you and John, David?
Nope.
You going to one day? Maybe go watch
All right.
LeBron?
If he wants to come to California.
He's in
David?
California, David.
Yeah,
Oh.
man. John's in the Bay Area, bro.
If he wants to come more down to LA, Riverside, Corona. I'm in Corona.
I think we knew that.
Oh,
It's kind of your last name.
Yeah, David. John's always saying all the time that he's in like the Bay Area. That's why he pumps his chest a whole lot about the Warriors, the Giants, and everything else. John's a great guy. You gotta, respect. But no, if you guys ever get a chance to go to like a Warrior game or something, Warrior Laker game, and I'm gonna say it again, and kiss or something, make up. You guys would
oh
probably.
hell no.
Again, it's all love, but
Yeah.
You guys could do trivia together and go both choose the D.
you and
Yeah.
John, you guys
I
sometimes
don't go that way.
Oh, we got you on tape going for the D.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
recorded.
yeah.
Corey.
We got
Corey
it
has
recorded.
it.
Yeah, a couple of times yesterday.
David,
Shout out to Corey.
don't take John so personally though. Like he goes at me hard too, So
Oh,
like
yeah.
sometimes like, if he's giving you a hard time, just kind
Yeah.
of take your love, because
Oh, I know.
same thing. He gives me a hard time too, and I'm like, why, man? Kickers are great.
If I was on my old
He
days,
just be giving
it'd
people hard
it'd
times.
It'd be way different. But I'm kind of like chill back now. I don't get mad how I used to get mad.
Nathan said he caught you in 4K taking the D.
Yes.
And if it happened, it's okay. We still love you.
No, I don't
Hey.
go that way.
Well,
But
like I said,
pick D all the time because it's just safe. Everybody else picks A, B, and C.
Well,
so this guy have to take the D.
it's not always safe. During the
Right.
80s,
Can somebody like figure out how to have him like just clip that part out of him just saying, "Yeah, that's why I always take the D."
oh yeah, it could be done. What would have been better is if his camera was going at that time, because then I could have
see, that's
zoomed.
why David
Then
Cohen
I
did
could.
like that, man. We're just having
Oh, I
fun.
could have
was
zoomed in
like
on his
for
face.
20 years.
I could in on his face and like put in a whole bunch of stuff. I could have
Oh,
made
guys,
maybe
I'm
like
out. I'm out.
a rocket ship going into his mouth or something. There could like I could have done so
Yeah,
many
that-
things.
With the Thug Life glasses on.
Oh, bro,
Yeah.
we could have ended it with fireworks.
Yeah, that'd have to probably end my career.
Just as long as the missus doesn't see, everything will be fine.
Oh,
No,
she
she'll
doesn't care.
definitely rewatch, and she'll let everybody else know.
She'd be like, out of everybody, but why did you share it?
I'd be standing there like, why?
Why? Out of everybody, I thought you were supposed to have my back.
I give you my flower. Come on.
Yeah, I'm sure she's excited about that right now.
You're
Well,
not smoking some good kush.
yeah, I've been.
Let's talk about that online. This is a 49er chat. You guys want a private message?
You know, David.
Do a different Discord channel or something, but like, let's keep it clean, David. I mean, like,
Uh,
not everybody's like comfortable with that. And let's keep
my bad. Yep, sorry.
We're all cool, you know.
Yeah.
we're adults, but like, again, I don't want to be like doing that right now.
The highlight was that David asking if Corey wanted any medicine last night.
Oh God. Oh God, that was hilarious. That was hilarious. Definitely not something I will be clipping
No,
and putting out. That was
that's why I phrased it the way that I did.
yeah.
I thought you had a feeling.
No, I thought you had a feeling.
I'm thinking in my head right now.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Is that what I smell?
Yeah.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
Right up to the phone.
How about let's not commit felonies on our YouTube stream right now?
Yeah, that's what I heard last night, and I was like, okay, guys, I gotta go. You guys have a good night.
Who said that?
I think it was Bryant.
Oh,
That's what I was trying to say, David.
No, Bryant and Ryan were talking about it, David.
Yeah.
Oh,
no biggie.
Yeah.
Good times. Good times.
Oh yeah.
Dude, I was dying last night.
Yeah. So did you guys do anything since Wednesday? Joe, you guys made any moves?
At the Seahawks?
Yeah.
Did I tell you we re-signed Drew Lock?
I think you did.
Let me look here.
Go ahead.
Which that kind of puzzles me. I wonder if he's been showing something when he's been running second team that they liked.
I think so, and I think it just goes to show that they're probably not going to draft a quarterback. I really hope not.
You think you guys bringing back Bobby Wagner? You think you guys bringing him back?
I hope so.
Why wouldn't you try and like draft like somebody, maybe like the 4th or the 5th for quarterback? You know what I mean? Just to try.
No, I'm completely fine with taking somebody even in the late second QB. I'm fine with that. I don't want them to I'm going to stream the draft. I have my TV set up right here. And if they take a quarterback at number 5, I might just have to, end it early.
You got the number 5 pick?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
And not because we sucked, because the Broncos
Russell
sucked.
Wilson. Yeah.
But think about it. If you guys take a quarterback, number 5, right, and you have 2 quarterbacks right now that potentially could start for you, that's not a bad thing. It really isn't. Your quarterback could sit there for 2 to potentially 3 years and train, and when he is ready, be in a good position. Because honestly, your coach isn't retiring for the next 5 years. His gum's older than that.
2025 his contract's up.
Bro, he might just drop flat on his face one day.
But I think his gum's older than his contract says. You know what I mean?
I'm not saying it isn't.
Whatever he's chewing on, I think when he swallows his gum, that's when the day he retires.
Yeah. He's the best coach we've ever had. And not saying a lot because we had Mike Holmgren before him.
Yeah, but, and I would kind of argue Mike Holmgren's a better coach, honestly. I really would, because of the tenure that he had, the time that he had with you guys. You weren't anything before he came there. And then after he came there, you guys got the division change. You got Sean Alexander, Matt Hasselbeck. You guys started.
But you could argue
Super Bowl right away. I mean,
you could argue the same thing for Pete. I mean, we've been spoiled with great coaches.
But when you transitioned off
when Pete came here,
when you transitioned off of Mike Holmgren, you guys went to
Jim Mora.
And he wasn't bad. You guys just didn't have the talent around him, and he was still drafting. So it's kind of like what happened with Harbaugh. You guys had a ready-made team handed over.
No,
so Pete came in.
They had the most transactions in the NFL their first season. Pete Carroll and John Schneider did. I mean, we ripped that team to the studs. We wanted nothing to do with what they did. They wanted nothing to do with what the previous regime did.
I know you guys went after the quarterback that Green Bay had, that one, that had thrown so many touchdowns in that one game. And you
Matt
guys,
Flynn.
yeah,
Yeah,
Matt
I was telling Ryan the other night. I'll admit when I'm wrong. I mean, I was wrong. I want him to start Matt Flynn over Russell Wilson.
that might not have been a bad idea at the moment. It really might not have been.
Well,
Probably was.
everything pointed to Matt Flynn being the starter. Everything did.
Until
Like,
you
even-
watched Russ in the preseason. I mean, he was good. He was fast.
And you're talking about the pick that they picked him at, even kind of made it
third
seem,
round.
it's not your day one starter. You don't think? It's like
No.
Burford. What round did we draft Burford in?
I have no idea who that is.
It's our
Left
left guard. But they weren't
Fourth
expecting
round.
him. Fourth round. Yeah, they weren't expecting him to start this year at the fourth round. He was a surprise.
I really think you guys are going to have some problems with us this year. I really hope so.
Nah, you guys gonna get sweep again.
No, I'm serious. If we upgrade our D line like they're doing, they ripped it to the studs. I really think they're going to be some good games this year.
Yeah,
I fully respect you guys. Like I said, I really do. I do respect you guys a lot. I mean, but the way
Yeah.
it's,
and
That
you be
might
at
be
the
where
game
I'm
too.
That might be where I'm at. Like, I'm always going to respect the Seahawks, but I think that the time has changed. I think you guys are on your way down. You're still competitive, and I think you're competitive because you guys have made a decision with a quarterback, or you made a decision here or there. But I think last year you guys got really lucky, and I'm not trying to be rude or anything like that. I
oh
think
god damn it, Brian.
you got really lucky. And then this year, unless you guys, like you said, make a really significant splash on defensive line, I don't see you guys. You guys will be finishing second in the division if we don't have any injuries. If we have injuries, you guys might take the division. But that's not because either team's crap. It's because I honestly think the Niners are getting better where the Seahawks are having to rebuild. And I think that's really a true statement, especially if your coach is on his way out. Your quarterback, you guys already got rid of him.
He's showing no signs that he's on his way out.
Hey, Joe, real quick, I got a question.
Yeah.
Are you thinking you're going to rebuild your line, like your defensive tackles through the draft this year?
Yeah, definitely. Well, no,
So-
because we got that Draymond Jones, and he's a stud from Denver. We
This
got
is-
Jay Reed back. Yeah.
This is what I see is a lot of defensive tackles that come out of the draft aren't necessarily good year one.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying that you can't be right. You know what I mean? Like, if anybody in the draft, I guess, was going to be a guy who could start day one as a defensive tackle, it'd be that Jalen Carter.
I don't trust him though. I'd rather have if Will Anderson's there at 5, I'm taking him. I guess I lied, not defensive tackle. I'd like that edge guy.
Okay, because look, I'm just saying, if you go D tackle, and when it comes to edge, you better have two good ones because one of them is going to be negated by Trent.
And you still got that guy at you guys trade for the Jets. What's his name? Adams or
Yeah, and I was telling Ryan this. He's our 4th best safety on the team. We just signed Julian Love. He's going to play more like a positionless defensive player. He's going to play like linebacker, nickel.
he's gonna be everywhere on the field.
It was the worst trade we've ever done. We
Yeah.
made some shitty trades. That was about equivalent to the Broncos trade for Russell Wilson, but on a lesser scale because he didn't really pull the national media towards him.
As it sits right now, I think you have the best kicker.
Thanks, Brian. I really appreciate that.
I really do, and I'm not. I mean,
It's saying a lot. It's saying a lot. Come from Brian.
Coming from the special teams the guru of special teams, Brian Cole.
Hey, I'm telling you, when I was in high school, I was amazing when they told me I couldn't kick. I got all mad and I could make it. But when they told me I could do good, that's when I didn't do good. It's like sometimes like players, they do. They need to be pumped up the right way, you know. And when you're like, oh man, you're the greatest, and they go out there and like, I'm the greatest, and then you kick the ball on the ground, you're like, no, I'm not the greatest. But when you tell somebody you're trash, and they're like, no, I ain't trash. Watch me. Watch me, and I'm gonna go out there. I'm gonna show you, and that's maybe my mentality. I need to kind of be pushed that way. Like, oh, you can't do it. No, watch me. I can do it.
Okay, just like Nick Bosa. That's what Kyle did. Nick Bosa told him, look out how the other what do you say?
Yeah, nobody wanted Nick Bosa. Now look what he's doing.
I think a lot of people wanted Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
It wasn't that we didn't want Nick Bosa. We didn't want the political that came with him. And it wasn't that he's so political, but there's a lot of people that are woke or left or right and don't agree with
I'm
politics. But real quick, Joe, Corey, David, Joey Bosa, everybody wanted him. They just didn't want what his mouth was saying.
Wait, Joey or Nick? Because Joey, I don't want to take. Nick,
both of them came out political. They both have said their own things, and that's why people don't want them, because they say.
And personally, I'm not drafting either of them to be my governor or my senator. So I'm drafting to get after the quarterback. You know what I'm saying?
I live in California. I vote for actors to be my governor. Okay.
No, this is not what I'm talking about. Cal said something about the linebackers are playing better, or somebody playing better than you. And then also the next game, Nick Bosa came out tearing things up. I can't remember what exact words.
I told him that I think that he said that they were the better defense on the field that day, and he was like, "Oh, really?" And then he came out and had like 2 sacks that next game or something.
Yeah.
I was like, "Gosh."
No, I really think we're going to be a team to be reckoned with next year. I'm thinking 10-11 wins for the Hawks. I said last night that Jess, or maybe it was a few nights ago, Jess, you said, from East Coast.
Red and Gold podcast, yes.
She was asking how many wins we think the Seahawks will have. I said 10-11. I think the Niners will have 12 or 13.
You guys make a wild card again?
Yeah.
I'm just how I'm optimistic, because I still haven't seen Trey Lance play, how they gonna use him, what they gonna do. So that's my question mark. With the Niners, how are we gonna use Trey? What are you gonna be like?
Question mark with the Hawks is just the defensive front. I mean, it was horrible last year. It wasn't even. It sucked. It sucked because our secondary were so young. And Pete Carroll, right? He always has a good secondary. He takes chicken shit and turns it into chicken salad. But
sound like Brock Lesnar.
He said that.
Brock Lesnar, I heard him say that one. Yeah, chicken shit and chicken salad. And I was like, oh my God, what an idiot.
Like, dude, quit. Give me a break, all right?
No, I'm talking about Brock Lesnar. Like when he went into the UFC, I really was just cringing. And he got on top of one guy and mounted him and tried to smack him on the butt, right?
Yeah, and then afterwards they were sponsored by Bud Light, and he goes, "I'm gonna go and drink a Coors Light
because Bud Light won't pay me." And I was like, "This ain't the WWE, motherfucker. You just need to shut up and just fucking fight." And then Frank Mir tapped his ass out. You know what one of my favorite parts ever in the UFC was? Remember Mirko Cro Cop?
He never fought in the UFC, I thought.
Mirko Cro Cop fought in the UFC.
Really?
He was like the champion at one point. And then Gabriel Gonzaga, something Gonzaga came in there, and Cro Cop was like, I don't do any of that on the ground stuff. That stuff's for, he's very, thinking that's for, gay people and whatnot. So he was going up against Gabriel Gonzalez. So he's going up against Gabriel Gonzalez, who's just a great Brazilian jiu-jitsu fighter, just crazy, right? And like, you got to watch out. Like with that dude, he's hella strong and he knows what the fuck he's doing. And then that guy ended up head kicking Marco Krokop in the head and made him fall over back on his knee and blow his knee out.
Damn.
And it was like,
Who's the Russian guy I'm thinking of that never fought in the UFC, but he fought like Bellator?
Yes, you're talking about he's got a brother too. It's
Kevin Velasquez.
I think he's got hepatitis C, and that's why they wouldn't let him as in the UFC.
Oh, shit.
I think his first name's like Igor or something like that. I don't know. He's one of the best.
He fought against Chael Sonnen at one point, I think, in Bellator. God, who did he fight against?
Oh, Fedor Emelianenko. Fedor, yeah.
Fedor
Emelianenko or whatever. Emelianenko. Yeah.
What was Steve-O Supremo asking me? I asked you that, Joe. LOL.
Oh, the Facebook question, I'm guessing, or the YouTube question. I don't know.
I asked you that, Joe. The Rock Baby. Jake Elliott watched all his kicks since high school. He's one of the best ever. If you guys lose, Pete can't chew gum on the flight home.
Yeah, that should be a thing. Like, oh, if the players lose, we don't go first class. Oh, okay.
Oh, how about Seahawks record? Steve-O Supremo asked me the Seahawks record. It wasn't Jeff. It was him. Because Jess was talking shit. Jess goes, oh, not as good as the Niners. Yeah, he's right.
I'm just saying, if the players can't have first class on the way back because they lost the game, well, how about the coaches, got to fly fucking regular because they didn't call a great game? You know what I mean?
Don't lie, though. I could see Pete being the one to fly with the rest of the players.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying the whole coaching staff, they gotta get downgraded with the normies.
Yeah, no, I think he probably does.
Steve's like, oh, no.
That shit's funny.
Pete's like, no, I'll take my seat. No, I don't want the window seat. No, it's fine. I'll take the middle.
David, how's Steph doing this year?
Who?
Steph.
I don't watch the Warriors. I'm a Laker fan.
Oh, he knew who we were talking about. We were actually talking about Steven Jackson, old running back.
Oh.
For the Rams.
Oh.
Peace out, Spongy.
Later, Sponge. Sponge is my dude now.
Who's that kid?
Spongy.
Oh, yeah.
Beto, I don't know if you wanted to come in, but
Beto, hop in.
We got a
space. We got a lot of time.
My phone's gonna be dying pretty soon, so
we got about 34 minutes at least.
David, you tag Beto in, and he'll tag you out. Tag in, tag out.
Yeah.
David, what do you think? Let's hear your Warriors breakdown from tonight's game. What do you think was the pros and cons?
Yeah. I'm not a Warriors fan. I'm a Laker fan.
What's your favorite Warriors moment, David?
I don't like the Warriors.
Who was the best Warriors player of all time? Wilt Chamberlain?
I didn't ask you if you liked him. I asked you what your favorite Warriors memory was.
I don't remember.
You don't remember the Lakers ever beating them? Oh, that's sad.
If you could trade any Warrior player to the Lakers,
I remember the Lakers.
Okay, I have a real question. Do you remember when Cleveland had LeBron and LeBron picked up Steph Curry and spun him around on the court?
Mm-hmm.
And that wasn't a penalty.
They didn't call it, or
they didn't call it a penalty, did they? They didn't call it a penalty. The Warriors should have won that game.
How are you going to call a penalty on the King?
How can you pick up a guy and do the tornado or
Well, how are you going to call it? How are you going to call a penalty on the greatest basketball player who ever lived?
Facts. Besides Steph Curry.
I know the Lakers. I know
You
the
guys know
Lakers
what I'm
make the
saying? I
playoffs.
mean, like, that guy was off his feet. It was like, hold my hands and let me spin around.
I think that me and Ryan are just trying to start a fight, and it's not working very well.
Totally not working.
Because I jumped on.
I know what you guys trying to do.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
No. I'm trying to sell you a timeshare. Do you want to go to a meeting? We'll give you a fancy watch afterwards for going to a meeting, but you got to stay the whole time.
I don't like
watching. Are we buying into Amway?
No, timeshare.
David, I got a question. Corona.
Yes, sir.
You got one guy take a 3-point shot. You're down by 3. It's going to put you into overtime. You taking Steph Curry, you taking Shaq with the Lakers.
What kind of question is that?
I mean, come on. Just answer the question.
I take Shaq.
Oh my goodness.
I know what you're trying to do. I know exactly what you're trying to do.
You Shaq can't make a free throw.
I'm just trying to get some good clips for Ryan for next week.
That's why I'm doing that.
Okay. Hey, just because he's a Laker fan or a Laker doesn't mean he's the best player. And I'm going to say it too. I'm a Niner fan, but just because he's a Niner doesn't mean he's the best player. I like the Lakers. I like the Warriors too because I live closer to the Warriors, but my name's Bryant. It's hard to not root for the Lakers, right? Kobe Bryant's 8/24. My birthday's 8/24, right? Kobe Bryant was born 8/23. It's really hard for me not to root for the Lakers.
I don't know, dude. I share the same birthday with Tebow. Not really.
Hey, Tebow was good. Tebow was good. He had his moment.
Brian,
Leo, you know what I mean?
It's the worst take I think you've ever heard you say.
Brian and Brian and Skip Bayless hanging out a lot.
Bryant, Tebow couldn't even come back and play tight end. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know. If Tebow would have been on our team at that time, we would have won the Super Bowl.
What a stupid idea that was from that idiotic asshole of a
Hey, I know the Lakers are gonna make the playoffs though. I'll tell you that.
Well, yeah, they let every team in the playoffs in basketball, don't they?
No, they only 1 to 8.
There's 30 teams. Let more than half in.
No, the Lakers haven't been doing good since they've got LeBron. And that was kind of my point with the whole Steph Curry spinning them around and stuff like that. Yeah, they won the COVID year. And I like the Lakers. But, I mean, when you win the COVID ring, that's really saying a lot about your city.
Come on. Give them
They
a
still
break.
won, though. They still won.
Yeah, they still won, right? But who'd they play? There was nobody they played. I mean, when
They
all
played
the
the-
teams were
they
halfway
played
defeated,
They played the Heat.
they played nobody, man. Come on.
Yeah. They still won, though. They won the championship.
Yeah, so when you show up, you win, right? Because the other team didn't show up by default, right? Yeah.
Exactly.
So when you hold that ring up into the sky and it sparkles, you can look back and be like, oh, damn, I can't see it because it's blinding me with all my success. You didn't have any success. You didn't do anything to win that championship. And I'm saying that, and I'm a Laker fan. I own Laker jerseys. I own Laker jackets. So,
I got Laker jerseys too.
good.
Yo.
I'm saying that.
Yo, Beto.
I know. Swiftness.
What's up?
What's up, man?
What's up, everyone?
What's up with your Raiders? What was the Raiders doing?
They're losing. A bunch of losers.
Yeah. What's up with your new quarterback? How you like him?
No, David.
Oh,
Beto's a
David.
Niners fan.
David, he's
He's
actually a
not-
49ers fan. His logo says
Oh,
loser.
my bad.
Look at his logo. It says losers on it.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad, man. Oh, sorry.
It's all right, brother. You're a
Beto
Laker
has
fan, so I'll
some
forgive you.
You're a Laker fan, right?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, we won tonight.
That's right. Yes, right.
We're in the
Playoff
7th
time.
spot. We're in the 7th spot.
9th, but
Now
Close.
we move up to 7 tonight.
yeah, we.
Yep.
Well, it's even better. One spot away
Exactly.
from 6.
Beto, you don't even know what team you like.
Who, me?
Yeah.
If it has bouncing little, you know what? I like those.
Okay. You like the bouncy little ones, huh?
You know this is late when
What? Say it.
when somebody says that Tebow actually wasn't that bad.
He wasn't that bad. He wasn't. He just had to have the right team, the right skill set.
And go
No one
figure.
got him
Brian
kicked out of the
Cope is the one defending Debo, right?
Tebow.
No, Tebow.
Tebow. You know what he got kicked out of the league for?
Oh, you're talking about? Oh my God, that's even worse. You're talking about the quarterback that thought he was a quarterback.
And he's a baseball. And he's a baseball player.
Yeah. He didn't.
I
even
wish
play
I
good
am.
college
I wish
football.
I am.
He's trying out. He's in AAA right now.
AAA.
Games
Yep.
in Florida.
Florida
Playing what,
Gators.
quarterback / running back.
Well, if only Florida had an NFL team.
They would
They're
be
just
very
a college.
dominant.
No.
They'd all
Alabama.
be in jail except Tebow would be
Ohio,
praying for him to get out.
You imagine if
Do we have
Ohio,
a Seahawks fan in here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's Joe
Interesting.
Stevens bet though.
What's interesting? Seahawk, Pete Carroll.
Your name is what? Beto?
Beto.
Right on.
Or you call him Niner sickness.
I'll call you.
Just don't call me late for dinner, bro. Call me whatever you want.
I call you. I'll call you by your real name.
I like to call him friend or my Robin, because I'm Batman.
I call him homie. What about homie?
Just call me the 12-man upside down.
All right.
No. But it is
I'll
late
call
night.
you. I'll call you Raider loser.
Raider loser. There you go.
Beto,
Ah,
you think the Raiders are taking that hooker quarterback?
No.
oh my goodness.
They got enough brothels.
Yeah.
I mean, it only makes sense, right? They would sell jerseys, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
nine
You
to
know,
six.
the girls are buying them.
No, girls wouldn't buy the jerseys, but there'd be guys that'd go out and buy them, especially in Las Vegas. They'd be,
I really want Hendon Hooker in the third round if he's there.
Jimmy's and hookers have gone together like peanut butter and jelly for a very long time.
You're not saying his name right. You gave everybody shit last night.
No.
Yeah,
I was
I'm
actually.
not gonna call him Jimmy. I got 3 jerseys, but I can't call him Jimmy.
No, I guess
Jimmy
you.
all night.
I guess you don't understand the slang term for something else.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, I don't. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We're slow.
You like baseball?
It's 11:30. I'll let you guys pass.
Who you like for baseball?
Oh, they suck. Oakland A's.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say something else.
The A's. Giants and A's.
He's not.
David,
Las Vegas.
David Corona.
He doesn't
Yes,
like
sir.
Dodgers.
See, you subscribe to his channel.
Yeah, David.
Niner Sickness Podcast.
Yep.
All right. Can you put in the pirate chat? I'll do it right now.
You can type it in on YouTube and find them. It's really easy.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
I don't know how to spell that well.
Oh,
Type down in front of you.
Niner Sickness.
use your
Podcast.
voice chat and just sound it out.
Yeah, that's what I do most of the time.
David, what do you want to talk about?
I'll figure it out.
Beto,
What's up?
are the A's moving to Las Vegas?
That's what I've been hearing, bro. I don't know.
I hope
that
not.
today too.
I
Oh,
hope
yeah.
not.
They've been talking about they want to go Vegas. They have a nice baseball field ready for them.
Yep. All I've been hearing
right
is
on.
that all they
Thank
do,
you.
man, is get players, develop players, and then send them off to other teams.
Yeah, because they can't pay them.
Is it an indoor stadium up there for the baseball team?
I heard they're going to build one.
Okay, because you'd have to. I don't think you're going to be able to let them play baseball out in the middle of that sun.
No, I think they're trying to build one. That's what I heard today. I mean, why wouldn't they move? The place is a dump.
Okay, so that's a good point, and I wanted to talk about that earlier when you were talking about like the Giant Stadium. I'm glad Beto's here too. So we were talking about New Jersey Stadium, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't we just make all the NFL teams play on the same field? Why is there AstroTurf and then there's like dirt and then there's like some, not anymore really, but there was stadiums that had baseball fields in the middle of them. And why isn't it all? I know it makes sense to me because like, sometimes on one side of the country it's raining or it's snowing, and I get that you can't control the elements of the country or the weather, but you can control the footing. You can control your sidewalk or what you're playing on, right? And if everybody's playing on Kentucky bluegrass, what's wrong with that?
You have an excellent point, Bryant. But
Uh-oh.
what about all the domes? How are they
The
gonna...
robot David McNiner.
So to your point, though, I think the Las Vegas Raiders have a field that goes out and then comes back in. So if they can do that to the other fields, I don't see why they can't have a artificial or a natural field.
You know what though? We play on field turf, and you don't hear anybody bitching about tearing their ACL on our turf all the time.
You have newer, better stuff than what they have in like New York. They have like the worst stuff ever.
And that's a good point, though, and that kind of makes it. What I'm saying is okay, if you're going to have turf fields and you're going to have grass fields, why aren't all turfs the same? Why aren't all grass the same? Like, why are we?
I don't know. And even on the Super Bowl, you saw that. That sucked.
Yeah, I got it now. Look.
That sucked.
Look at
David,
right.
dude, I believe in you, man. You are the GOAT right there. You are my new hero.
Shout out to Jess for jumping back in from the East Coast Red and Gold podcast.
Jess,
oh, no problem. Testing, am I still a robot?
No,
nope, you're good.
Yeah, I want to start too.
David, with your sunglasses, I want to go get mine now. Give me a second.
What are you reading?
That's Beto.
You just call me David?
I think so.
What's up, Jess?
Hey, you said anything but late for dinner, right?
True that. True that. Hey, man. After a few years in prison, that prison food, I'll take anything.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about.
You been to prison, bro?
Yep.
Where were you at?
I was Delano and Hatchapee.
Okay. How long did you do?
I did 4 years.
Where did you process at?
What's up?
Where did you process at?
Where I got out from?
No. Where did you go for processing?
Oh, I went to Delano.
You went to Delano for processing? When did you go in? What year?
I went in 2010 and I got out 2014.
Okay, yeah, I was back in the 90s. The St. Quentin was the processing center back then.
My brother's been in there for 20 years. He's still in there.
Is he?
Yep.
Yep.
Delano, Pelican Bay, Shoe for 8 years. Hatchapee, Corcoran, what else? Susanville. Yeah. You should be coming home soon, though.
It's good, man.
Yeah.
It's good. My cousin just got home. He was given a life sentence for murder, but it was overpopulated, and so they let him out after 24 years.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's cool. Oh, yeah.
He just had his first baby, too.
Oh, right
on.
Doesn't
even know how to drive. The dude doesn't even know how to drive. He went in when he was 13.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Yeah, so he's
same thing like my brother too.
He went in when he was 13, but he's having a baby.
Yeah, because he's in his 40s now.
But when did he have the baby?
Last
Like,
year, he's been out for 2 years now.
Okay.
Well, he's not having it with his girlfriend, but
Well, yeah, but like still, like he had the baby when he was in prison, or he was
no,
out
no,
of
no,
prison.
no.
You gotta give me
When he-
better details, Beto. This
When
is late
when
at
he get
night.
out, you didn't give me a chance, Mister Shades over there.
What? Why?
I mean, don't make me take out my fillet and stick you, bro.
Yeah.
Right?
Especially you asking so many questions like the feds.
Yeah, bro, you're
No,
getting me
I'm just
nervous now,
curious
bro.
now because it's like late at night and it's all like and you
It's
got
late
me.
at night. And you need to know all this
How long
information.
you been out?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I've been out for a long time, bro. It's 90. I've been out for 18 years now.
Oh, that's cool. Oh yeah.
Now I'm just a pussy, bro. I don't do anything. I just
What? You lay back.
lay back, enjoy life, man, and
That's right. Oh yeah.
and enough of that, bro. I
Exactly.
always tell when
Yeah.
I had my daughter, when I had my daughter and I held her in my arms for the very first time,
Yeah.
it was a wake up call. I was like, yeah, the lifestyle that I'm living, I'm gonna either be 6 feet underground, locked up for life.
Me too.
And I didn't want her to see none of the shit that I was doing. And ever since she was born, the rest of the kids
Yeah.
never saw nothing either. But she never
Yeah.
seen me drink, smoke, or do anything. She was
That's
my
cool.
wake up
Oh, yeah.
call.
Yeah. She changed you.
She was my wake up call, man.
That's cool, man. Oh yeah.
By the grace of God, man, she was my
Yeah.
wake up call. Now I just love having football and having fun, and I'm the biggest
Yeah.
computer nerd. And people try to be hard. When I walk in the streets, they try to be. I'm like,
No,
man,
you know what? It's all
I don't
about
even trip on stuff
all those
like that.
people like they try to be big and bad, and like when they get out, they don't know shit out here. You know what I mean? It's
Yep.
like let me show you what's up. You know what I mean? Let me show you what time is it. You know?
Yep.
They don't know shit.
The reality is, if you know how to defend yourself, or you know who you are as a person, you don't have to explain that to no one. You know who
Exactly.
you are. So I'm like,
Yeah.
I'll be
Hey,
funny, bro. Sometimes this one dude came up to me all hard, bro, and man, my wife was cracking up. I played the gayest of the gayest dude, man. I just sat there and just
Well,
he was so tripped out on me. He's like, oh hell no. He
all fucking
walked away,
spun
bro.
out.
I was
It's all
cracking up.
spun out. I bet.
Oh yeah, yeah. He was all.
hey,
But
David Corona, you
Yes,
need your
sir.
glasses.
Oh no, I do.
Yeah, you need glasses. Corey,
My boy
Yeah.
Joy there got his shades.
I have the sun because my glasses turn
Yeah,
dark when I'm in
I got
the sun.
2014. I had like a couple violations, and after that, I've been out since. I'm not trying
That's
to go
good,
back.
bro. Yeah,
Yep.
My wife.
I'm
I met my wife. I met my wife. She I met her from my cousins, and we hooked up, and we got married 2016. And after that is a wrap.
Yep. Supreme was like, you fought last week. Yeah, a couple weeks ago, I got in a big old fight.
So
Yeah.
I'm maybe more of a clown than a lot of people realize.
Hey,
Not
you located?
I was born and raised in East San Jose, man. East San Jose,
Oh,
but
okay.
I moved over here to Modesto, Riverbank area.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's
bought a
cool.
house. My last kid went to college. Me and my wife decided to downsize. So
Yeah.
we downsized to a 3-bedroom, 2-bath home. So we came over here and just relax now.
Oh yeah.
Kick the last kick out, man. Go to college.
That's cool. Oh yeah.
Cool.
But yeah. But
Yeah, I'm right here, and same thing like my last time, Corona, California. You know what time is it?
Yep.
it's 11:46.
Lights
maybe we
out.
should
Lights out.
maybe we should kind of get back to football a little bit.
Well, real quick, I wanted to say it. Yeah, I joke a lot, and I like to tell people, because I'm a Virgo, I'm a lover, not a fighter.
I think you said you're a virgin.
I know he got 3 kids and he
How can I
thinks
be
he's
a
a Virgo.
dude when I just
I
got
said I thought you
Come
said.
on, man, right? So, hey,
Hey,
real quick,
when you tell me to calm down,
David,
like
David,
hold on. Okay,
You,
go ahead. Go.
you know what's funny? You guys all put your shades on. I'm wearing them because these are prescription, and I don't have my other shades. That they're in the bedroom. I didn't want to wake up my wife, so I put these on. because I can't read for shit without them. And it's now you guys are wearing all your shades. I'm like, right on. I'm just doing it because I can read through them. Otherwise,
that night,
if I take them out, I can't read for shit.
So
these ones are prescription too, Beto.
Are they?
So, yeah.
Yeah, right on. They look dark on the outside, but they're very clear on the. Me looking out, they're not dark.
I got these and the other ones. They're both for prescription because when you and me we're gonna get a pizza one day or a burger or something. We're really close. But no, I just want to say, like, I'm a Virgo. I'm a lover, not a fighter. I don't have any tattoos. I've never been to jail. I'm really clean cut. I try to keep it that way. Again, it's not, hey, I don't have to be the biggest guy in the playground. I just want to be happy.
You know what I tell people nowadays, Brian? If you want to be a big show off and a tough dude, go to school, get your degree, buy a house, get married, and support your family. That's a real man. Anybody can pick up a gun. Anybody can go to prison. Anybody, and I'm not trying to offend anyone that's been to prison, but anybody can do, be about the local. But it takes a real man to go to school, learn responsibility, handle your business. To me, that's what a real man is. I grew up thinking otherwise, but
you're just doing facts. You know what I mean? You're just talking facts.
Yep.
You're 100% correct. I mean, like, if people have an opportunity to maybe like for me, like, I think my mistake, and it's not a mistake. Everybody has their own walk, right? Everybody has their own steps. But for me, I got out of school and I went into working right away. I did go to college, but I went to working right away. So I didn't get to like maybe specialize in a degree or something. I was working, and then I was making more money than I thought I was going to make in college. So I stopped going to college. But where other people can continue to go to college, that's David, dude. I love it. But where other kids can still go to school and stuff like that, and maybe in the future get a better degree, that is where it's at. But everybody has their own walks and their own talks and stuff.
That's
and
right.
I appreciate everybody's aspects, and honestly, respect is the most important thing. Because if you respect yourself, you respect others. So
I always tell people respect is not given, it's earned.
Shout out to Los Angeles Rams, Run the West, for stopping in the chat. Appreciate you, even though you might be off just a little bit.
Hey Brian, that's why when you say, like, when John Jay talks smack, it's like when he no.
No, I understand what you're saying, and that's why I tried to say it too, because like I've been in his chats and I've said it to him privately and on the side, so I don't think I'm saying anything out of term here. But I've said, John, sometimes you dig at me, like I'll just be in the chat. I'm painting. I paint. I'm a maintenance guy. I'll text one or two things and be like, kickers matter or something, and then he'll go into a tangent, and I'm like, dude, I might be 1 out of 10 people in your chat, and you're yelling at me. That doesn't make me feel good or make me feel like I should keep coming back. So I've messaged him, and I've seen you and him, and you guys go at it a little bit, and maybe again go to a Warriors game, Lakers game, kiss, make up, whatever you got to do.
Yeah, I'm good, man.
Don't take it so personal. You know what I mean? Like, because that's
why I'm like, I'm calling back now. You know what I mean?
Hey, let's. I think I'm just gonna. If we're not gonna talk about sports or something like that, I think I'm just gonna wrap it up, because like just talking about gossip at this point.
Bring up a topic, Ryan, because
I was trying to talk about this Los Angeles person that came in and try to give him a shout out so we could talk about how they were misguided on their thought here. But
hey, they signed what was that guy's name? Colton.
You mean that tight end?
I can't even remember that. No, that's the guy that's the fourth stringer they acquired from Miami.
Yeah,
but it was like Colton Weldon. They signed Colton Weldon. I don't even know what position he plays.
Well, he's going to turn out, though.
Oh yeah.
He's highly coveted.
How many games do you guys honestly think the Rams are going to win this year?
Like 3.
If they were, I agree. Because if they won 5 and they were of course they were injured, but they were a better team last year than they are not this year.
Yeah,
or they're going to be, and they only won 5. I was talking to my friend Rudy from Remelia Sports. He thinks they're going to win the division. I'm like, there's one thing about loving your team and and defending your team, but you got to be rational, man. You can't lose as many players as you lost and expect to win a division. Even though I expect it always to be a battle between the Niners and the Seahawks. In the division, I don't see the Cardinals. Honestly, Murray is not going to be. He's going to miss a few games.
I think he comes back in week 8.
Yeah, and then the whole new coaching staff, and then you got the Rams who lost a lot of players, and the Seahawks.
Everybody. They lost everybody.
As long as they have Pete Carroll, man, and they're what's your general manager's name, real quick, brother?
John Schneider.
Yeah, John Snyder. Yeah, they do some good stuff. They draft well in the late rounds too. They miss they're like us. They miss kind of in the early rounds, but they hit in the later rounds. And honestly, that's where you want to hit anyway, in the later rounds. Get those.
This year we got the 5th overall pick. We've never drafted this high since Pete and John have been here. So we'll see what happens. We're always like you guys. When you draft between 20 and 30 in the first round, it's kind of hard to hit on those guys. They're not going to be guaranteed. And then there's all those expectations on those guys, but realistically, they're more like a second round pick.
Yeah. I mean, you guys, it's amazing, bro. The Rams have no offensive line. You guys take 2 tackles, starting, they're going to be great guys, man. And I'm like, crap. And then a running back. Mm-hmm. I like your running back.
They probably go ahead.
No, and I was going to say, and then they have a great move. I hate to see it because I don't like the Seahawks in a football sense because they are the competition. But the way you guys feast the Broncos, man, with Russell Wilson and got that top 5, and now you guys are going to be able to get your edge rusher because a lot of teams are going to be going for their quarterbacks, and that edge rusher is going to drop to you guys, and I hate it, but.
Yeah, so I don't know if you watch this much, but if the Cardinals, so ideally our situation is, say the Cardinals trade out to a team like the Raiders. The Raiders are known for taking like athletic freaks, right? So say they trade up, get Anthony Richardson, they want him to sit behind Garoppolo for a year or two. We'll get Will Anderson at number 5, and if Will Anderson's not there, I say we trade back because I don't trust Jalen Carter.
Interesting.
What do you think?
Interesting.
Jalen Carter's a little bit of a time bomb, I have a feeling. Either that or this shit
so
scared him straight. But I don't think.
So if the Rams only get 3 wins, they probably get the first round pick.
There's a character concern about him too, man. I don't know, man.
Well, the thing is about Carter, so the whole driving thing didn't bug me that much because people mess up, right?
Of course.
Everybody messes up. But the whole pro day being out of shape, 9 pounds over what he was a week, that's what scares me more than anything.
Yeah, if he's coming, I mean, pro days is supposed to be the day you really sell yourself out to the scouters. And if you come 9 pounds overweight, that just tells you have a lazy ethic in working out. And can you imagine once he's on your team making all that money, he's going to get lazy? You don't want that. What was the name of that quarterback that went to the Raiders? Number 1,
Jamarcus Russell.
That dude,
Jamarcus Russell. Yep.
That dude, man. I mean, I loved it because I don't like the Raiders, but that dude, it was like he took the Raiders for their money, and that's when you used to pay the rookies their money. Yeah, if you guys don't get the guy you mentioned earlier, I think the moving back would be good. And Pete Carroll is known to move back, and get more draft picks. And then they move all over. They're very active in the draft. So,
well, I'm kind of hoping that we can get a trade done like you guys did with the Dolphins and get like a first next year too, and then move back to like 8 or 9.
8 or 9, yeah.
Because having 2 first-round picks in 2 consecutive years, I mean, that's almost at least for a Seahawks fan, that's almost unheard of.
Where's your second pick at? Your actual pick?
20th.
You have a top 5 and that's not a wow. Mm-hmm. That's pretty good.
So what I'm thinking at 20 is, I know it's a total sound like a hot take, right? But if that Bijan's still there, I know they'll never do it, but if that Bijan's still there, I mean, we loved to run the Wildcat last year. Imagine Bijan and Kenneth Walker in the same backfield.
No, I don't want to imagine that, bro. But I know what you mean. For the fact that I don't want to imagine it, yeah, that'll be a 1-2 punch.
Yeah, I mean,
that
or
would- and then
that
you're-
Nolan Smith from Georgia,
I
the
like
edge
him.
guy.
I just don't see you guys taking a running back though.
I don't either, but it's kind of like it's almost like a wish list scenario.
Okay, I got you.
I'd like him. I'd like him to take Bijan, or even in the second, somebody like Gibbs, something like
I
that.
mean, and don't get me wrong. I do see you guys taking a running back, but not
in the first round.
In the first round, correct. Pete Carroll's known kind of like in the third. He likes those third, fourth round areas.
Yo, Ryan, why don't you just let this guy in here?
He won't come in.
Oh, that Rams guy?
I'm sure he
Yeah,
will.
why don't you just let him in here? Because if he wants to say something, he can talk it.
It's so funny that you guys trash your shit.
And when
Winning 3 games, just a reminder that what happens. And see, you can't go back. You can't talk about yesterday, man.
He wants to
No,
talk about, but see,
I
he's
agree.
saying you can't do this and that, right? About 3 games, but he wants to talk about 1 game. Like I can bring up 7
yeah,
games.
the NFC Championship.
Yeah,
I can bring up 7 games. You want to talk about 1 game? I got 7 games.
Should we go
bro.
back?
Oh, you're talking, the
last
one.
2 years.
Hey,
Well,
take those 7 games and add them to the 17 that you play this year that you're probably going to lose, and then tell me what the score is after that.
All
Well,
I
the thing
know
is, too, with the Niners, it's like, or with the Rams, pardon, it's like they sold out for that 1 year, which is awesome. They won the Super Bowl 1 year. I mean, but they have to understand what's going to happen down the road
Yep.
to their team. It's
You
not like
keep
they're
kicking the
building.
can down the road. Is the piper's going to come up and bite you in the butt sooner or later. Now they're starting to do that.
Exactly, and they knew that. They totally knew that when they went for that 1 season. Here he is.
No, this is Steve-O.
Damn it.
And unless that was Steve-O who's talking. It might have been.
Now
Yeah, it's
what-
probably him.
And Niner Segment, when you go live, and when do you do your channel?
When do
Not
I
even
do my
connection
channel?
right now?
Yeah.
I kind of, I'm already retired, man. So I kind of do it like whenever I get the itch.
Hit
but
the notification bell.
Yeah, I'm not a morning guy, so my shows
I
are always after 4
get it.
o'clock. Appreciate
Yeah.
it. But I do have a show on Tuesdays with Ryan and Mariah, Niners and Friends, and then but that one gets rotated. But for mine on Saturday, like tomorrow, I'm doing a trivia night. I do 49er trivia, and I like to do it like The Price is Right, where you got to win. And Brian will tell you his wife has actually won back-to-back Saturday prizes. And what you do is you got to win the first part to advance to the second round, and then the second round will get you into the third round. If you get to the third round, I like to do a duck race, which the duck race determines who wins the prize of the night. But if you win that prize, not only do you win that prize, you get added to another duck race with 10 contestants, and you get a chance to win a 3x5 flag. Tony already has her name twice, so she's going to get 2 ducks.
And I'm kind of jealous because I won before you said you were going to do this flag thing. But next time we play, I'm going to try to record the end if there's a duck race. I'm not trying to be like over the top or crazy or anything. But the first time she won, I jumped on the ground. I slid across the ground with my knees. I was like, "Oh my god, you won!" Because if you watch it, she comes up, and I'm like, "Your duck lost gas or got a leg cramp or something." And the second week, the same thing. It was like, you got a leg cramp, and then boom. So we have a lot of fun with your show. And last week, when you were on, my mother-in-law was over. She was Neo 1, if you remember, or Who's Neo or whatnot. That was my mother-in-law. Yeah, so
That was
she was
her?
playing with us. Yeah, she was playing with us. So you got a new subscriber now. And
I appreciate that.
Your show's cool, man. At nighttime, we have on Saturday nights, dope.
And you got another one from Bang Bang Niner Game.
I appreciate it, brother. Yeah. I just do it for the fun of it. Those that want to join, great.
Yeah, and I don't-
but it's all for fun, man. It's having
don't-
fun with people. You're getting to know new people, and and just enjoying the atmosphere.
I don't
Yep.
care if I win or not. I like answering your trivia questions in the background, off screen. I'll tell, most of the time when I'm asking, you're asking a question, I'll get the question right. But if I have to answer it, that's the one I'm like, oh my God, I don't get that one. But
Well,
it's fun. It's
there's
fun.
Eric, who is a Seahawks fan, and Eric Wilkes, I believe his name.
Yep.
I like this guy.
Eric
This guy's
Walt,
pretty cool.
yeah.
Walt, sorry. Yeah, he pretty cool guy, man. Very respectful. So when he wins the first stage, I like to ask him a trivia for the Seahawks because I can't expect or give him something simple of the Niners because I can't expect him to truly know everything about the Niners when you are a fan of a different team. I don't care how good you know other teams, but so I try to give him a Seahawks question so that if he gets it right. If he doesn't, I have to look it up though because I have to read the answer and then go by that. But I like to make it fun, man. Just people come in.
What day you said you doing it?
I do it on
Saturdays.
Saturdays at 5:15 Pacific Standard Time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Eric's been coming on my channel all the time now.
Is it what's your channel, bro?
Oh, just Seahawk Talk.
Seahawk Talk.
Yeah, Ryan
Look
comes
at
on
this
every
guy
Wednesday.
down here with the shades. Steve Osupremo coming in with the shades.
Yeah, if I could come on that day, I pop in. But sometimes I do. Like tonight, I do umpiring for baseball.
Oh, do you?
So
Right on.
So
you do just
I do girls softball. I do travel ball. I do little league, and I do
that's
everything.
cool, man.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
Beto
Anyway,
thinks your duck races are the shit.
Yeah, he means it in a positive way.
Yeah.
Let me ask y'all a question. And I was trying to ask this before y'all got switched to another subject, but y'all already did it. Do y'all think Matthew Stafford's gonna be able to play a whole season with that offensive line?
Well, I know he'll start. Whether he finishes is a whole different story, but he'll start.
He's done.
He's done. Yep.
I don't know. I don't even know if he'll start the season.
It's okay, Bashar. Brian called me David earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think call him ugly, right?
Hey. You could at least call my middle name.
Hey, it's David, right?
No.
Close.
Albert would be a lot closer than David.
Yeah.
Like you might almost get a pass with that.
Yeah. I go by Albert because a lot of people can't say Alberto with the O.
Yeah.
They struggle.
that your
Like they
middle
can't say
name,
Beto.
Alberto?
Beto,
Yeah.
they say Beto. So
Oh yeah, I got a homie named Beto.
yeah, see, yeah, I used to go by Albert a lot because people have trouble saying Beto, but I'm like, you know what? If they can't say it, it's cool. I'm used to them calling me Beto. I know it depends. If I get a Mexican they call me Beto, I'm like, no, that's not flying. You get a Gabacho that says Beto, that's all right. They try.
Okay. Here you go. Off football topic. My middle name's LYNX.
Lynx?
That's right.
Yeah, it's the same as your son's.
Yep. A lot of people can't pronounce it. They want to call me like Zelda or something like that. I'm not Link from Zelda. Okay, it's Lynx. It's a bobcat.
A lot of people have a problem pronouncing my name too. To be completely honest with you guys.
Hey, Brian, what's your social security number?
1, 2,
Not no
3,
more,
5,
Bashar. Not no more.
I couldn't hear you.
I think it's something like RUN.
No, you want your CDC number.
Well, that's 1, 2, 3.
Oh.
I make it easy. Why make it hard? If they're gonna cheat you, they're gonna cheat you, right?
Does Nathan still say Beto?
Beto, yeah. No, he calls me Beto now.
You know that one guy who ran for office, Beto. Like everybody was like, that's what messed it up. Like if I would have known you first, I would have been like Beto the whole time. But that dude who ran for office, that's what he went by, and everybody was calling him that, and that made it, made it cemented into my head. And then, like I said, Sunil was on, and he was like Beto, and I was like, oh, Sunil, not accentuated it. Yeah, he's accentuated it enough to I was like, oh, maybe there's something you're supposed to do the whole time like that.
It's funny, Ryan. For a while there, I keep hearing people call me Beto, that it stuck. And then after a while, I started saying Beto myself. And my wife's like, "What are you doing?" I'm saying my name. She goes, "You're not saying it right. Listen to yourself." And I actually listened to him. I'm like, "Oh crap." I had to fix that, because you get it, you hear it so often that it kind of sticks with you, and because everybody was, very rare people will say Beto, you know what I mean. But there's some people that say it that don't normally speak Spanish, that says it very well. So that's kudos to them, man. It's not hard to say. You just gotta pronounce it out, because it's sounds like people are easier to say Beto, but I'm like, how do you get the E to turn into an A? Beto.
Yeah.
Does it start with a P?
Huh?
Does it start with a P?
Yeah, Beto.
Yeah.
Beto.
I don't think I have a
Beto.
problem saying it, but sometimes I get confused.
That's an
too.
easy name for me. Got a homie named Beto.
Beto.
Do you?
Sometimes I get the L throws me off a little bit.
Okay, y'all know.
Brian, I can jump off though if you want.
No, you're good, man.
Y'all, cause some people say David Villa the name wrong. His name is David Villa.
Oh, you said it wrong? Yeah.
David Villa, Villa. It's actually David Villa.
Yeah.
Was Villa?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So you know, I don't care.
Have you guys been to the Hard Rock Cafe?
Yeah. Well, in Seattle.
Because there's one in Tahoe. I've never been in there. Turning it into a nugget, so I'm kind of pissed off.
Nice.
I've heard of it. I don't know if I ever been to one. Do they have? I'm assuming they have them all over the place, right?
Yeah.
Pretty popular.
I haven't ever had one.
What is like a? What is it? Is it like a club? Is it a restaurant?
Just like a little bar type deal with the store.
Oh, okay.
Well,
I've heard
it's
of
more
it,
of a restaurant, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I heard of the name. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. It's kind of like the Rock Pizza place with a little gift shop in it, right?
It was, I think Bruce Willis was a part-time owner. It was a whole bunch of like actors and musicians that got together and decided to create this restaurant, whatever. And then I think it took over as like it being like a place where some places does music, because they have like actual like event spaces in some places.
Yeah, they do live music
shows
in Pioneer Square.
Okay. I gotta check it out next time I go to Vegas.
Or if you ever come to Seattle, dude. You go the away Niners games or no?
I've been away Niner games. Never been to I haven't been to where's the one in a Houston game. I've been to Dallas, but I haven't been to Houston. Been to Seattle once. I have family in Oregon. And Chicago. Never been to New York to the game, but so a couple. But normally, I used to be a season ticket holder at Candlestick, and then I moved over to Levi's, but I just didn't like the stadium at Levi's.
I was asking about that earlier.
Yeah, I didn't like it, so well, it wasn't at the actual stadium. It was just all the they charge too much money, and they don't do nothing to really fix the stadium. So it's like, Forget it.
I was I tell this to everybody on there. If you ever come up to Seattle, feel free to hit me up. I go to all the home games. So
All right, on.
Yeah.
But they have a
I'd like to get Corey up here. I feel like Corey would be Corey. If you ever decide to come up here, you can sit.
Corey's
right
a cool dude, man. Corey, you still riding your bike?
Yep.
He had us
that
ride
tricycle.
earlier.
He has a tricycle, man. Sick ass tricycle.
Corey, I'm not kidding you. If you want to come up here, I'll leave the seat next to me empty.
You're a season ticket holder?
Yeah.
Nerf or Norb or whatever is
Norb. He's famous. No, I've only seen him.
Really? You haven't talked to him?
No, I'm right above the Seahawks tunnel. I'm not where all those guys are usually in the south end zone.
Why do you say he's famous? Is it very
What?
popular? He's very popular in Seattle.
Yeah, he's on YouTube a lot. He does those videos with his face paint and stuff.
Even non-Seattle Seahawks fans know him because he does like the whole Seahawks schedule. And
I like the way he sings that when he does predictions for the season. He sings it.
Yep.
He does pretty good work. Yeah.
I think that's how I found out about him. He seems to always be on TV too.
I think last season it was really bad. There was a lot of like K-pop in there, and I was like, I'm done with this. Like a couple of games in, I was like, I'm done. I can't watch this whole thing.
I'm glad he got his channel back though, man. They tried to mess with him. So I felt bad. He seems like a nice guy.
They tried to take his channel.
Yeah, they took his channel. They somebody sent him. They'll send you like, we want to do some type of promotion, and then they told him sign this. He kind of clicked on the link, and they took over his information. He's like, man, and he fought it and got it back, but he has a big following, and he lost it on YouTube, man. And I'm like, oh crap. So I'm glad he got it back. And he says he never normally opens up emails that people he doesn't know, but he was one of it's one of those days you're tired, you're not really, and then it seemed legit, but I talked to him one time. I told him, hey bro, you gotta be careful because it seems like it's those days that you think that everything's cool, and why not? You gotta be, especially with a channel like your size. I told him you gotta be real careful. Cool guy, man. He's fun to talk to. He's been on my chat a long time ago once, and he's funny. Filipinos, they love to sing, man. They love to sing, and he has a good voice. Him and his daughter, they do a duet together with the Seahawks, and they're pretty good. Or his niece, I'm not sure.
Well, why do you think Journey hired their new lead singer?
Yep.
Journey has a new lead singer.
Oh, bro. So their old lead singer had issues with his vocal cords and couldn't sing anymore. And they were like, what the fuck are we going to do? And they were looking for a new singer. And somebody said, go to the Philippines. There's a guy there who sings your music perfectly. And they're like, huh? So they go to the Philippines and they start going around all these karaoke bars. And they're not finding anybody. And then all of a sudden, it's usually always like when they're about ready to leave, they find somebody. They're like, holy shit, they're walking by and they hear somebody just belting out his song. This guy was like on his 15-minute break or 30-minute lunch break, and he decides to go in there and sing a song real quick. Journey finds him. They sit him down and they're pretty much like, here's money for your family. You come with us. You're going to be our lead singer. And now he's the lead singer of Journey.
Right on. At least they didn't go for Vincent and Lily, whatever those two guys. Remember those lip singers? Oh my! And I have to give them props though.
Their outfits.
Yeah, that and how they did it in the stadium, bro. When a thousand people and people just, you got to give them props, bro. They got caught, but
bro,
it's not easy to do.
Hey Joe, how many followers you got now?
I think 20 something. I'm up, getting up there.
Wow.
We got one less now.
What's that?
Say you got one less now.
Oh yeah. Thanks for hopping in last time. I appreciate it.
It was tough for me to do, but don't tell anybody.
Oh, I won't.
It's funny. I love visiting all different fan bases, channels, getting information, especially the NFC
24
West,
subscribers.
because I want to know about your enemy. You want to know, you want to know about, because Joe can tell me things about Seattle that I'm not going to hear from the media. The media, he's going to give me a more raw. I'm assuming you'll give me more raw of your Seahawks, Cardinal fan, even a Rams fan. I just don't like the ones that are very like Rudy's my boy. I love Rudy, but he's way out there when it comes to his team. It's like, there's no more players on my team, but we're gonna win. I don't want a delusional fan. I want a fan that is honest. Says, hey, like when the Niners when we were prior to Kyle, it was hard. Those that have been following Niners for a while, it was hard to be a Niner fan.
Yeah.
Going in transition from Harbaugh to Kyle, dealing with the Chip Kellys, dealing with what's his name, the D lineman that took over for a year.
The guy with the mustache.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I don't feel bad for him because listen, if you told me I can coach the team for 1 year and you're going to fire me, but you're going to pay me $5 million for the rest of my contract, I'll do it. Why not? You know what I mean? So they took care of him, but they knew he wasn't a scapegoat, for the Niners. And I'm glad they brought in Kyle. That's why I trip out on fans, bro. I don't know. I understand the hate on Kyle. Like I was just talking earlier with our Raj on my channels. Like, people always say, especially Niner fans, say that Niners are not aggressive, that Kyle's not aggressive, John Lynch not aggressive. I'm like, where do they get this information from? How do they come to this conclusion that we're not aggressive? We've been nothing but aggressive. Now, give and take, whether it turns out or doesn't, that's besides the point. If Trey Lance works out, great. If he doesn't, you still can't say that we're not aggressive to go from 12 to 3 to go and get a quarterback.
No, that was an aggressive ass move. You traded
to bring CMC the way they didn't trade for. Don't tell me that. Even D Ford, he just didn't work out because of his injuries. But even D Ford was an aggressive trade and giving him $80 million plus for him. And then now this last year we had the number one defense, right? You can't get better in number one defense. And what did they do? They knew they had a weakness in the middle, and they addressed it by going after Hargrave, the number one sought out D tackle in the market. And it's like, I don't understand where fan bases, particularly Niner fans, say that we're not aggressive. That we're very passive.
Well, that was a knock on the Seahawks forever. Are you leaving, Brian?
No, I want.
He wants to talk.
Yeah, I want to talk too.
Hold on, real quick. Real quick. I put Joe's link to his channel in the chat.
Thank you.
So if you guys want to go and subscribe,
I will definitely go and subscribe to your channel, brother.
It seems like
all right, guys. I've had a long week, and I've literally been up for probably 20 hours at this point. So I'm gonna hit the sack.
Hey,
y'all have a good night.
All right, David.
Oh, I will. All right, Beto. Take it easy, guys.
Pleasure,
have a good night.
Have a good night, David.
Have a blessed night, brother. Good night, David. Cool dude. I didn't. He just popped out.
Well, I wouldn't say that we are aggressive. I would say we're acting out of desperation at certain points because there's been moves that we've made and we were so close, right? So are we aggressive? No, aggressive means you're going over the top. Desperation means you're doing something to satisfy people, right? You have to do something, right? And that's where we're at. We have to do something. And, I don't know how many.
That's a thin line, isn't it?
It is and it isn't, right? So it's the same thing like what we're going to say about the quarterback. We moved up to get the quarterback, right? But we didn't move up to get the quarterback. We moved up to get a veteran quarterback. So were we aggressive? No, we settled.
If you're talking about the Aaron Rodgers thing, bro, come on.
It's not just Aaron Rodgers. It's Deshaun Watson, Aaron Rodgers. There were so many Matthew Stafford, Darnold. That same year, we went after 4 or 5 different quarterbacks, and then we were like, okay, let's get Trey Lance. And I'm not a Trey hater. That's not what I'm saying. But they settled with Trey. That wasn't their final pick. That was their final pick, but that wasn't their first option. That wasn't their second or third option. So being aggressive is like, okay, we want Yannick, right? Let's go get him. Let's not wait until he's cheap enough to get. Let's go get him. Let's go get a ring right now. What are we lacking right now?
Well, let's say they wanted Aaron Rodgers. To your point, they were aggressive. If that's the point, they went to third to get him. It's not the Niners' fault if the Packers or Rodgers decided to do different. They still moved up. So that wasn't out of desperation. They saw a player they wanted, and they moved up to get him. How does that? How desperation?
But that wasn't necessarily their first option. They wanted Watson. Then they heard that he had some bad issues, right? Then they were like, "Oh, Stafford's available." Then they found out he was in Cabo, right? Then the next thing they were like, "Oh man, we lost out on him. So then right before the draft, they're like, let's try to get Rodgers. We got all this draft capital. That's not going all in. That's not being aggressive. That's like, let's take a roll with our dice. Let's see what happens. I mean, that's where I feel like we're just trying to be competitive. We're not trying to win the Super Bowl. If we want to win the Super Bowl, we're going to go all in. We're going to get a quarterback. We're not going to care what.
Wait. You say we're just trying to be competitive, but not win a Super Bowl. You can't win a Super Bowl unless you're competitive.
No, I'd argue that CMC trade was. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Joe.
You can be competitive year out and year out, and be like, "Oh, we're almost there. We're almost there." But going over the top is making those splashes and not feeling like, "Oh man, we made this splash," and not worrying about going 5 or so many years, like how the Rams went all in. They're not worried about this year or next year. They won their Super Bowl. So with us going with CMC last year, your guys' point, yeah, that was an aggressive move. But why was it an aggressive move or was it a desperation move? Who did we have at that moment? All of our Elijah went down. Jimmy was, like up and down. Trey Lance went out. Again, it's like they wanted to try to get rid of him. We went after him because the Rams were going to get him. We only went after him. Why? Because we were afraid the Rams were going to get him? That doesn't seem like it's aggressive. That seems like it's desperate. It seems like let's try to get him from going over there because if he goes there, we're screwed, right?
We're overtaking it because it doesn't matter. We got him and we got a hell of a deal. And the people that go big in free agency, they never win it. So the big dogs, big splashers, like the Cowboys, they never win it.
But the Rams won it, and they went big.
Yeah,
but that's another thing, Brian, is would you rather have that one Super Bowl? So this is how I look at it. Would I rather have that one Super Bowl and go 4-12 the rest of the years, or would I rather be competitive from 2010 till now?
I'd rather be competitive from 2010 to now.
And not win a single Super Bowl. I hate to be that guy because I know Super Bowls are everything. But I'd rather be competitive for 10 years than
I want to see my team win. I want my team to have double-digit wins every year. I want my team to be in it. Every time your team makes it to the playoffs, there's a chance. And at least you're excited that you might get there. If you don't even make the playoffs, there's no chance. You're not even in you're not even in the playoffs. So, of course, the ultimate goal is to win a Super Bowl. You want to win a Super Bowl, but I want to be competitive.
Yeah, exactly. Do we put up banners for playoff wins, or do we put up banners for making it to the playoffs?
They do for both.
You do it for division.
We don't celebrate that, Beto. We have 5 Super Bowl rings. We want a Super Bowl ring. We don't want an NFC Championship defeat. If we get to the NFC Championship defeat, the Niners are Super Bowl or bust. Every year, it's Super Bowl or bust. We don't want to have we just got into the tournament. No, if we don't make it to the championship game and get a chance, it's a wasted year.
Well, let me put it this way, Brian. Do you think the Niners have a chance to make it to the Super Bowl?
This is my last point, and I'll let everybody talk. It's been almost 30 years since the Niners won a Super Bowl.
We know
30 years. What's it going to hurt if we win a Super Bowl this year and our crap?
I was there at the last Super Bowl, right, Brian? I know how long it's been. I was in Miami at the last Super Bowl.
Hey, Bryant. Bryant, what gives you
San Diego, but they played in Miami, Bryant?
No, it was in San Diego.
Okay,
You're right.
I was there.
No, you're right.
So do the Niners have a chance to make it to the Super Bowl this year, in your opinion, in anybody's opinion here?
Yes.
Okay, so because they're being competitive, right? A couple years ago, before Kyle, did the Niners? If I would have told you, did the Niners have a chance to make the Super Bowl? You guys would have said what?
No.
No. So as long as you're competitive every year, you have that opportunity. If it wasn't for what's name getting hurt, we probably would have went to the Super Bowl this past year. It's just unfortunate that our quarterback got hurt. But that's not. Go ahead, Roger.
I got a point to make. So if you're trying to win 1 year, right?
Mm-hmm.
You statistically, let's say you've got a 10% chance to win in 1 year a Super Bowl, right? So if you bank all to do it in 1 year, you've only got a 10% chance of doing it. But let's say you build a team who consistently could be contenders over 10 years, you then have 100% chance of winning a Super Bowl within those 10 years.
That is correct.
Or even if it's a 5% chance, I'd rather be in the hunt every year, like the Seahawks and the Niners are. I'd rather be in the hunt every year than just do that whole 1 year deal and then you know what, we're screwed for the next 5 years.
But just because you go all in 1 year doesn't mean you're screwed for 5 years or 4 years. It means there's some things that you have to maneuver out, right? So we could have a couple of dark days. That's foreseeable, right? But you're telling me in 30 years you're not willing to go all in right now. I mean, like I'm not giving up my firstborn or my baby boy. But
well, what's all in?
30 years, man.
Bro, we waited 38
years old, and we haven't won the Super Bowl since 1994. And what do we need? We need a quarterback, not a. I don't know.
Hey, we got two quarterbacks. I think we can win with either of them, and I don't care who it is. I think we're in a pretty good spot at the quarterback.
Healthy, right? Both of them have to stay healthy.
When the Ravens won their first Super Bowl, they didn't have a quarterback.
Yes, they did. They had a game manager. Trent Dilfer was a game manager. He was a quarterback.
He was worse than Jimmy G.
No, he wasn't. At the time, he was a game manager. When he came to the 49ers and he wore John Brody's number for our team, he was worse than Alex Smith.
Well, yeah, he was older.
But when he was for the Ravens, he did exactly what the Ravens needed him to do at the time. They didn't need him to go out and win the game. They needed him to manage the game. Trent Dilfer was very manageable. He was a good quarterback, just like the guy in Tampa Bay who won the Super Bowl with John Gruden. He's game manager.
Yeah, but the Ravens were one of the best defenses ever.
Correct.
The Buccaneers had a good defense too.
And that's why they won, because of their defense, not because of the quarterback.
Yep.
Number one defense, and we're still like upgrading it.
So with us having the number one defense last year, we still couldn't get it done with our four-string quarterback.
Well, no, that wasn't fair though.
Yeah,
that was
bro.
not fair because you guys probably would have won that game if it wasn't.
The defense gets tired if it's 3 and outs, and the defense is always going in there. You know, they're human. They get frustrated. Now you're playing frustrated. Now you're playing, because there's 3 and outs. Because John Johnson, oh my God, him getting hurt, it didn't make a difference. We were not going to win that game once a Purdy went down. Mm-hmm. The defense can only do. But listen, in that game, that offense of Philly didn't look like the way they've been looking for the last couple of weeks. That defense put they kept them under wraps per much. They just in the fourth quarter they just got tired and they knew they were not going to win. So it's they got kind of like discouraged.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So if Purdy would have stayed healthy, there's no guarantee if the Niners would have won, but I guarantee you that the score that it would have been the same score.
No.
It wouldn't just been 7. The Niners would have been closer.
And see, like when after Purdy got hurt, what did the defense do? What did the Eagles defense do? They knew we couldn't throw past 5 yards.
Yep, they put everybody back.
They just say, "Okay, hey, we can line everybody up on the sideline."
Did you know
right
that
now.
pass rusher wasn't even pass rushing no more? They were not even.
Mm-hmm.
They was all just kicking back because they knew that Purdy couldn't throw past 5 yards.
Well, you don't have to pass rush when you stack the box, and the guy's not throwing past 5 yards, so everything's gonna be a check down or throwing it behind the line of scrimmage. Everything was pretty much run after that. But even with that happening, when Josh Johnson was on the field, CMC earned his paycheck last year. He wielded us to a touchdown. If that guy would have got a little bit more carries, that dude's got heart. When he scored that touchdown, the Eagles Stadium silenced. They were quiet. They didn't know what was going to happen because it was 7-7. So yes, if Purdy would have stayed healthy, or Trey Lance would have been healthy. Hell, if Jimmy G would have been healthy, we could have won that game. But when Josh Johnson decided to, oh shit, the ball's coming at me, and then next thing, I don't know if he really got a concussion. I'm not going to say he did or didn't, but when his head hit the ground, that was my heart hitting the ground too. I knew the game was over.
And we've been like 2019 should have won it. We didn't really go. I don't think we really pushed our chips in there. 2020, 70 million of our salary cap's injured. We still come back from that, retain most of those guys. NFC Championship game like last year. It was a magic year. I mean, we haven't really even pushed all of our chips in yet. Right there.
When you make it to the NFC Championship, and I understand you want to ultimately win a Super Bowl, and I'm not settling for NFC Championship, but when you make it to 3 NFC Championships and you make it to 1 Super Bowl appearance in 6 years,
4 years.
In 4 years, but of a new regime that came over and pretty much dug out that old team and started fresh with everything new, that's something to say about your coach and your GM. You know what I mean? They're building the team. They just added Hargrave. They want to put it on the defense. One of the areas that we were lacking is Bosa got tired towards the end of the season. He had 18 and a half sacks when he was being doubled each and every time, and yet he was effective. Now that you have Hargrave that is going to demand double teams on the inside, I wouldn't be surprised if Bosa has 20 plus sacks this new season. If anything, Armstead is going to be able to take advantage of that double teaming on those two guys, because he'll be on one-on-ones, and hopefully Drake Jackson, if he can step up. And I believe in this kid. I think this kid was looking very good. He had 3 sacks. He had a couple of batted down ball. He started to look good. He just was not used to the NFL season being as long as it was. And remember, we played 20 plus weeks into the playoffs. So he was gassed, and that's why they took him out. But he'll be ready. He has the whole off season to work out, and this defense is going to be good. All we need is either Trey or Brock Purdy just to, and then even I know a lot of people want Trey, but Brock Purdy, what he did last year was incredible. The way he managed the game, the way he was poised under pocket, the way he commanded the huddle, the way he did not allow defenders to get in his face to rattle him. He was very poised, quick decision making. If you notice anything, there were not that many delay of games with a rookie. You get a rookie, what do you have a lot? Delay of games. Why? Because the rookie can't get the information from the coach into his helmet out to the players. He didn't have that issue. He just got hurt. I understand he's not high stature, he's not tall, but you don't really have to have. You don't have to be 6'3". It's typical, to be 6'3", but what is he, 6'1", maybe 6 feet? Look at Young, right? Coming out of Alabama. What is he, 5'10"? And he might go number 1. So, and I don't think his arm is any stronger than what's the name's arm can be, Brock Purdy, if he works out. Now it's going to be hard for him because he has to deal with the injury, but once he works out, hits the weights, he'll be all right. And if Trey decides to wake up because Sam Darnold's there, and who knows, I don't know about you guys, but Sam Darnold, he's not as bad as people think he is. I'm not blind. I've seen him make mistakes. I've seen him see goals. Okay, I saw everything, but that was a lot of bad coaching. He went from USC over to the Jets. It's still a terrible organization. That's prior to Robert Saleh taking over in LaFleur. And then as soon as Robert Saleh took over in LaFleur, they shipped him out to Carolina. And I forgot the name of the coach in Carolina prior to Steve taking over. He was trash. And it wasn't until Steve, a defensive coordinator, took over that Sam started to look a little bit better towards the end. Now he's going to be under Kyle, and he's going to have all the weapons like Debo, Ayuk, CMC, Kittle around him. And all he has to do is dink and dunk himself and let the players do the rest. Hey, all I know is this: if Trey Lance loses that position to Sam Darnold, Niner fans are going to go crazy. That's all I'm going to say. They're
What
going to
year
be a
was
lot
the
of hate.
COVID lockdown?
But
So, hey,
I'll be honest.
here's
I
a
don't care
question.
who wins the spot. I just want to win the Super Bowl, like you said. I don't care who's behind center, as long as they're getting us there. That's all that matters. I love Trey. I want him to be successful, but if he can't do it, and it's Brock, or if it's Sam, hey, I'm going to support them. Now, Jimmy, I supported Jimmy. I don't hate Jimmy like a lot of people do, but I just knew we were limited with Jimmy. I seen our limitations. That's why I was ready to move on from him. But it's not that I hated him. He won a lot of games for us. Because prior to him, who did we have?
CJ.
Yeah.
Brian Hoyer, the Destroyer.
Yeah. So it is what it is. He's gone. Now we're moving on. I think Brock Purdy or Trey Lance can get us to the Super Bowl and win it.
I want to give a shout out real quick to JDLR. Thanks for showing up. Thanks for joining the chat.
Oh, what's
Appreciate it.
I didn't see him in the chat.
Hit that like
happy
button.
Birthday, late birthday. I know shouted out the other day. I think his birthday was Wednesday, maybe, because today's Friday.
Oh, happy late birthday.
Well, happy belated birthday there.
But
please hit the subscribe if you haven't. But yes, go ahead, Bryant.
So like everybody, real quick, is Kyle? I know he's a guru, right? Offensive guru, but does he coach from an offensive stand or does he coach more of a defensive stand? Because in my opinion, I think he likes to coach more at a defensive stand where he wants the ball in the offensive hand for a longer period of time, where he gives the defense more time to rest and be able to be more ferocious or maybe more, fresh. So when we do have those 10 or 14-minute drives, you guys heard me pump my chest about that a lot. I like those offensive drives instead of the quick shots so much. Do you guys feel he's more of an offensive guy or do you think he's more of a defensive guy? And again, I think he's more geared toward defense, where he wants the Niners to have the ball longer, where his defense is getting more.
It's depending who he's playing. If you're playing Patrick Mahomes, what's the best way to defeat Patrick Mahomes is to keep him on the sideline. So if you're running the ball and your offense is out there, and their offense is not, then you have a better chance of winning that game. There's other games where you can rely on your defense. I just think it's who you're facing offensively where it dictates which way he goes.
I don't know. I think with the way they draft, he's always taking, for the most part, a defensive lineman with his first pick. So I think you can tell just by that. I believe he's defensive minded. He's defensive minded for a certain reason, because he feels he's got the offense handled. So he's trying to make sure his defense always has everything they really need.
Which is smart, right?
When it comes to the defensive coordinator, look at all everybody he's promoted and brought in the building. There's a reason why they're here. I think it's also because he knows what he's looking for in a defensive coordinator, because he's such a good offensive mind. Yep. When he's interviewing people, he's like, bro, if you don't give me some sort of a fit somewhere in the middle of the game, I'm not interviewing you. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't have something that makes me go, what the fuck is he doing? You're not somebody I'm looking at,
It's to your point, Ryan. It's funny because when Vic Fangio went to the Dolphins, took the job, right? People are like, "Oh my God, what the hell is Kyle doing? Why did he let him get out? Why did he let he didn't want to coach the Niners? He wanted to coach him." I said, "No. Kyle had we had the number one defense last year. D'Amico Ryans got promoted. He moved on. Good for him. He wanted to keep that same scheme for the most part. And Vic Fangio was going to do something completely different. And he's like, we're not going to mess up what's working. So I'd rather go with Steve Wilkes that's going to run that same defense than you're going to come here and start doing your thing. And if it doesn't work, we don't want to go backwards. We want to continue to go forward. And that's why I believe we took Steve over Vic.
Trying to figure out what year the quarterback class that was affected by COVID. I can't remember when the shutdown was. Was it 19 and 20? Was it 2 years? I can't remember.
What? Ask the question again.
So I'm trying to figure out, when was the COVID lockdown? What years was
20.
it? Just 1 year?
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to figure out when the next class is finally cleared from that and it doesn't affect anybody anymore.
Well,
It'll be like
2020
2
was when there
years.
was no fans. In 2021, they started to lift it up a little bit, and then 22 is when it became kind of normal.
But these quarterback classes, so they're all coming out older now. They're like
Here.
all coming out 25, and
How
that's
about I just
because
Google
they
it?
all got an extra year in college.
Because that's why I'm glad we got Trey when we did, even though he only played that one game. These other quarterbacks, I'm glad we're not trying to draft right now because they got the same effect.
But this quarterbacks can play till they're 40 now. But
Yeah,
2
look at
extra
Aaron
years
Rodgers.
don't put
Not
me
Aaron
too
Rodgers,
much.
Tom Brady. It depends. Lamar Jackson's not going to play until he's 40. Not at least. Or let me rephrase it. Not if he continues to play the way he's playing now. He won't.
No, you're right. You were right the first way. I mean, you have to clean it up. I mean, there's certain. I mean, like, come on. How long is Kittle really going to play? How long is Debo really going to play? I mean, we are human. We're not robots. We can't, replace our arms with machine parts and stuff like that. It's a certain point. That's why everybody wants to argue about Debo and Ayuk. Who's better to trade right now? Well, we can't trade Debo because of his contract. Ayuk has better hands than Debo, but Debo is a better athlete than Ayuk. I mean, like, ideally, you get Debo the ball, he's going to score. You get Ayuk the ball, he could score, right? I mean, like, that's. But can you draft another Ayuk? And that would be my next question.
I'm trying to trade either of them, though.
With the quarterbacks that we have so far, Debo Samuel it's more prone to have better games. If we had a Patrick Mahomes, if we had I can't think of his name right now, the quarterback for the Bills.
Allen.
Yeah, Josh Allen. Then Ayuk would benefit from that more. You know what I mean? Because we don't go deep. Even if Trey Lance takes off and becomes the quarterback that we think he could be, or at least we want him to be, and then Ayuk would take more advantage of that. But it's hard to say. People like to say, well, let's get rid of Debo or let's get rid of Ayuk. They're both unique players within their own right, and they both offer great qualities. And I'm just glad that they're both on our team at the moment. How long that'll stay, I don't know. But we have the like with I like to call Christian McCaffrey the white Debo and Debo the black McCaffrey, because whatever you do with either one of them, you can do the same thing. Debo can do what McCaffrey does, and McCaffrey can do what Debo does, and I love that.
So that kind of answered my question. And I think I'm going to sum it up. And if you don't agree, you don't agree. That's fine. But I don't think you can draft another Debo or find another Debo for our 49er football team. But I think you can find another Ayuk. It's just going to take a little bit of time to train him. I think Ayuk's great. I think he's going to be great for our team. We're going to another team. I think he's a better route runner, better hands, everything like that. But I don't think you can replicate Debo on our team in the draft. I think you can with Brandon Ayuk, though.
We have the next Ayuk on our team, so I mean that's what the Niners do. That's what I'm hoping, anyway.
I think you can draft the next Debo. It's not as easy.
Oh. I don't know if you're drafting a Debo. Debo's like everybody wants a Debo, and no one's got one yet. There's a couple guys are kind of close.
Might.
Yeah.
That receiver they got is pretty good. He just needs to develop a little bit more. But it's hard to get somebody with a body like freaking Debo, man.
It's not even necessarily the body; it's the vision.
Well, that's
like he's got all the athletic traits, but if he didn't have the vision to see the field, his athletic traits wouldn't mean anything. Those house calls are because he can see like how it plays out beforehand. You know what I'm saying? Like he sees all the movement before it happens, and he just goes the route.
Who do you think has a better vision, Debo or CMC?
Oh, that's a good question. That's a good question.
I think.
Go ahead.
I think Debo, but I don't know how to put this. I think CMC, he's just so small and he's so wiry that he gets more yard, like he's better. You know what I mean? Like over time he'll be better because he's just consistent with it. You know what I mean? Like Debo on some of his screens, now that everybody knows the ball's going to him, he doesn't get very far. But CMC, even though they know he's in the backfield and he's getting the ball, is still going for 10 yards a clip at times. You know what I mean? Like it seems like whether it's him or just the position and him being able to use the line, I don't know. But I think it's more beneficial in CMC than it is Debo, but on a regular, consistent basis.
Yeah, I would say CMC because today I watched like a 15-minute clip narrated by George Kittle of the season. And there was that one play, I think it was against Seattle, where the dude was diving at CMC's legs, and he had to turn sideways and hop over him, landed, and then plowed and trucked that other guy over and ran for a touchdown. I mean, that's just like to see all that where you're in there jumping over a guy to see another guy you got a hit. I'd have to give it to CMC.
It's a whole bunch of perfect movements that need to all go perfect, or else the end isn't happening, and he just does it.
Real quick, I just wanted to ask Joe real quick about Seattle a little bit. Re-signing Geno Smith.
Yeah.
I would like to get your thoughts on that. Do you think that by signing him, they're going to commit to him? I mean, obviously, contract-wise, they are, but do you think they might still possibly draft a quarterback? I'm not saying in the first round. I'm just saying.
No, and that's my thing is if they draft a quarterback, I'll be happy. I don't want it to be early. So I want it to be Hendon Hooker. And if you look at the way the contract is structured, they can get out of it after one season. It's a super team-friendly deal. And it was originally reported 3 years, $105 million. It's actually 3 years, $75 million. He's making less than Jared Goff. He's making less than Jimmy G. He's making less than all these quarterbacks that I think, quite frankly, if he plays as good as he did last season, I think he's just as good as them. And I mean,
I would rather have Geno Smith over most of the years of Jimmy G that we had. Maybe last year with Jimmy G is a coin flip because he was playing out of his mind for Jimmy G last year. Like he was putting up good numbers for him. Like it wasn't a good quarterback, like a top 10 quarterback, but for Jimmy, he was playing out of his mind.
Well, that's the thing too. Is you look at the NFC quarterbacks, there's really nobody. Geno's probably 4th, 5th best.
Yeah, Tom retires and Rodgers is going over. At the very least, it's not going to be with the Packers. So,
yeah, exactly. Baker. I heard there's Baker. There's a guy named Baker.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Oh yeah, man, we're doomed now. That's
but
funny,
yeah,
brother.
No, man, I think everybody's in Seattle is pumped, and I also think I was telling Ryan about this is, Geno is such a down to earth guy compared to the guy we had before for the last 10 years, right? We don't get those dumb cliches, go Hawks after everything. We'll get the honest truth from him, and it's cool. It's real cool to see that. Hopefully, it pans out.
Yeah, he had a pretty good freaking year with you guys, man. And I'm glad, I'm happy for Geno, that he's finally getting the respect that he deserves. I like Geno. It'll be interesting to see how the West goes. That's why I'm watching you guys like, it's funny because I said I'm watching you guys like a hawk on draft day because I want to see the maneuvers you guys make because. Like I said, I'm always like to do my homework on the competitors on the West. I like to know about what the Seahawks are doing. I want to know what the Rams are doing because then I know where my team is at, and then I know because it's all about winning your division first and foremost. If you can do that, it guarantees you a spot automatically in the playoffs. By doing that, and you want to win your division, but you got to see. All I know is with Trey Lance, if he struggles. Even if we have started slow last year and made it to the NFC Championship. We had started slow the year before. The team was 2-4, and this time was 3-5, or vice versa. But the point is, we started. I don't like starting slow, but the way the NFC is right now, as weak as it is, losing Rodgers, losing Tom Brady, Murray not coming back until later. The Rams not being depleted, you know what I mean? I think we can afford to go 3-5 this year and still say Brock Purdy jump in there and take over and win? Because I don't think. I mean, winning the division is number one, but I think if we win if we go 9 and what would it be? 9 and
8 now.
9 and 8 now.
Yeah.
I think we can still make the playoffs.
Oh, you can. I think you guys. I was telling you guys earlier. I think you guys will be like 12, 13 wins. I really do, and I think we'll be 10, 11. And I'm really hoping it'll be right in the middle, and I'm hoping that last game will be here for the championship. That'd be sweet.
In Seattle. Hey, all I know is, you know what? People say, well, it wasn't Russell Wilson. I don't care. But no jab at you, bro. But beating you guys 3 times was freaking it felt good. Because
we talked about it earlier.
The way we control the Rams and always beat the Rams and just own them. I hate to say it, but the freaking Seahawks, man, have that same towards the Niners. Just own the Niners. And so many close games, and it's just frustrating, when
it's a triangle. So the Seahawks beat the Niners beat the Rams beat the Seahawks, and that's just how it goes.
Yeah, they know each other so well.
Mess with everybody, right? Because the Cardinals they
just get their ass kicked by everybody.
No, not true.
Or vice versa.
No,
I'm kidding.
But no, and we're all having fun. But if you go back to when we were good with Kaepernick, right? The Cardinals beat us. You go back to that with Alex Smith. Go back further. They had Kurt Warner. I mean, there has been some times the Cardinals have just dominated us, and for why? They're our little brother, and that's what it is. Your little brother got over on Big Brother. That's why I always say, and if you guys ever go back and listen to Rombo or whatever, I call into him a lot. I always scream, we have to beat our division. It doesn't matter anybody else in the NFC West, or in NFC at all, because we're the West. We have to, if we can sweep our division or we can win our division, we're in the playoffs. And that's all that matters. So for everybody wanting to be consistent and, be competitive, just get in the playoffs. We just have to beat our division. But for me, I want to do more than just that. I want to win the Super Bowl. So, I've seen other teams do it, and I don't know why we can't do it. I think the last 2 Super Bowls we made it to, there's been some questionable calls. I can't say that, maybe it's, something bad that happened to us in the prior years. Maybe we're paying for some old, dues or something like that. But
got too many good calls.
Yeah.
You guys remember we used to have a SF logo and it had the black ring around it, and then we won the Super Bowl and we went to the gold ring on the inside of it. It still has the black ring and the white. Do you guys think us changing our logo has anything to do with the?
No, bro.
Bro, you're starting to sound like a freaking Mariners fan.
Hey,
Yeah, bro.
it's
The
not,
Mariners fans are like, do you think wearing the trident
remember?
upside down is bad luck?
I see fans. I can't watch the game today because if I watch the game, they lose or they win. They win or lose based on how they're performing on the field. They got nothing to do with you or your or their logo, or if somebody
Cowboys
farts in the
aren't
butt
supposed to
or
put
left
their
butt
hats
cheek instead of the
upside
right
down, right?
butt cheek.
They're not
What?
supposed to put Cowboys aren't supposed to put their hats upside down, right? Because the luck runs out. So
Nope.
when you do change your logo, I mean, it's just one of those things. I mean, we got to kind of look at it. We tried to change our logo from the SF to the 49 ERS. People started saying, "No, that's horrible. That's horrible." And
I
then
think
we
when your
go-
quarterback sleeps with your defensive end's girlfriend,
and then he
Hey, now we're
like
talking.
Kaepernick did.
Brian, on my pick'em show, you say something about when we always come to the Bengals. You always ask, "Are they wearing their?"
Oh yeah, because the Bengals, they recently changed, like the color rush uniforms and stuff like that. So it's kind of one of my jokes. So like when we're talking about the Bengals, I say, what color uniforms are they wearing? Are they the Snow Tigers or are they like the Bengals? Because if they're the original Bengals, I don't know about them. But when they wear their all white uniforms with the white helmet, they kind of seem a little bit more aggressive. They kind of have like that, I don't know, maybe a different vibe or a jive. I don't know. But that's just me again.
I
Maybe
think
it's
the
a
white
different
helmets
tiger.
suck.
I get
I
where
don't
you come
like
from,
them.
though.
I don't like them.
We changed our unis in 2012 and we started kicking ass. But I mean, I don't think it doesn't have to do with anything with the uniform. It's just coincidence.
No, you guys changed your uniforms back when we changed the division, and you guys came into a
Yeah,
division.
we did the first time. So 02, and then we wore those for 10 years, and then 2012 we switched to these most recent ones.
So,
Hey,
Joe,
Joe.
let me ask you a question. The Seahawks are in NFC West division. This time, has this been the first time ever being in this division?
Yes.
No.
Okay. So you
So
know you
70,
know
76, we were in the NFC West.
yeah, you
Then
know your history.
77 through 2001, we were in the AFC West.
Good for you. Good for you. I had to argue with a Seahawks fan. No, this is our first time ever. I'm like, no.
But Joe, I gotta ask you something. So, are you trying to tell me that seriously, before you eat, you don't sit there and go Hawks? Because I know Russell Wilson. I know he sits on the toilet and says, "Let's ride."
No, I'm not.
We all
Before I
have to
eat,
ride
I
the
don't
toilet at a third
I
point,
don't
right?
go Hawks. I've definitely done this a few times. Like, especially close games, I definitely go, okay, please. That's about it.
And that's just to come for you to want to win. Like all of us that do it, we just go, but it doesn't, you know, they don't like when there's going to be a field goal, like, you know, and we all do it. There was times where my wife gets a kick out of it. If we had to do the winning field goal, I would actually walk outside my house into the street and not want to hear it or see it. And I told my wife, yell if he makes it, or if you're quiet, he doesn't make it, right? And but that's just me. It has nothing to do with the kicker. It's just me because my nerves. But you know,
if you don't say something in 5 minutes, I'm going for a walk.
I did that one time. And the thing is, she did say it, but I didn't hear it. We won, right? And I was pissed. Went for 2 big walks, and my wife's like, "What took you so long?" I'm like, she goes, "We won." I'm like, "What?" She goes, "I told you." I'm like, and then I yelled at her, and she told me, "That's the last time you asked me to do something like that. You want to find out yourselves? Watch the damn TV." But you know what I mean. But those are just for us as fans. We we get all crazy. We have to wear a certain jersey or a certain shirt, or don't wash the shirt.
Socks, underwear, and jeans. Same.
Yeah,
ones
exactly.
Hey, every time JT, and I didn't do it every game because I'm a little bit superstitious too. Like I like to change jerseys, or like I like to have my red sweater on. You know, there's certain things, right? But when I would wear my Jimmy G jersey, I swear to you, every time he threw a pick, I'd pull it off, I'd throw it on the ground. I ain't wearing this shit no more. And my wife and my daughter would be laughing and stuff. And then you know what? He'd go and score a touchdown. I'd feel a little bit better, but I still wouldn't pick it up off the ground until the game was over. So it's one of those things.
I know. I would with my friend, and she was a Raider fan. Her husband's a 49 fan, and me and him like this at the edge of our seat. We getting up, walking back and forth. She said, "Is this a Niner thing? Shit, y'all can't sit down."
You have ants in your pants. You're just because you're anxious, especially if it's a game. That it's a close game. You know, a lot of people ask me, "Do you like blowing teams out or winning close games?" And I'm like, after the game's over, I don't mind being it close. When I watch the replay, I don't mind close. But during the game, I just aged 2 years. You know what I mean? But that's just part of loving a game. Is you live with it or you die with it.
I like to stand behind the couch, and then
really,
well, kind of. You know what I mean? Because then I can like walk away and not see the TV if I need to. But I also can come back and I can lean on it if I want. You know what I mean? But I'm not really sitting down enjoying the game. I'm usually like standing up, or it depends, but like I like to be over the couch, over to the kitchen, get another beer, fucking.
Well, now I calm down quite a bit. Right? The fact that I can go live and do a game like we did one time in the Niner game, that just shows that I'm completely different than I was when I was younger. Because I can, win or lose. Like people ask me, "How are you feeling when we lost the game against the Eagles?" This is like a day later. I'm like, I'm fine. I'm like, what? It takes me a couple of days. I'm like, we lost. It's it. It's over. It's going on to that. But then you're not a real Niner fan. I'm like, I got tattooed right here and I got it right here. No, I'm not. I'm just I realized that by me moping around and being pissed and not doing it, not wanting to talk to nobody, it's not going to change the circumstances. They're still lost.
You also got your own show to come on and explain why they lost, and to cope with other other
And you can't
people
be
in the fan
negative, right,
base.
Ryan? You got to be. I mean, you can't be. I don't expect us to be like super positive, but can you imagine? I do a show and all I do is stupid Niners and Niners this and that, and they're like, you can't do that either.
And that's what's really fun for like me too, like what you were talking about. Like when I was younger, I'm a little bit younger, just a little, not too much, but I would watch the Niners when Steve Young was playing, and I'd walk away from the game, and my mom would say, "Hey, who won the game?" Because she's not a football fan. My dad, he's not a Niner fan, and I'd go outside and start playing or whatever, right? And I'd tell, oh, the Niners did, because we blew them out. We got to a certain point. For me at that time, it was boring. Like, we're gonna win, right? We're 38 points to 14 or whatever. But then as I started growing up and stuff, and then the team did change a little bit. We lost some players and stuff. For me, having a blowout victory is a little bit boring. I do kind of like the back and forth a little bit. I don't like the walk-off field goal kicks, even though I'm a field goal kicker. I don't like winning the game with the kicker. But when you do have a solid kicker and you're like, yeah, I mean, that's something you put your feather in your cap, right? But no, I do like the back and forth games, and I think a lot of people. That's why the game's changing a little bit too, where it's becoming more of a pass-happy game. Because when people sit back and they watch a defensive game, a lot of people get up and leave. Or if they see one team is blowing out the other team, you'll see it even on TV. They'll switch it off of one media to another game, and you're like, whoa, I was watching that game. I don't care that they're 40 points up. I was watching that game, but now we're watching the Bengals, and we're in California. Like, what's wrong with that?
Yeah, you want to, like that game against Cincinnati, Super Bowl against Cincinnati, the second game that we played Cincinnati, where Joe Montana had to go down the field and then literally get through the touchdown to John Taylor for the winning touchdown. That was an exciting game. Like, I was at that Super Bowl as well, and I got to watch that performance. And I was also at the Super Bowl against the Broncos when we blew them out 55-10. I was more relaxed.
You've been to 3 Super Bowls?
5.
Whoa.
Yeah, I've been to all 5 Super Bowls and the 5 parades. But when I went to New Orleans to watch the Broncos one, I was more calm. It was more relaxed because we already had the lead. It was the one against Cincinnati. I was like, oh my god, can we? They're winning. Can we get? Are we going to get a field goal? Are they going to go for a touchdown? And now you're at the edge of your seat, like what Corey said earlier. You're at the edge of your seat. And you're biting your nails, whatever, you're grinning, you're doing whatever. And then that win feels so much more because you're like, you know what I mean? It's like needing to go to the bathroom for an hour and you're holding it. And you finally get to go and you're like, you know what I mean? You got that, that relief. You know what I'm saying? It's because you allowed it out. Now, don't get me wrong. I enjoy the Bronco game as well because our defense dominated a good offense, but that game was over. The same thing with Miami. That Miami game, which was, believe it or not, the closest one to me, which was right here in Palo Alto. That one, Dan Marino that year had the #1 offense. That's all you heard. Dan Marino and the Miami Dolphins. Dan Marino and the Miami Dolphins. And what did our defense do? Shut them down. And our offense exploded against their defense. You know what I mean? In that Super Bowl. That's why I do want the Super Bowl to be won by the Niners for the young guys that haven't experienced it, haven't enjoyed. Like, I got to enjoy the 5 parades in San Francisco, watching Joe Montana lift the Lombardi Trophy, Jerry Rice. Oh, and that time it was Dwight Clark and number 88. I can't think of his name right now. Help me out there, Brian. You're the receiver prior to. He was there before Dwight Clark came in.
Not Solomon.
Solomon. Thank you. Solomon. Freddie Solomon. Watching Freddie Solomon.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, Freddie Solomon. Watching Freddie Solomon. You know what I mean? Watching Ronnie Lott, go through the parade. Those are experiences. I remember going to Stockton. They used to hold a lot of their practices up here in Stockton, and I used to watch them practice, watching Joe Montana and Steve Young.
Well,
together.
Not Joe, because Joe was at Rockford.
Rockford, yeah, that's right. Rockford. But I mean, I did go watch them both practice, and and watching two Hall of Famers. I of course I knew Joe Montana was a Hall of Famer for sure. I don't know if Steve Young was going to be, but watching them, man, and then watching Jerry Rice, and you know what I mean, and it's just growing up as a kid, you fall in love with stuff like that, memories, you know what I mean. So I don't know, Joe, if you got the opportunity to watch any of the Super Bowls you guys won.
Not in person.
How many Super Bowls you guys won? That was wrong. But you watched, but at least you got to watch it on TV though, right?
Yeah, all three of them.
So let me ask you guys the same question, just reword it real quick. Because for me, it took a week to get over because I was walking around like stunned. But there's a lot of players from the last Super Bowl that we lost, like a top 5, I think, that I know of, that are on the last Super Bowl. How long do you think it's going to take these players to get over this loss?
Their whole life.
Unless you win it again.
I'll never get over
You'll be
it.
surprised because
Hey, I'm gonna hop off, you guys.
All right, John.
Yeah, we're about to wrap this up, anyways.
Hey, have a good night.
Hey,
Okay, nice being on.
Hey, Joe, let them know where they can find you. Let them know when you got
just
the
find
next
me
show.
on Seahawk Talk on YouTube. Joe Stevens 39 on Twitter.
You said you have like 20K on your channel?
Yeah.
You said 20, right?
No, 20.
25.
Oh shit!
Hey, I'm one of
brand
those
new.
20. I'm one of those
Okay.
20, man.
Oh, that's cool too. I thought people didn't. They don't say 20K. They'll say 20. You assume. Oh, okay. Well, that's my dumbass for assuming. You know what they say when you assume, right?
Hey,
I should have just rolled with it.
Beto,
Hey,
I'm at
and-
57K. You know what I mean? I'm just saying.
There you go. There you go.
And with that, everybody else go around the room. Tell everybody where they can find you.
Hey, yo, I'll see you guys.
I'm in my office.
Peace out, Joe.
Later, Joe. I think we all know. Oh, you're talking for the viewers, huh?
Yeah, for the viewers.
Oh.
Yeah, because we still got people live, I think, watching us.
Oh, the wife just gave me that look. Like, ooh.
We got 6 viewers.
Hey, I'll go first because I don't have a pod, so I don't have to plug anything. You can find me probably usually at the bar in somebody's chat. I don't know, one of the two or both. So see you guys later.
Peace.
All right, Steve-O.
Later,
Thanks
brother.
for coming in.
Sometimes at the same time.
Steve, you still there? Or did he leave?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, do me a favor. I don't know how I did it, but I lost your mailing information. Can you send it to me one more time?
I got you.
I appreciate it, brother.
Beto, you want to let them know what you got going on?
Yeah. You got those that watching. Please follow me at Niner Sickness Podcast. Type it in. It's the first thing that pops up in the search engine. Niner Sickness Podcast or just Niner Sickness. Saturday nights we do the trivia. Every Saturday night at 5:15 Pacific Standard Time, and then on Thursdays, me and the guys on the 49ers podcast network, we do where all the different creators come together and we just have a fun time, just talk, just kind of like we're doing here tonight, and enjoy, talk football. You guys can, and that's at 7:00 p.m. And then make sure to follow Ryan and Mariah, 49er Faithfully, if you want to, and my channel, because we rotate, but we have 49er Niner and Friends, which is a cool show with me, Ryan and Mariah. So come and check us out, and make sure to hit the notification bell. That is important because sometimes I just want to go live because I'm bored, and if you're bored and I'm bored, we can just entertain each other.
Yeah.
All right. Bryant, you want to let them know about your shows?
Once
Your
again,
8:00 in the morning shows.
man, I tell you what. Yeah, this is probably one of the latest shows I've ever done. A lot of fun. I like talking. Sometimes, like it's hard to go to sleep, and like that's why we have Twitter and stuff like that, and it's a lot of fun. Yeah, yes, my name's Bryant Culp. If you guys haven't seen me in the chats, it's okay. My name's Bryant Culp again. I go to a lot of different content creators. I like to listen to different people. I have started a channel. I don't have a whole bunch of viewers, so if you like what I talk about, or if you like hearing, a little bit of different things here and there, sometimes I have good dad jokes. But other than that, at least I'm not ugly, but Some people might say I'm funny looking, and that's another joke. But again, my name is Bryant Culp. I'll be doing a show tomorrow in the morning, and I just go over a little bit of things. We talk about what's happened over the week. We, if you want to bring a cup of coffee, I know sometimes it's a little early for people, but we're going to be doing a show about 9. And if anybody wants to call in, I'll drop a link. But for the most part, it's about a 30-minute show to however long our viewers are there wanting to hold up. And then Sunday, I'm doing a show again. Again, I'm doing things small. I'm not a big YouTuber, but I'm bringing on a friend, and I've known him from high school. So he's a Packer fan, so it might be fun. And again, it'll just be like a 30-minute show or something like that. And just stay tuned. I got some other people coming on in the future, and it'll be a lot of fun. I am trying, honestly, to get a couple of field goal kickers that's been in the NFL, and I've reached out to them, and we're going to be scheduling dates. So if you guys like talking, just come on in. I'll be there.
That's awesome. I'm glad you're getting some kickers. That's going to be some great content you're going to be putting out. Corey, let them know what you got going on.
Okay, Sunday at 12. Well, you know what? I'm gonna go 7 because Sunday my brother's off. We might just shoot out and go somewhere. So I'm gonna plan it on Sunday at 7 p.m. We're gonna do the results of my trivia show. Then hopefully Wednesday, I'm supposed to be interviewing another family member, her nephew. His dad passed away,
Oh,
and he's a Raider fan. And I want to ask him how he became a Raider fan, and ask him how he feel about getting our favorite quarterback, Jimmy G, and stuff. So if it works out, I'm gonna try to get him. But he's like, I had to tell him, I've been trying to get him to give his email because he's not on any other social media. He's not on Facebook. He's not on Twitter. He don't have no Instagram. He's not in the social media that much. I'm trying to get him. And then Thursday is my trivia night, 8 o'clock.
Make sure to stop by.
But
and even if you don't join the panel, Corey will, if you put your answers in the chat, he will calculate your answers, and you can show up on Sunday and watch and learn how you did.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Corey does a great show. He really does. And it's a lot of fun. And same thing with Beto, too. On his show on Saturday, even if you're not entering your number or if you just want to, like, listen for the questions and stuff, I mean, some of the questions are easy, but some of the questions, I mean, like, hey, if you get it right, I mean, like, hey, right on, right? And it's all, it's all fun. So
I was hoping I got that question they gave Don. I was like, oh, I know that one. Ooh, Cowboys. I want to type it. Cowboys.
I always keep my fingers crossed. And I'm like, if he asks, because Beto, sometimes you'll be like, okay, the next person who wins is automatically entered. I'm like, man, I hope I don't win because I want the question.
Yeah, I do it depending on time wise. But real quick before you close it up, I just want to let. Oh, I am tired.
That's what I'm saying.
But I have to say, I want to say because I don't know how the next time I'll be able to see. Because I can't get on the show. You know the reasons why. When it's on, just your name just slipped out of my brain. I'm brain fart right now. Anyway, Corey. Sorry, Jesus Christ, that name just went out. Anyway, Corey, I'm always supporting your channel from afar. I let people know about your channel. Unfortunately, I can't go on your channel because, I just can't go on your channel. But if you private message me, I'll let you know why. But I'm always supporting. I'm always letting people know about your channel, and I let people know to check you out, man. So from afar, I'm supporting you, brother.
Yeah, I know why.
Okay, but yeah. So.
Yeah, no, I get it. And with that, like, you guys, you're obviously here. Hit the subscribe and the notification bell. I got shows going on all week, so tap in. If I'm not doing something on my channel, I usually have where I'm going posted in my community tab. So you could just hit the link and meet me on whoever's channel I'm at. So with that, I want to thank everybody that showed up today in the chat, going with us for over 6 hours. This is crazy. And still having
Because we're on here 6 hours.
yeah. 6 hours, and we still
Holy
got like
crap.
6 viewers. And I want to thank everybody. Everybody that called in, everybody that was in the chat, everybody watching right now. Really appreciate
You
it.
guys
Hope
are
you have
awesome in the chat. You guys are so awesome.
Yeah.
I appreciate
And
everyone.
Nathan Diesel there because he said he always liked these long chat loans.
I'm sure Nathan's somewhere around here. Either that or he'll come back and watch the rest of it because he
Nathan's
does
awesome,
that.
man. I see
Dude,
him
it's
everywhere. Awesome.
it's weird. Before we go, it's like I'll be looking in the analytics and all of a sudden I'll see that somebody watched the Friday night call-in show and it'll be like the whole candle. And I'm like, wait, somebody went through the fucking 5 hours?
Wow.
Like not real time. Yeah, somebody will do that.
Mm-mm.
There's people that do that. And I'm like, whoa. Oh, see, Nathan's
There you
here.
go.
Thank you, Nathan. We appreciate
My
you.
guy, man. I'm telling you.
And with that, we are out.
Yep.